Community Affairs references Committee's inquiry into the Support at Home program, I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via teleconference and in person. I'm Senator Penny Orman-Payne, I'm the chair of the committee, and I have with me Senator Whittaker, and we are also joined by Senators Antic and Ruston via teleconference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist upon an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the evidence be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference, if you are not speaking, please mute your microphones. I now welcome representatives from Staying in Place WA, Juniper Aged Care and Advance Ageing WA. Thank you very much to all of you for appearing before the committee today, and apologies for the slightly late start. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the benefit of the Hansard record, I'm going to ask you to state your name and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'm going to start on the left-hand end of the table.
Stephanie Buckland, Chief Executive Officer of Amana Living.
And Roulet Jones, Chief Executive Officer of Bethany.
Catherine Stoddart, CEO of Brightwater Care Group.
Russell Bricknell, CEO of Juniper Aged Care.
Helen Morton, Staying in Place, Pingelly.
Thanks very much, everyone. I'm now going to invite each organisation to give us some opening remarks, and then we'll go to Senators' questions. So I'm going to start with Staying in Place WA.
Thanks for inviting me to appear as a witness. Prior to 2022, people in small, rural and remote areas in Australia struggled to stay at home as they aged. They couldn't get the range, the reliability or the regularity of services that they needed to stay. This changed with the introduction of Staying in Place, amongst other things. Since 2022, Staying in Place has commenced in 55 small communities in WA and more in other states. 2,200 local people deliver the services with very minimal workforce issues. We are currently supporting more than 1,000 older people in rural and remote WA to get the local support they need to stay at home, and more in other states. 1.25 million hours of support have been delivered. These rural and remote communities have engineered local solutions to bring Staying in Place to their older people, ensuring that geography does not disadvantage older people, ending the heartache and pain of older people being forced to leave family, friends and community to access services, ending the loneliness and disconnection if forced to move to another place towards end of life. Support at home has made Staying in Place marginal in these communities, with the combination of the 10% caps on care management fees, which are shared 50-50 with us by our providers, increased service price fees, co-contributions by pensioners, huge increase in admin, and policy settings that discriminate against people in rural and remote areas. An example I give is travel. Staying in Place is designed to enable people, older people, to thrive at home in rural and remote locations rather than just cope or exist. Support at home is making this harder, and this is a false economy for the government. Our recommendations to move beyond this is to increase the 10% cap on management fees to 20% in thin markets, ensure that thin market grants keep costs down for clients in rural and remote areas, cut pensioner co-contributions, simplify compliance requirements for community partners, and deal with the discriminatory travel policy impacting older people living in rural and remote areas.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Juniper Aged Care.
Thank you, Senator, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. Just to give you some context, we support older Western Australians and their families, and we've been doing that for 75 years. We deliver services to over 4,000 people in metropolitan, regional and remote WA, and specifically in regional and remote in the Wheatbelt, Great Southern, Goldfields and Kimberley areas. More than 3,000 of our customers receive in-home care in WA. It gives us a framework on which to put our submission forward today. And I would like to start by saying we supported the introduction of Support at Home on the assumption that it was going to give us a simpler, more flexible system that gave older Australians greater choice and helped to remain safe, independent and connected in their own homes. Indeed, that's what we promised our customers the new program would deliver. More than 8 months in, our experience and feedback from our customers tells us Support at Home is not delivering on that promise. The reality is older Australians are being assessed as needing care, but they are not receiving it at an appropriate level or simply not receiving it at all. Every one of us in the sector is feeling the impact of more than 200,000 older Australians currently waiting to be assessed or to receive a Support at Home package. They're not numbers to us. They are older Australians, people whose health, independence and quality of life are being affected every day while they wait, and families having to fill gaps while trying to manage their own lives. A recent study indicated that every time a family member has to step out and care for an older person, there's an economic impact of about $200,000 a year per person, which is a cost way greater than the cost of the care being delivered. The pressure doesn't stop there. It's being felt in our hospitals, health systems and in workplaces throughout the wider community. We understand about 13 older Australians are dying each day while waiting for care, which is more than 3 times the national road toll. One of our biggest concerns, as outlined in our submission, is that people are being assessed and approved for care, but are in many cases receiving only 60% of the value of their approved package under the minimum service offering. This is about cost management and cost saving, which has real-life consequences. Furthermore, it lends one of the criticisms from the Royal Commission into Aged Care and allows it to keep going. The Royal Commission indicated one of the problems in aged care up until that point in time had been governments of all persuasions consistently managing input costs rather than understanding what was needed for older Australians. When someone goes without personal care, nursing, allied health or domestic assistance, we find their health and independence deteriorates rapidly. A fall that may have been preventable ends up in an emergency department administration, and it sometimes can also end up in premature entry into residential aged care. That's not a quality of life that is important or appropriate in a country such as Australia. In WA, more than 300 older patients are, on any given day, medically ready to leave hospital but waiting for aged care. This is no longer an aged care problem, it's also a health system problem. Just this week, one of our customers told us they waited 2 years to receive their home care package. By then, they had already made the difficult and reluctant decision to move into residential care. Another customer had been approved for Support at Home, but her confirmation letter was missing a referral code. Despite countless calls to My Aged Care, she waited more than 6 weeks before the problem was resolved, during which time she had had a number of falls. Our concern is that the current funding model and approach to implementation is a false economy. It's saving money in one part of the system while shifting cost and pressure into hospitals, residential aged care, hard-working, devoted workforce families and ultimately to older Australians themselves. Things are even more complex in a state as big as WA. Delivering care in the community involves travel, coordination, scheduling, compliance and administration. These costs increase significantly across regional and remote WA. If the funding doesn't reflect the real cost of delivering in these areas, the question is not just about whether providers can be sustainable, it's whether people can access care at all. We're also now seeing people with increasingly complex clinical and care needs at home. Clinical care cannot operate in isolation. It depends on personal care, domestic assistance, allied health, assistive technology and other supports. Support at Home wasn't intended to simplify. aged care. Was intended to simplify aged care, yet older Australians and providers are having to navigate multiple programs, pathways, significant administrative burden, and really finding it difficult to understand and navigate the system. We are seeing that complexity start even at the assessment process stage. We believe the success of support at home should be judged by a very simple question. Are older Australians getting the care they need when they need it at a cost they can afford? At the moment, for too many people, the answer is no. In our submission, we've made a number of recommendations to strengthen support at home, including improving the assessment process, making care more affordable, ensuring funding reflects the true cost of delivery, addressing the challenges of regional, remote and First Nations communities, and making it easier for older Australians to move between different forms of care.
Thanks very much. I'm now going to go to Advanced Ageing WA.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. I'm Stephanie Buckland, the Chief Executive Officer of Amana Living. Amana Living is one of Western Australia's larger providers of aged care services. We currently support approximately 1,500 people through the Support at Home program and a further 4,000 older people through the Commonwealth Home Support program. Every day, we see the difference that timely, accessible and well-coordinated support can make in helping older Australians maintain their independence, well-being and quality of life. I'm appearing today alongside Dr. Catherine Stoddart, Chief Executive Officer of Brightwater, and Roulé Jones, Chief Executive Officer of Bethany. While we represent our respective organisations, our experiences have been remarkably consistent, which is why our organisations contributed to a joint submission through Advanced Ageing WA, alongside 4 other leading West Australian aged care providers, including Juniper. Together, our 7 organisations support around 27,000 older West Australians across the spectrum of aged care and accommodation supports, and collectively we employ around 16,000 staff. At the outset, I want to be clear that we strongly support the intent of the Support at Home program and the broader reforms to Australia's aged care system. The vision is the right one. Older Australians should be able to remain independent and receive quality care in the place they call home. However, the central message I'd like to leave with the committee today is that there remains a gap between rights and reality. The new Aged Care Act establishes important rights for older Australians, but rights only have meaning when they translate into timely, affordable and accessible care, and too often that is not yet happening in practice. One of our key concerns is affordability. While the objective of Support at Home is to enable older Australians to remain independent and receive care in their own homes, we are increasingly seeing older people reduce, delay or decline services because of concerns about co-contributions and future costs. Many of those affected are aged pensioners on very limited incomes, and some are making difficult choices between essential household expenses like rent and food and care services, while others are going without support such as domestic assistance, despite the impact that this can have on their well-being, independence and quality of life. The second issue is the gap between assessed need and funded care. Under the current 60% interim funding arrangements, older people can be assessed as requiring a certain level of support, but receive only part of the funding needed to deliver that care. And this creates some very difficult choices for older people, their families, and providers about which needs can be met and which needs must wait. Third, Support at Home has inherited one of the most significant problems that existed under the home care package system: lengthy wait times. Older Australians are still waiting far too long to receive the care they've been assessed as needing. The Commonwealth's wait time report, which was published on the 11th of August, showed median wait times for ongoing Support at Home services of 297 days, almost a year, the longest of any aged care service type. While there have been modest improvements in some areas, assisted technology and home modifications are now experiencing median wait times of 193 days each. These delays mean older people can wait many months for support that is essential to maintaining their quality of life, independence, and safety at home. And I have a number of case studies that we've gotten supporting information that I can share with the committee. Finally, the long-term success of supported home depends on sustainable service delivery. Funding, care management arrangements, and pricing settings must adequately reflect the realities of delivering care, particularly in Western Australia, where distance, workforce shortages, and thin markets add complexity and cost. In summary, we support the direction of the reform, but we believe practical refinements are needed to bridge the gap between rights and reality, ensuring that assessed need translates into timely, affordable, and sustainable care for older Australians. Thank you. I'll now hand to Catherine and Roulet to introduce themselves and their organisations.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Roulet Jones, the CEO of Bethany, and we are a WA-only not-for-profit aged care provider. For more than 70 years, Bethany has supported older Western Australians, guided by our mission to positively change the way Australians experience ageing. Today, we support approximately 2,000 people with support in their homes. And that gives us a direct view of how the transition to support at home is being experienced by older people, their families and carers, as well as by the people delivering their care. By way of example, one of our clients was receiving a fully funded Level 4 support at home package before entering residential care. After 5 days, he decided residential care was not right for him and he returned home. Despite having been without home care services for only 5 days, his previous Level 4 funding could not be reinstated. He was issued a new code at a minimum service offering and can currently access only 60% of his funding, with no time frame provided for when his full funding will become available. We too support the intent of the reforms and the focus on helping older Australians remain independent and live in the place they call home with confidence. My comments today will focus particularly on what we are seeing in relation to consumer access, affordability, and prevention, and whether the settings currently in place are helping people access the support they've been assessed as needing. One of the most important tests of support at home is very simple. When an older person has been assessed as needing support, can they access that support in a timely, affordable, and understandable way? And too often we are seeing that the answer is no. The 60% interim funding model is of particular concern. A person can be assessed as requiring a certain level of care, but receive only part of the funding needed to deliver it. What that means in practice is that older people, families, and providers are left deciding which assessed needs can be met and which must wait. Those gaps may sound administrative, but they have very practical consequences. And this is particularly concerning as Bethany is seeing less take-up by clients of lower level packages and higher volumes of these lower level packages being awarded, often requiring even further requests for reassessment as the package level will not meet the assessed needs. They can mean someone's funding can often be used on essential assessments, and it means fewer or actually no showers, no meals, less transport, less monitoring, and greater pressure on unpaid carers. The interim funding model is increasing financial pressure on older people, their carers, and providers. And we are also seeing affordability influencing consumer behaviour. Older people are delaying commencement, reducing services, or choosing not to take up supports because they are concerned about co-contributions and they're uncertain about future costs. Package utilisation rates are declining, which suggests that older people may be limiting services due to cost or concerns and uncertainty of the process. Whereas CHSP is experiencing stronger growth than support at home, reflecting the feedback that it is more familiar, affordable and predictable. At Bethany, ongoing support at home budget utilisation is currently between 55% and 60% per quarter. Utilisation of fixed budgets is significantly lower at around 13% since the introduction of support at home. It is particularly concerning where the services people are reducing means that it increases their decline and it impacts preventative support. Domestic assistance, transport, meals, personal care, allied health, assistive technology and home modifications can all help someone maintain their independence and safety at home. Delaying those supports risks greater needs later on and escalating towards hospital or residential care. We also need to look at how hardship arrangements operate in practice. Co-contributions and challenging hardship provision arrangements delay transition to support at home and reduce the uptake of available packages. If an older person cannot afford their contribution, the pathway to assistance needs to be simple enough and timely enough that financial hardship in itself does not become another barrier to receiving care. Our position is that the committee should support urgent reform of the interim funding model, stronger escalation and review pathways, simpler hardship arrangements, and lower contribution barriers for preventative support. Ultimately, the test should remain straightforward. Can older Australians get the care they need when they need it? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms Stoddart, I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to ask that if there's anything additional that you want to add to Ageing Australia's opening remarks, if you could do that, but if it's much the same.
It is much the same, so I think that's, I'm happy to stop.
Great, thank you. I might kick us off. I'm really interested in unpacking what we've now heard from virtually every single provider who's come before us, which is we support the intent of support at home, but it's not working. And I just want to unpack that a little bit more, because what I would like to understand, because the intent of support at home was to introduce co-payments for people. That was in the legislation and the rules. And I'm interested to understand whether it's the case that now that it's happening and you're seeing people refusing care, declining care, that your view on co-contributions has changed, because that's at the heart of this program, shifting away from, like a levy was one option on the table, and we've heard from Professor Eager, for example, that we could have had a levy that started like Medicare but when you were 45, so young people weren't paying it. So I'd really like to unpack that, because it's one thing for everyone to come and say we support the intent, but what you're actually telling us is some of that intent is not actually working. So I'm interested in your response to that question.
Do you mind if I?
Yep.
Look, I think the intent of co-contribution has always been a part of home care services. I think the way it's been implemented and the domains over which it's been applied has put consumers into a position where they've had to make a choice. And I think it's particularly impacted people who are on pension or are socially disadvantaged and economically disadvantaged. The co-contribution itself is not an unreasonable proposition. I think the way it's been managed as a cost containment device is probably the inappropriate one. And to give you a couple of examples, when Roulet mentioned, we're seeing our utilisations sitting at about 60%. That means people are choosing not to access services where there's co-contributions. We're also seeing in regional and remote communities people choosing not to take up services at all because the hardship provision process is so difficult that they can't get through. And if you're from another culture, if you're a First Nations person, if you've got limited social support, you can't navigate that system. So we've not created the safeguards to pick up the people at the other side of it. We've made an assumption that everybody can afford, and I don't think that's a fair assumption.
So as part of the problem, like, it would seem to me that the settings are wrong. That if you're a full pensioner, potentially a part pensioner living in a First Nations community, there shouldn't be co-payments and you shouldn't have to do a financial hardship process, because that should be part of the evaluation in the first place.
Yes.
When you go through Services Australia. Is that a fair...
Yeah.
Can I might go to Ms Morton first?
Thank
and then
you.
I'll...
I think the intent, as most people have said, is good, but they've used a sledgehammer to come in with the outcomes, which has just squashed people. It's heartbreaking to see people's disillusionment with that. People who are grandfathered in, living in a small community, living right next door to people who are making the co-contributions, the difference is absolutely pronounced in that environment. And so you didn't hear a lot of voice from the people who were grandfathered because they were too scared. They were too ashamed almost to speak up in a community like ours because their neighbour was now having to pay or go without, as they were often doing. The promise was that co-contributions would be made for people who could afford it. And I think the assumption was that in most cases, people who weren't pensioners were the people who could afford it. The people who are pensioners were not going to be able to afford it, or they were going to make decisions. A lot of that's got to do with pride as well. You know, to go into a hardship arrangement, these people have worked all their lives, they've been independent, they've worked very hard to stay independent of government in whatever way. So, okay, they've accepted a pension, but to now be hardshipped into receiving the services that they needed or wanted was something they wouldn't abide. They wouldn't go down that track. In particular, I think the good change for the movement of personal care into the zero contribution range. The 5% doesn't seem to be as hard for some people. It's the 17.5% that I find people are really bucking against. And yet their cleanliness and the maintenance of their homes and the gardening and everything is so important to their well-being in that community. But that's what they're doing without, and that is greatly unfortunate, especially, as has mentioned, when you get into some of the remote communities. That's the biggest area of concern, to be honest.
Did anyone down there?
I don't have anything to add to that, thank you.
I just wanted to add, in terms of the cost for domestic assistance, for example, we see often that in our environments that role, the gardener, the cleaner, is actually the canary in the coal mine and can pick up some of the deterioration. So where people choose not to do that, they are then not being picked up until much later in the process. So there's a real false economy where such a high co-contribution is put in.
Mr Bicknell, you mentioned some modelling around a $200,000 economic impact. Can you expand on, have you actually done modelling around that?
We've picked that up from work someone else has done. Essentially what it's trying to do is measure the social and economic impact of someone choosing to exit the workforce to care for an elderly relative. And it's a mixture of salary impact, but it's also the impact more broadly on families and well-being. I think the problem we have is the delay in accessing adequate care has a roll-on effect. And if you think the largest supported home package is, in the $70,000, the impact of $200,000 more broadly on productivity and the economy is a false saving.
Could I ask on notice if you could provide the committee with that information? Because I think that would be useful for us to look at. I'm also interested in the comments around support at home was promised to be simpler and more flexible, and yet it seems to be quite the opposite. I'm just wondering if any of you would like to expand on that, and in particular things that you think are low-hanging fruit where that could be addressed?
I'll make a comment about that. The process that we now need to go through for compliance, for approvals, for getting simple things like assistive technology or some simple rails put up in a home, etc. The requirements that have now been built into support at home can see those delays up to 6 weeks. When a handyman can come in and pick up the rails from Bunnings and put them into somebody's home in a week or a few days. But we can't get that funding approved under that arrangement anymore. It's got to be OT prescribed, and you've got to get the OT, and you've got to have this big cost associated with the OT's input, and then you've got to give the direct specifications about even the diameter of the rail. I got knocked back once because the diameter wasn't in there. The heights, the widths and everything else was there, but the diameter of the rail wasn't there. So back we go, OT, please do this again. 6 weeks later, a humongous cost compared to what it really could be for something as straightforward as putting a rail up in a bathroom. This is an example of where it's got more complex, more difficult and huge time delays for people.
So do you think there's space, for example, for a primary care professional to be able to say that somebody needs something? So, for example, a GP says so-and-so's gate's now unsteady, they need a rail.
But it can be a registered nurse. It doesn't have to be a GP, or it doesn't have to be an OT. A registered nurse can do that. And really and truly, a good maintenance person can put it up without having to get a home builder with a builder's licence.
And if you build on that example, this is a problem we've created that didn't previously exist under the home care package arrangement. So we had the ability to do this. We had program guidelines, and we were in different circumstances getting relevant people to come in and have a look. But what we've done is we've got so focused on managing the input costs that we've created a whole lot of checkpoints that have delayed access to simple solutions.
So would it be your recommendation that the process for people getting those things go back to how it was under home care packages, or were there issues then?
I think there needs to be some clearer guidelines around what's available to people. When home care packages were first introduced, there was really broad guidelines and we had issues in that system. That had got adjusted towards the end, so pick that up and run with that would be a better outcome.
So it seems to me there's two differences though. There's the list of what's available, but there's also who gets to decide
Correct.
that that's needed, and it seems to me that it's the who gets to decide is a problem now, as well as the list is too narrow. Is that
It's also the compliance issues that go with it. And, I think that I was referring to the fact that it's not compliant not only if it's not done by an OT, but can be done by a nurse, but then it's who can install, and so it's a compliance issues as well that have gone overboard. That's the sledgehammer.
Can I also add to that the approval process is separate, aligned, but separate from the approval process for the supported home supports. And so sometimes we see a person who's got their package, but then the assistive technology part hasn't been approved and that funding hasn't been released. So we've got a person who's receiving care services but might need to have the rails in their home. They can't have the rails in their home because that bit of the funding hasn't been released.
So is it your position that that should all be decided at the same time?
It should be decided at the same time, but then also made available to the consumer, to the older person at the same time, so that they're not waiting for one and in receipt of the other, because it does make it unsafe to deliver those services if the person doesn't have a walking frame, for example.
Ms Stoddart?
Thank you. To add to that, I think there is a requirement for guardrails around what is in that frame, but generally the clinicians who are, or of any ilk that are making those decisions, are best placed to do that. And as long as the guardrails are in place in a policy sense, then I think that would not only speed up the process but give confidence, because it could be added along to care.
I might go to Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston?
Sorry, Chair, I was on mute. I just wonder if I could go to Mr. Brignall. When you gave evidence to the inquiry that followed the reform bill round a couple of years ago, you raised some concerns about workforce registration in Indigenous communities. I was just wondering if you have seen your concerns play out in any way in terms of being able to get access to workforce, particularly in Indigenous communities.
In brief, yes. So for the committee's sort of background, our concerns related to the requirement to align those registration provisions with NDIS worker requirements, which also look at spent convictions rather than tapping into particularly Indigenous communities' recommendations and references and allowing the service provider to do a risk assessment. What we're seeing now is it's harder and harder to engage local people in remote settings, and that's partly because of the screening requirement and partly because of the way that's been implemented in Western Australia. So in Western Australia, that's administered by the Department of Communities, and part of that process means identity verification at the local Department of Transport office. And so if you've got no spent convictions, no history, you still have to get to one of those. And the example we have is Fitzroy Crossing. The nearest transport office is in Broome. For those of you that are unaware, that's a 4.5-hour drive each way. If I'm not employed, I'm living in Fitzroy Crossing, that is a massive impost to get there, and it's actually a preventer. We're also finding that the framing of the spent conviction component to it is something that's actually discouraging people from applying. There's easier places to get work.
So to that end, if there was an opportunity to amend the Aged Care Act to change the registration requirements, particularly as they relate to Indigenous workforce, do you think that the concerns and the outcomes are serious enough for that amendment to be pursued?
I would encourage an amendment to be pursued, and I think your alternative solution is to enable a risk assessment process that's documented, including community consultation where it comes particularly to Indigenous communities.
Yeah, okay. And just a general question for all of the people there. I'm just keen to understand in sort of like a snapshot in time, since November 2025 until now, is your experience that the system has become more burdensome and less focused on the delivery of care for older Australians? And if so, can you give some examples of how that's changed for your respective organisations?
Hello?
I think, thank you, Senator. One of the things that I think we have all found, and some work that we've done, is that we are definitely, for want of a better term, dragged away from direct delivery of care. For every hour of direct care and support at home, for example, that we give, our information shows that about 31 minutes are spent on administration and compliance in addition to that. So there is definitely high complexity in terms of our reporting centrally, and the burden of administrative load means that it is not it's an impact on profit, but that's not the reason that we will be saying that, or a burden for the provider, but actually it's diverting care time, and that's the real concern.
Can I also give an example? We have many clients that receive services 3 times a day, 7 days a week, to enable them to stay at home, and have also had people discharged from nursing homes to get the service now that they can get it. A support worker who might be going in for 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour at lunchtime, and then 1 hour in the evening is doing a variety of things. They are helping somebody get out of bed and doing the personal care requirements, showering, dressing, and etc. They are also putting the breakfast on, putting some washing in and hanging it out, and then the next worker will come in the lunchtime session and do similar things for that person. In that time frame, they are having to switch between 3 different parts of the system and then record that. This is taking time away from giving the particular care, the social support, the engagement with the client while they're having to record the different things on their app to make sure that they can, get the co-contribution correct for the provider, etc., etc. This is a really typical example of where it's become burdensome and it's taking time away from an individual client and the interface that client's having, the relationship building and interface that client's having with the care worker.
If I may, one of the things that strikes me in listening to that, and I absolutely agree, but the comparison to residential aged care where the co-contribution is much simpler and more straightforward, and it's not divided out by you get this type of service and your co-contribution is that much, and another service it's something different, and yet another service it's something different. The intent still, if one can afford to contribute, one is contributing, and that makes sense provided the settings are right, but perhaps there's a way to simplify it so that there's not a burden on the care worker and ultimately the provider in terms of reporting that and making sure it's in the right place, and then ultimately the consumer. So I think there might be an opportunity there to simplify that system.
Which also goes to the point that Professor Eagers made about the fact that the way it's designed, the worse your health and the more care you need, the more you pay, rather than a capacity to contribute overall.
Correct.
Ms Jones?
Yeah, if I can just add, and it's another comparison to residential aged care, but older people find the assessment process extremely complex and difficult to navigate. And I understand about 500 questions get asked. So their assessments are done on the first third of the questions. So then they have to apply for a reassessment. Our support workers and care partners are not necessarily in a position through the system to support them in that way. They have to navigate the system then again. In residential aged care, where we have the needs increasing, we have our own internal teams that can do assessments and then request the assessors to come and do a reassessment. So we can stay on top of the complexity and the increasing care needs more to the point of the older person needing it. And that is not the case through the supported home. So I think just putting the focus back on the older person themselves that are finding it extremely challenging.
Did you have any more questions? Go ahead, Senator.
I was just going to ask, just as a follow-up on that, is in relation to what sort of impact is this making it harder and all this extra burden and compliance, what is that doing in terms of the value of the care package and the value of it as it relates to the delivery of care as opposed to the cost for the administrative burden? How is that impacting sort of on the bureaucratic inflation of the package? How significant is the increase in the cost for the same service?
Can I make a comment about that? Is that in our staying in place, we have these small communities. We're focused on the small communities, enabling people to stay living at home. And they might only have 5 clients in that small community, for example, or they might have 15. The administrative burden has become so great in some of these small communities that the host organisation, the community partner that was hosting that service in that community, has decided to withdraw because the administrative burden has become so much for them to stay across for a fewer number of clients. Some have closed, some have amalgamated, but essentially it's another thing where a critical mass of people, this service is now only viable for a certain critical mass of people, whereas previously it was viable for a very small community of 500 or 600 people to have a service hosted in their local community, because the administration was less burdensome, and the care management costs that were provided were making it viable. This is not the case now. It's become much, much more marginal, and as I said, some of these small communities have stopped doing that work locally.
If I could add, Senator, our submission provides a breakdown and a comparison between a level 4 home care package and a level 7 supported home package. If you take out the minimum service offering, it's better to convert that into hours of care available from the funding. There's about 12 hours less care available under supported home on a like-for-like package arrangement to what would have been under home care packages.
Thanks very much, Chair. That's very useful.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. I'm going to go to Senator Whittaker for a final question.
Thank you, and thanks for your time this morning. I'm sure you're aware that just last week the government announced that they would extend the Commonwealth Home Support Program by a further 2 years, and making clear that it believes the Commonwealth Home Support Program should remain a standalone program. I'm interested in your views on that decision.
I'll jump in. I think it's a really good decision. I think there's a couple of issues the government needs to address in Commonwealth Home Support. One is the capacity of the program in terms of outputs delivered hasn't changed since at least 2016. Secondly, the funding hasn't kept pace with the increase in costs. And then I think the third piece is there's been an encouragement throughout this implementation of support at home for CHSP to be used to supplement the 40% of funding that's not available through the minimum service offering from the get-go. What that does is it limits access to the CHSP system for people that have a really light need, but that need sustains them for longer. So what we're effectively doing at the moment is creating greater needs. So those things need to be addressed. So the announcement around extending it and expanding it is really good, but we need to understand what the cost base is and better direct the funding to the cost base.
Ms. Buckland?
Could I just add to that, that the other, I suppose, area that I think needs to be considered and potentially tweaked is that currently what's happening in the way that people do their co-contributions under Commonwealth Home Support Program, and in some instances, and I've got some examples in my leave behind for you, of people who've chosen to stay on Commonwealth Home Support Program because they can actually get more services than they can even though they've been approved for a supported home package. So I think that that retaining Commonwealth Home Support is good, but I also think that there needs to be some modification to the co-contribution system in the supported home program for the two to be able to work together and coexist.
Can I also make some comments? We don't operate in the Commonwealth Home Support Program area at all. We're only involved in the supported home program, but what we have found is that people who operate the Commonwealth Home Support Program don't readily encourage or support people to be reassessed or reviewed to be able to access the higher level funding that's available under the supported home program. And often there is difficulties around that because they obviously need that person to stay with them to create the base level of funding that they're getting in that program. An example also, which is, one of the if you don't know where Meekatharra is, it's about a 7-hour drive from here, and it's a mining town, but it's primarily Indigenous population. The Staying in Place program operating or able to operate, 12 people were assessed. Not a very good assessment, I might say, in that they were assessed in a public place and not in their own place. Indigenous people don't like to divulge a lot of personal information under circumstances like that. So they all got, because they didn't provide good information, they all got CHSP. But there's no CHSP service operating in the town. The Support at Home program was available in the town, but it's at a higher cost, obviously. But instead of finding some flexibility for the service to be able to be provided with an additional cost or something through an available service in the town, these people went without altogether. They didn't get CHSP. They weren't assessed. They've been put on a review process, and I understand that that might be happening now. But two of the people died while they were waiting for this reassessment. And one of those people died in the home and nobody knew that she'd died there for a few days. And I mean, this is an example of where daily welfare checks would have actually picked up that issue and dealt with it. But because they weren't available, there was no CHSP available, and because they weren't assessed as requiring support at home, mostly I think due to the faulty assessment process, these people went without completely. And that lack of flexibility between the two is completely unacceptable.
Which goes to my parliamentary question. Given that we have this opportunity now to take another look at CHSP, and one would hope that this would be a truly co-designed process this time, is there a world in which we could have a system, for example, where CHSP provides the sorts of services that lend themselves in particular to block funding and flexibility, so things like community transport, meals, cleaning, gardening, etc., with the ability then for somebody whose needs increase to, for example, get the clinical care and some of that higher level personal care through support at home without having to then also shift services that they get under CHSP.
Yeah.
So like a truly universal model where you can keep your gardener and your cleaner and the person who comes and does your meals. Is that something that would be something worth working towards?
And Senator, that kind of does exist in the NATSIFAC program. It's really pretty much driven that way, and then there's a transition into support at home or home care packages for those people. So there is a model for it.
And other examples that...
So I guess my question is, sorry, I'll come back to Ms Morton. So my question is it worth looking at NATSIFAC as a model that could work for everyone? Because often the things that are inclusive work better across the whole community.
Yeah, and it's the flexibility in NATSIFAC that is really powerful. And, our Kununurra service is a classic. We have a mix of day respite, home visit and other services adjacent to residential in Kununurra and Wyndham that are all flexibly managed so that we can better meet the needs in those communities.
Ms Morton.
The other example I was going to give is cottage respite, which in our small communities is the only form of respite that people can obviously get. But it's not available under support at home unless you go through a reassessment process and get assessed for it, because it's only provided through the Commonwealth Home Support Program. So that's another example of flexibility that needs to be improved.
And it simplifies as well, much
Yeah.
simpler.
Okay. Well, there's an opportunity there with CHSP looking to be redesigned and some more work needed on support at home. So let's see where we get to. Can I say thank you very much? That is time for this panel. Really appreciate the time you've taken both to come and give evidence today and for the submissions that you've provided us. It's all really helpful for us as a committee. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Thursday, the 17th of September 2026. We're running a little bit behind, but we still might take a 10-minute break. So we'll suspend and we'll come back at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Catch you later.
I was deciding between socks and tights, and I went tights, and I'm happy with my decision. I'm jealous. And my cardigan is also nice and warm. It's a nice cardigan. Is that for 4, a brown one.
Yeah,
As I do, I just pick something I like and then get 4 colours.
I do the same.
Yeah,
because I saw it the other day. I was like,
yeah.
maybe not.
There's a unico just not too far from here if you need to go buy.
Yeah, well, I was going to get, because I've got jackets, like I've got a whole bunch of those jackets, but the dresses that I was wearing them over, I don't like anymore. I feel like they're too tight across my boobs. And I was going to get sort of some new dresses, and now I'm actually thinking, now that I've tried wearing these, because these are my home, like when I go to events, skirts, but I normally wear them with socks and sneakers. And I'm thinking they look all right with tights, so I might. This might actually be my uniform for Parliament as well, and I'll just come in a cardi instead of a suit jacket. I've got a collar. I figure as long as I have a collar, I can get away with it. All right, I'm going to find a bathroom. No, I'm all right actually, because I've got my 3 layers on. Yeah, I've got my tights on. We'll now recommence, and I now welcome representatives from the United Workers' Union. So we have some online. Morning, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has already been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask you each to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today. And I might start online, and just to help you out, we'll start with Ms. Aluru-Knox. Okay. In that case, Mr. De Vera?
Yes, hi, good morning.
If you could just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Rafael De Vera, support worker.
Thank you. And I'll come to the room and I'll go from left to right.
Thank you. I'm Tim Diamond. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst with the United Workers' Union.
Thank you. My name is Skyra Betts-Gordy, and I'm the lead of Online to Field and Home Care at United Workers' Union.
Thanks very much, everyone. And if anyone else joins, we'll invite them to let us know they're here. I'm going to invite you to make some opening remarks, and then we'll go to questions.
Great. I'd like to start off. Look, a core part of my job is organising home care workers and ensuring that their experiences, their voices and their ideas are heard. Home care is fundamentally different to other parts of the aged care sector because they're home care workers. They don't have a common workplace. They are an isolated workforce. They work alone in people's homes and in the community. They don't have co-workers around them to lean on throughout the day. Home care workers, in most cases, home care workers have no relationship with other home care workers in their organisation. As a result, they don't know necessarily whether the challenges that they're experiencing are unique to them or being experienced across the sector. As a union organiser, we can't simply go into a workplace and talk to them in their lunchroom and speak to them about what it's like we can in other industries. My role, leading the Online to Field team and home care team, is designing systems and ways to reach these workers to amplify their voices. We do things such as digital outreach, phone calls, online meetings, social media groups, workplace networks, and delegates. We bring home care workers together. What we are really doing is building community where none existed before. When workers get in contact with one another, they realise that they're not alone. They begin to identify the common issues that they're all experiencing. They support one another. They develop collective solutions. Just as importantly, they gain a better understanding of what's happening across the sector. And that matters because the isolation of home care contributes directly to the workforce issues, and that directly impacts on the sector being able to provide quality care. Home care workers are telling us that they're struggling to make ends meet. These workers are telling us that they feel alone. Many of them tell us that their wages and conditions are getting worse, and they're having to pay more and cover more of the cost of services through increased cost to fuel and car maintenance. They tell us that their rosters are increasingly becoming more unstable. They don't get the hours and the pay that they need to survive in the sector. Many of them are living with visa insecurity, and they know that they may be forced to leave because of this. Many home care workers across the sector are telling us that they don't see a future in the way the sector is going for them. These workers, these issues, they matter because the success of support at home depends on having a sufficiently staffed, skilled and secure workforce. If workers continue to leave the sector, if they do not feel supported, if they do not see a future in home care, it will become increasingly difficult to deliver the care and support that older people need. Home care workers are people that are delivering the care every day. They understand the reality of the workforce shortages, the travel time, the continuity of care, scheduling, clients' needs and service delivery. They often see problems before anyone else does, and they have practical solutions. This is why one of our recommendations is for government to consult with home care workers and their unions for paid time meetings about the impact of support at home. They have a lot to contribute to this discussion. We know that the issues being examined in this inquiry are fundamentally about workforce issues as well. Their job is the most important job. Without them, there's no care, there's no sector. The role of home care is the care. I'm not here today to repeat every point in our submission or every recommendation, but I do want to, our submission puts that in detail. I do want to emphasise one central point, that home care workers' voices matter, their experiences matter, their knowledge matters and is valuable, and their jobs matter. If we want a system that delivers quality care to older Australians, then the people providing that care every day must be part of shaping its future. You must address the workforce issues that are forcing so many workers to leave the sector. And look, I want to start us off with opening statements from two union delegates, home care workers in the sector, Raphael and Siri. They are home care workers who will share their experience of working in the sector and provide the committee with direct insights into the reality of delivering care under support at home. I understand that Raphael is on the call, so we can go to Raphael first.
Yes. Mr. De Vera, over to you.
Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Raphael, or Raf, and I'm a home care worker in the Southwest region of WA. The work I do is personal, practical, and incredibly important. Every day I support elderly individuals to remain safe, independent, and connected to their communities. I help with everyday tasks, personal care, meals, medication, transport, attend appointments, assist with palliative care, and I'm a familiar face and someone for them to talk to. The people I look after are our neighbors, parents, grandparents, and long-term members of rural communities. They deserve quality of care at home. Delivering that care across the Southwest means traveling long distances. Each week, I cover hundreds of kilometers between clients across rural roads and with limited or underestimated travel time between services. My roster is often scattered appointments with significant travel and short shifts that do not reflect the real time and effort it takes to provide care. In a single day, I can travel up to 300 kilometers, which covers up from Margaret River to Australind, and see up to 8 or 10 different participants. Since support at home was implemented, I have experienced a reduction in client services where participants are now opting to use our services mainly for cleaning, only due to costs and therefore a reduction in hours. At the moment, I am now only working around 2 to 3 hours a day and attend scattered appointments with big gaps in between where travel and time would not even be compensated. Like many home care workers, I am forced to work across multiple jobs just to make ends meet. I am not alone. I have seen many of my coworkers leave home care because they cannot afford to stay. In the Southwest, the team of home care workers where I work has reduced from around 40 workers to now just 11. When experienced workers leave, clients lose continuity of care, and the remaining workers carry even more pressure. This is not sustainable for workers, for clients, or for the future of the sector. For us that remain, we feel uncertain about the security of our jobs. As home care workers, we are seeing increasing travel and rostering issues. Many home care employers, like my workplace, are implementing digital algorithm-led rostering tools, which are making these issues even worse. Our rosters are being structured with the starting and finishing job further and further away, putting more of the travel costs onto us as workers. It is important for workers to know that they are not alone. Through our union, we are collectively raising these issues because they affect all of us. This is why union access matters so much in home care. Our work can be isolating. We work alone in people's homes across large distances and often without regular contact with colleagues. A strong union helps us build community, share information, and support one another. It also gives us the ability to organize collectively to improve our wages and conditions. Better pay, fair travel agreements, secure hours, safe rostering, and respect at work are essential if you're going to attract and retain the workers this sector needs. Our job makes it possible for people to live with dignity in their own homes and communities. We deserve a system that values our work, listens to our voices, and gives us the security to keep doing the job we care about. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr De Vera. I might just double check whether we have Ms. Aluronox on the line yet. All right, we might go to Senator Whittaker for questions.
I do have a statement.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
Siri did she did message me and send her apologies that she's with a client and that, that client sometimes runs over. She's also in a rural area where internet and phone access can be challenging at times, which is another obstacle that home care workers face, especially in rural communities. Siri, this is on behalf of Siri, says, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Siri Aluronox, and I'm a frontline community home care support worker in the Wheatbelt region of Western Australia. I've been working professionally as a support worker for the last 4 years, and before that, I cared for my late husband for 8 years through aged care and palliative care. So I've experienced this system from both sides. I use my own car and I travel up to 400 kilometres in a single day providing care. I carry the costs of fuel, tyres, servicing and wear and tear, and not all travel is reimbursed. Support workers should not have to subsidise aged care with our own cars, our own money and our own unpaid time simply because we care. Care does not fit neatly into allocated minutes. My time finishes and someone still needs help. What am I supposed to do? Do I look at my watch and just walk out? We often stay because the person still needs us. And the continuity of care also matters. Regular support workers know that their clients, and they notice when something's not right. You can't replace that relationship by simply putting another name on the roster. Since Support at Home came in, I'm seeing clients worried about money, they're confused about their care. Some are incredibly isolated and sometimes we're the only person that they see that day. We become not just the support workers, the companions, the advocates, and sometimes unofficial counsellors for these people that need our care. Our workforce is isolated. Many support workers like me do more than one job, and the sector relies heavily on migrant workers, some carrying additional stress and insecurity about their visa status. We need connection and support and a collective voice. Government makes policy, providers administer services, but we are the people walking through that front door. We see what works, what does not, and what happens to our clients when the system fails them. So please include the frontline workers in these conversations. If you want to know whether Support at Home is actually working, ask the people that are delivering the care at Support at Home. Thank you.
Over to you, Senator Whittaker.
Thank you. Thanks for making the time to both prepare a submission and appear before the hearing today, and it's always great to have union members give evidence. I think I agree with you. It's really important that we hear from the people who are doing this really important work day in and day out in very trying circumstances, as you've outlined. You talk in your submission about you say that Support at Home can only succeed with a skilled, secure and well-supported workforce. Can you talk in a little bit more detail about what that means for the older Australians who the workforce is helping every day?
Absolutely. So the older Australians, through our members, we hear that they that they value their care workers and they value the continuity of care, of having regular care workers that they have a relationship with. I have heard this from many members, and I can understand this myself with my father who received care as well, that having someone that you don't know come to your house, that you have to build a rapport, relationship, trust them in a place of real vulnerability when they're delivering personal care and showers. It makes a huge difference to have that continuity and that person that you can trust. The workforce issues are affecting that relationship and affecting the quality of care because of that breaking down of continuity of care. And we're seeing that become increasingly a bigger issue and more common. We've seen that the sector is changing, and lately providers are using new technologies and algorithm-led rostering that are about optimising the rostering for that day in a way that optimises profits or optimises keeping their costs low. In reality, what that means is that they're putting more of those costs onto the workers, because the cost of travel is significant in home care, and the first job and the last job from home to the first client, that travel is unpaid. It's unpaid in workers' time, it's unpaid in kilometres. So from a financial aspect, providers, instead of keeping regular, consistent care workers, are often using multiple care workers and structuring their roster where the care worker will be travelling many kilometres for 1 hour service or 2 hour service, and then many kilometres home. They've actually potentially worked 3, maybe 4 hours, but they're only getting paid for 2. They maybe have driven over 100 kilometres, but none of that time or money is being reflected in their wages. And so when you have providers that are making these changes, profit motivated, and therefore just putting workers in and out of the roster for what will be optimised for their business, that is being prioritised above the quality of care and the continuity of care. So from a consumer's perspective, the workforce issues deeply map to their experience and the quality and continuity of care that they receive.
Thank you. Can you talk to what the transition has been like for your members and for workers who are doing providing these services? I mean, we've heard a bit throughout these hearings about some of the challenges in terms of communicating these changes to people who are impacted by them, and of course your members would be at the coalface of that every day. And so could you talk to what that transition has been like?
Sure. Look, our members are telling us that the transition has largely kept them out of the conversation, that they don't see or get adequate communication about what's coming and what changes to expect. Many of our members wake up and find that their roster has changed from the day before without any sort of consultation or discussion. So they've been left out of this process, and the consumers, the customers, they are not happy with changes either. So members talk about going to a service where that client that they're seeing is frustrated because this is the 7th care worker that they've had in their house, and it's someone new, and that care worker, it's not their fault at all, they're a brilliant care worker, but they're facing at the front door this client that is in a place of frustration, of not getting their voice and their needs met, and increasingly frustrated with the organisation for not listening to them about when they want their service and who they want their service with. And the care workers can see that the quality of care is being impacted, and they talk to us, and Siri, in her statement, talks about how heartbreaking that is. to want to give care, that home care workers, they actually, all of them, talk about how much they love the actual job of being there and providing care. What they don't like is the wages and conditions and the things that get get in the way of that work. And so they are taking that on. And the communication that they receive from their provider and their level of support and management, we are hearing is becoming increasingly less. And where we engage with providers are telling us, or we're seeing providers restructure. Many providers across the sector are changing their middle management level, their communication channels. Some of this is support at home with the role of care partner. Some of them are sort of changing at that rostering support level, and they're bringing jobs together in a centralised way. We have members that tell us that when they call about a rostering issue or issue that they experience at work, they are not calling their direct manager on a direct line. They're calling a switchboard where they have to give their details and stay on the line, and eventually get connected to someone that might be in Victoria and has no understanding of the realities of working in a rural setting in Western Australia. So the level of support that they receive has gotten less, and they're experiencing all these changes without that communication and without the skills or the understanding to communicate that to the clients. And yet the clients are the ones that are engaging with the care workers the most. And so that is a huge mental, emotional weight on home care workers, and a real challenge of this job.
Thank you. You also talk in your submission about, and in your opening statement, about the importance of consulting with the workforce on these changes. Can you talk about what you think good consultation with support workers would look like?
Look, good consultation, in our view, would be paid time meetings with union involvement so that we can bring workers together and build those communities where no community exists. I talked about how home care workers don't have the opportunity to build relationships and know each other, and that is really important. The isolation is a big barrier in the sector of the workers' experience, and unions are a way that can help build that community and support one another, but also deal with the very real workforce issues when it comes to their wages and conditions and the reasons why workers are leaving the sector. If we have workers' voice as part of this, because they are the care, that would really go a long way to informing better policy and better outcomes for the people that need that care.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, happy for you to ask some questions, Chair. Thank you.
I'm interested to know what has been either the level or the nature of worker consultation and or co-design in relation to support at home prior to it coming in. So was the UWU, was UWU engaged in any co-design or consultation processes before support at home was rolled out?
I might defer to Tim Diamond on that one.
Thank you. So the United Workers Union, along with the Health Services Union and the ANMF, were on the Aged Care Transition Task Force, which was meant to be sort of managing the transition to really the entirety of the new aged care system.
Sorry, can I take a step back though? So that was once it was decided what it was going to look like.
Yes,
were you involved prior to that in any consultation or co-design of what it would look like?
So what we were very keen on ensuring went into the new aged care system was a worker voice mechanism. That went through various iterations, but went into the first reading version of the new Aged Care Act. I believe it had a term worker voice advisory bodies and things like that. This was very much tied to the care minutes metric, which then went on to, which is tied to residential care, but certainly has relevance for home care as well. We were obviously rather disappointed to see that that particular part of the initial version of the bill was removed as it went through the Senate. We think that really beyond meetings with unions, if I could put it like that, that structural components of the system being workers, co-design, but also sort of consultation on an ongoing required basis is something that is really needed in the aged care system for all the reasons that Sky has outlined. And, there's always, you can do specific meeting about specific issues, things like that, but really, and you'll see this in the first couple of recommendations in our submission, paid time meetings for consultation for this particular transition, but also really just regular ongoing respect for workers' rights to organise and their ability, and that recognition that unions are the ones that provide a voice for workers, and recognise that the system doesn't function unless workers are consulted themselves.
So given that we now know that CHSP is going to continue but needs to have a level of redesign in terms of it being a good program going forward, I'm assuming that might be an opportunity where you would like to see what went wrong with support at home rectified in terms of being consulted from the beginning.
We certainly are looking forward to the mooted consultation that the Minister has announced. We've previously indicated our support for a proper investigation and consultation into how block funding would be preserved to work with the system, whether it's CHSP Mark II or whether it's something within support at home. We would very much like the unions involved from the outset, particularly because in the old system, but of course it's the current system, CHSP, we found that there were particular problems with making sure that concrete improvements to workers' conditions, such as those arising from the work value decisions, really had a very patchy implementation within the Commonwealth Home Support System. And part of that was because some tasks or some employment within home support didn't fall within scope. In fact, initially the department had to send out a letter that basically said that some of you will receive some benefit, but basically some of you won't. We didn't find that particularly acceptable. There was some follow-up work to make sure that some of the subsidies were supposed to reflect Commonwealth support at home, the work value decisions going through. But I think, Sky can certainly testify on the ground that in a lot of cases people did not receive the increases that they were expecting.
So essentially what I'm hearing is co-design and proper consultation was deficient in support at home. There's a need to bring that in now as the issues with support at home need to be looked at. So this is an opportunity for the government to genuinely bring in worker voice that wasn't there from the beginning. And then obviously with CHSP that would be good too. I'm interested to know whether there's a difference between the experience for your workers in for-profit aged care centres or aged care organisations, given that they're working in people's homes, versus not-for-profit and council/state government-led facilities.
I can speak to that. I can't speak to the government or state council-run facilities because I don't have experience in that part of the model. But definitely in our membership, that is majority for profit and not for profit. The differences are minimal. It's whether it's for profit or not for profit. We find both are using profit or reduced cost motivation. Another sort of observation that we we have when we deal with providers is when it comes to the decisions and how they are making decisions in their organisations across the board, whether it's a board or CEO or the sort of upper management, none of them have any service delivery experience in my experience. These are people that predominantly come from financial backgrounds, maybe insurance, that are making decisions about, structuring care and how the workforce, and very much seeing it as, a set of numbers. And when we bring workers to the forefront of those discussions in providers, whether they're for-profit or not-for-profit, it's really eye-opening because whilst they are sort of leading an organisation and probably, in some of the cases a really huge organisation across Australia, they have very little direct contact with care workers and don't actually know what a day in a life of their jobs actually look like. So yes, I haven't seen a huge difference in that between the two sectors. The decisions predominantly seem to be based on for-profit or reducing costs.
Are there any providers that are doing it particularly well from a worker perspective, or is this an issue blanket across the board?
In my experience, it's an issue across the board. What we're seeing across the sector is also a rise of sort of two types. We have the really big providers, which is where where we have the majority of our members and where we actively organise, so the biggest providers. And then we see a lot of really small providers across the sector as well. We've seen the middle group largely be bought up by the bigger providers, so that group is becoming increasingly smaller. The small providers that we do engage with, and we do engage with some of them, usually around labour agreements and migration, we are seeing some of the worst employment practices and exploitation. We're seeing in those smaller providers when we have members and we can act on behalf of members and we look at their contract, we're seeing very obvious breaches to the award. We're seeing breaches to pay. We're seeing in some cases using the wrong award. We're seeing underpayments. We're seeing workers being exploited where their visa is tied to their workplace as well, that they're undermining their entitled wages and conditions, and workers are in a place where they can't speak out about it out of fear that not only will they lose their job and their money, but their visa status in Australia.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. Do you have any more, Senator Whittaker? All right, can I say thanks very much both for your comprehensive submission and also coming before the committee today, and as well to Mr De Vera. Thanks for taking time out of your work to do that, and also in her absence, thanks to Ms Aluru Knox for providing a statement. It is really critical that we have worker voice in this inquiry, and it's clear from the evidence that you've given today that that's something that's been missing throughout this process of support at home, and I hope that the recommendations that the committee makes around that are taken up by government so that you actually have more of a voice in the key work that you do. So thanks very much for that. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and they've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on the 17th of September 2026, but I don't think we took any questions on notice in this panel. So thanks again very much for your time before the committee today.
Thank you.
And I'm now going to welcome representatives from GLBTI Rights in Ageing Incorporated, the National Council of Women WA and Carers WA. you got a question, panel? Okay. Morning, everybody. It's nice to see you all. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate inquiries has been provided to you. For the benefit of the Hansard, I'm going to ask you all to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and I'll start at this end of the table.
Geordie Bailey and Program Manager for the Care Impaired Capacity team from Carers WA.
Amanda Lovelock, I'm Head of Services and Outcomes for Carers WA.
Carissa Gortham, Systemic Policy and Strategy Officer for Carers WA.
Julie Malloy, Regional Coordinator for Carers WA in the South West.
Robin Holland, President of National Council of Women WA.
David Gibson, pronouns he, him, Chair of GLBTI Rights and Ageing Grey.
Great, thanks very much, everyone. I'm now going to ask someone from each of your organisations to make an opening statement, and then we'll go to questions. So I might start with Carers WA.
We are sharing our opening statement. So, Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Carers WA, the peak body representing unpaid carers across Western Australia. My name is Carissa Gortham, Systemic Policy and Strategy Officer, and I am joined by my colleagues Amanda Lovelock, Head of Services and Outcomes, Geordie Bailey, Program Manager, Carer and Peer Capacity Building, and Julie Manoy, Regional Coordinator, South West. Carers WA welcomes this inquiry and supports the objective of the Support at Home program to help older Australians live safely, independently and with dignity in their own homes for longer. Today, we would like to focus on one critical measure of whether the program is working, the experience of unpaid carers. More than 3 million Australians provide unpaid care, including over 320,000 carers in Western Australia, meaning that many people in this room today will be a carer, recognised or otherwise. When services are delayed, unavailable or unaffordable, carers fill the gap.
The consistent message we hear in that significant implementation challenges remain. Carers report long waits for services, affordability pressures, limited respite, workforce shortages and difficulties navigating the new system, particularly in regional and remote communities, where service shortages and thin markets leave families with few alternatives. We're finding interim CHSP arrangements are leaving vulnerable people with high care needs without practical support while they wait for support at home services, because regional providers often lack the funding or capacity to accept the new referrals. This service gap places significant pressure on unpaid carers who are left to manage complex and sometimes palliative care needs at home without adequate support.
Carers WA supports the goals of reform. Our submission focuses on practical improvements, including an interim support guarantee while people wait for services, stronger recognition of carer strain in assessment and prioritisation processes, improved hardship protections, investment in respite and targeted action to address regional service gaps. The core question for this inquiry is whether support at home is actually increasing independence in practice, or whether unpaid carers are still being relied upon to actually make that system work.
If the committee takes one message from our evidence today, it is that every gap in the aged care system is ultimately filled by an unpaid carer. The success of support at home should be measured by whether support is delivered before families and carers reach crisis, not after. We urge the committee to place carers at the centre of its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the National Council of Women.
Thank you very much. I'm Robin Nolan, the President of National Council of Women WA, and we're a voluntary advocacy organisation, and predominantly we have a number of older, as most volunteer organisations these days do, have a number of older Western Australians. We have Western Australians from as far afield as Kununurra, Esperance, Albany and Kalgoorlie, Boulder, not necessarily and sadly some of the very small and remote towns, and there are quite a few of those in Western Australia. We're predominantly here today to talk about obviously the ageing population that is going to be happening in all of Australia, but predominantly Western Australia, And our concern is about people who are spending so much time waiting for assessment in some cases. I have an example of a lady who waited 10 months even to get an ACAT assessment in Esperance. Now, that is an enormous amount of time. And unfortunately, in her case, she didn't have a carer, a family member or someone who could give volunteer care. So in the end, she ended up being put into residential care, in my view, much too early. But that's just one little example. I want to also talk about the workforce. In particular, in relation to the issue of free TAFE and the training. I have a background myself in training, not necessarily in this area, I have to say, not in the health space, but I do have to say that I'd like to talk a little more about the training of the care that is being provided. And one of the fears that many of our members express constantly is this change of people, different people coming all the time to provide care. That's once they get care. And that has become quite an important issue because older Australians, particularly women living by themselves, feel a little fearful about who is coming into their home. I had one lady ring me in tears because somebody else had turned up at a front door and she had no idea who that person, I mean, she knew they were supposedly giving care. And the other issue that we find a lot with those that are receiving care is that cancellations are happening much too often. Now, that again is a workforce issue. There are a range of issues that I'd really like to talk about, but I think in an opening statement, I just want to say, representing those people who are trying to get care, receiving care, and obviously the workforce are the three really important issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Nolan. Mr Gibson.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, my name's David. I'm the Chair of GREY. GREY is Australia's only peer-led community control organisation dedicated to supporting older, and when we say older, we go 50 plus, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people. Our submission supports the objectives of the Support at Home program. As the committee no doubt has heard, older Australians should be able to remain living safely, independently and with dignity in their own homes for as long as possible. However, our central message is simple. A service being available does not mean a person feels safe enough to use it. Support at Home requires to invite workers into the most private parts of their lives, often when people are becoming frail or dependent. For older LGBTI Australians, that decision is shaped by a lifetime of experience. Many grew up when homosexuality was criminalised, gender diversity pathologised, and discrimination was lawful. Some lost employment, housing, family, faith communities, or military careers. Many learned that remaining invisible was a form of protection. The laws have changed, but those experiences have not disappeared. They continue to influence whether people disclose personal information, seek help early, or trust the services that are offered to them. As one participant in Grey's Older Persons Blueprint told us, I fought hard to live openly. I don't want to have to go back into the closet just because I'm old or in care. That is why we ask the committee to recognise trust as a practical implementation outcome of Support at Home. It should be measured alongside service availability, waiting times, utilisation and workforce. Evidence released after our submission reinforces this point. The National ACVVS LGBTQA+ Research and Engagement Project involved 8 specialist community organisations across Australia, engaged nearly 8,000 LGBTI people through community outreach, delivered training to more than 900 aged care sector participants and reached more than 6,500 people through a digital campaign. The aim was to increase the numbers who would access ACVVS. Despite that considerable effort, across Australia, the project generated only 97 client referrals. The report found that reaching one older LGBTI person cost approximately $4,099 because of the sustained outreach, relationship building and sector engagement required. The figures should not be read as evidence that specialist programs are ineffective. It demonstrates that the level of effort required to reach a population that is often invisible within mainstream systems. The report found that many older LGBTQA+ people do not disclose their identity because of lifelong stigma, fear of discrimination, and limited confidence in inclusive practice. It also found that many aged care providers were unaware of specialist LGBTI services and that building effective referral relationships takes considerable time. In the submission, Grey referred to its own experience with ACVVS. When Grey no longer could offer the specialist visiting services, it supported all of its participants to transition to another provider who was from outside of the LGBTQIA+ community. Every single one of them declined to be referred to the new provider. It was not a judgment about the quality or good faith of the replacement provider. It showed that continuity of care is not merely the transfer of a name, a referral, or a serviced allocation. It includes continuity of trusted relationships. Our evidence also points to what we describe as a culturally defined thin market. A metropolitan area may have many providers, but if an older LGBTI person trusts only one or two of them, then the practical choice is very limited. If inclusive providers cannot be easily identified, choice narrows even further. Grey therefore asks the committee to consider the recommendations that it has put forward. That trust is considered a primary implementation outcome. Secondly, that we embed culturally safe, trauma-informed practice within quality standards and continuing improvement, rather than relying on the current situation of optional training. Thirdly, we strengthen meaningful choice by making inclusive providers easy to identify, both on the government website and through the organisations themselves, by recognising culturally defined thin markets and consistently recognising chosen family. And finally, fund and support specialist community organisations as implementation partners. These organisations do more than provide advice. They build the relationships that help people cross the threshold into care. In summary, older LGBTI Australians are not asking for special treatment or separate aged care or a separate aged care system. They are asking for a system that they can enter without concealing who they are or surrendering their relationships or sacrificing their dignity. Thank you.
Thanks very much for all of those opening statements. I'm going to go to Senator Whittaker to kick us off.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for making the time to appear today and for your submissions. We've heard, not just throughout the course of this inquiry for a long time, about the importance of providing help to older people, their families and their carers in navigating the aged care system. The government's funded a number of things to assist with this: the Older Persons Advocacy Network, Council on the Ageing. I'm just wondering, particularly for the specific groups that each of you represent, what works in terms of providing that support to navigate the system, what doesn't, and what do you think needs to be changed in order to help navigate what is a really complex system? Happy for any to... Why don't we start with... Does anyone want to volunteer?
Well,
go for it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ms Nolan.
No, thank you. It's a really important point because once upon a time, particularly in Western Australia and other parts of Australia, and I come originally from New South Wales, you certainly had a more family unit and a closer environment where there were people to help as people aged. Sadly, we're seeing now that there is such particularly, I think, in Western Australia, a lot of people have left, younger generations have left the state and are either in, say, Melbourne or Sydney or even overseas. And I think one of the important things is that there needs to be somewhere that they can actually look to go to get the initial help, because they really, a lot of them do not know where to start. And not everyone has a computer, but more and more people, obviously older people, are using obviously laptops and what have you. But it is still really difficult for a lot of these people, particularly in the rural areas, to go, what do I do, where do I go? And as I made mention of that lady in Esperance, right, she didn't have a clue how to start. She then waited so long and, as I said, ended up in care, residential care, where really she should have been at home for some of that time. So I think there needs to be an agency somewhere where people, and it shouldn't be online. I have to say, look, I use the online system all the time, but you know what I'm sort of saying? There needs to be, whether it's maybe through local government even, because there's usually a local government in all of these smaller communities. I'm not sure, but there needs to be some way that they can access and understand what it is, and then, of course, we go further forward where getting that care and all of that sort of thing. But initially, it's trying to navigate the system, and I think we need some form, and I just said, local government, but I think there needs to be some place that people can go. Maybe it's, even a travelling environment, if you know what I mean, so that once a month they do a lot of that, particularly up in northern Western Australia. So if people sort of know that there's that sort of availability, they're not so scared of the whole process. And at the moment you find that particularly women, as soon as they start looking at the process or finding out about it, they're scared to start off with, they then wait. So I think that is a really important point.
If I can just jump in on that, and just to echo the comment, I think for older LGBTI people, we're less likely to have biological family. So it's, when we're older, we don't have children that we can turn to. Yeah. We might find that our own siblings have shunned us for whatever reason, and so we don't have our sort of biological extended family in that sense. And so that concept of chosen family is one that is widely understood within the LGBTI community. But chosen family don't have experience in this area. And so if something can be done better, I think it would be to have peer-led supports to navigate this process. Being at the end of the phone, and I agree, with online services can be quite challenging. And if you're an older trans woman who has come and transitioned late in life, you want to trust the person bringing you through that service, and you want to know that the service provider is going to understand and be supportive in your home. And so I think that within the LGBTI community, we often have informal lists of doctors that we're happy to go to, lists of lawyers that we can support. The same happens within the aged care space. Often it's the list of who not to go to, but I think having paid navigators that are peer-led could be very beneficial in helping older members of community navigate what is a challenging process for anyone.
Thank you.
Did anyone from Carers WA want to respond to that question?
Yeah, if I can address that, that would be lovely. Thank you for the question. Carers WA has a program that's been operating for many years called Wellness at Home. That is a program that helps people that are on or starting the journey with CHSP, but we also help provide support when they're going on to look at support at home services. So that navigation through that they can get. Regionally, I used to work in the program in Perth. Regionally, there's a lot of that navigation goes on. So we classify it as more intensive support to help guide them through, because like registering with My Aged Care, that whole process is so difficult for them. So there's a lot of our role now that is doing a lot of that navigation, being there to help support them, look at providers that are out there, which is what the Wellness do as well, Wellness program. But it's just letting them look at costs and things like that. And obviously in regional areas, we don't have as much comparisons to do as what we usually do in Perth. But there is a need for that navigation, and it takes up quite a lot of our time, is that navigation to make sure they get the supports that they need.
Can I ask a supplementary question? How does someone know to find Carers WA to do that job or to help with that?
We do a lot of, part of our roles is community engagement. So, again, constantly talking to organisations to identify them as a carer, because first off, they're a wife looking after a husband, or vice versa, or even a child. It's mum. Mum looked after us. So a lot of our promotion is about identifying the carer and then also letting them know that where we are. So the great thing with us having regional presence is they're also not having to deal with Perth. So for especially regionally, a lot of people don't want to have to deal to another person on the phone. So our presence in the regions is really important to make sure that people know when they come to us, we can help guide them with those sort of supports.
So if I'm living in WA and I just realise that my mum or dad needs support in the home, and I get onto the My Aged Care website, and I don't know that Carers WA exists, how am I likely to find that out?
It could be through a GP referral, it could be through an admission to hospital. One of the biggest things we aim to do is to reduce hospital presentation, so making sure that we're doing all we can in order to promote our name, promote our services. And as Julie rightfully pointed out, and you mentioned in your example, you don't even know that you're a carer. You think you're just doing what you're doing, so you're not necessarily looking for that particular support. You're looking for support for the person who is the care recipient, as opposed to yourself and how you might navigate that differently. So absolutely our referral pathways and strengthening and building on those partnerships and relationships within the community across the broader WA state.
Do we need something on My Aged Care that says if you live in WA, here are some organisations that can help you navigate the system? If you live in Queensland, here, because
there's absolute strength in it, and I think it's been mentioned by all three representing organisations in terms of you recognise you might need some additional support and you're provided with a list of who you might go to. I think the missing gap, and Julie covered it really well, once you know you might need the support, the teams are around to help you navigate what that support might look like. There's a missing navigation step before that around, well, how do I even know where to go? And providing people with a list of services isn't necessarily going to cut it. Let's face it, I ring the first two. If I happen to have phoned the one and I'm in the wrong area or I don't meet the eligibility, I'm giving up at that point because I've got other things to worry about, my own children, my own neighbour, whatever else is going on in my world. So that warm navigation, that warm introduction, that somebody to help you navigate where through before you actually get into the service, who then further promote that, is perhaps something that's not working and is missing, because this isn't my only thing that I'm focusing on in my world today.
Yeah, can I just say, sorry to interrupt, but can I just say as well, sometimes what happens is that a family member, say son or daughter, then comes from another state, so they absolutely have no idea whatsoever. So going to My Aged Care, they realise that's the first place. To have something on there, I think, would be an excellent idea. It gives them a starting point. I've had a couple of cases where people have exactly that, come from another state and sort of have no idea, they haven't lived here for gosh knows how long, and suddenly that would be a starting point. Yeah.
If I could just add, specific for the LGBTI community, the challenge for us is when we see a list, we don't know who we can trust on that list.
Yeah.
And I think if the department or My Aged Care, in their advertising campaigns, specifically reached out into LGBTQIA plus media and ran advertising campaigns so that people were aware not just of the website, but who on the website is supportive or is appropriate for older LGBTI people. That works well in both ways, because often you can have LGBTI children who are now required to provide care for their parents and are looking for a provider that they want to feel safe with, because they're going to have those conversations about themselves as well as the care of their parents.
Thank you.
Happy to share the call, Chair.
Senator Ruston?
Thank you very much, and thanks everyone for your evidence. I was just wondering, Ms. Nolan, in your submission you were very clear and succinct about the issues that were particularly concerning to the people that you represent, but I was just wondering if you were able to break it down into the changes that you've seen and the information that you've got back from the people you represent about what has changed since the 1st of November 2025. Have things become more difficult? Have they become easier? Are you seeing greater access to care, less access to care? But I'm really keen to just sort of define it to that period, for 1st of November 2025 and until now. What changes have you seen?
Well, certainly in the people that I've been dealing with, it has been much longer to wait for the services that they need. There is no doubt that there has been a length of time increasing. I recently wrote to the Minister and I've had a reply, and I understand that reply sort of said that the days were coming down, but my understanding is that the number of days are just outrageous. I mean, it's all very well to say we've come down from 344 days to 297 days or something. Well, I'm sorry, that's still far too much. And for an elderly person who really does need some support, whether it be even a ramp. In fact, some of the issues that I've found is that the longer wait is for little things that they need in their home, like a ramp to get up back steps to a garden, in one lady's case, is still waiting. And she just needs, that's her washing line. And tell her to put washing anywhere else, you can't do that. The lady is 92 years of age. She lives by herself, a remarkable woman, but a ramp or a rail to help her up those stairs would be something that's really, really important. You just can't wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And the other thing with elderly people is that once you meet with them, say they've now been ACAT assessed. So the issue is that they are expecting it, and it can't happen the next day, but do you know what I'm sort of saying? They expect that there's going to be something that happens, and it just goes on and on and on. And I'm sorry, nearly 300 days in many cases is just far too long, and that has certainly gone out, in my view, since November last year.
Yes. Do others in the panel have a view? I'd like to add to that.
Yeah, Ms. Gorton.
Yes, and in those 300 odd days or whatever it is, it's the carer who fills the gaps. It's the carer who's taking up all those extra care responsibilities that other services could have been providing, and that's just increasing the strain, the stress, the decreased well-being, the increased psychological stress that carers experience every day. So it's so important that carers are included in assessment processes.
If I can add, from an LGBTI perspective, nothing has changed because it wasn't working before that date.
It has extended.
So do you want to be specific about that? So what are the things that have carried through to the new system? I mean, so am I taking from what you've just said that you don't believe there is any change since the 1st of November, or are you just relying or speaking specifically to certain parts of the care delivery?
The challenges that LGBTI people have faced in navigating and accessing this care system has not improved, nor has it declined since the changes that have come through. The reason is because the system is designed in a heteronormative way. And as a result, LGBTI people are invisible within the system. It is within, we don't ask the question about a person's gender or sexual, gender identity or sexuality, so we don't know how to provide that level of support. We don't do it, and I have greatest respect to other people on the panel here, but I am a carer. When I registered with Carers WA, they didn't ask if I was LGBTI. So there was no visibility of what my unique circumstances were. It is the same with government departments, and we've only just had a census that is now asking that question. And this time next year, I imagine we'll start to see some drilling into that data. But in all fairness, nothing has changed because nothing has improved from the old system to the changes that occurred.
Yeah, okay. Can I just ask you, all of you, there's been a lot of conversation around the failure to be able to get access to either home modifications or assistive technology, and I think Ms. Nolan, you raised that as a specific issue about the person that you were referring to. All they needed was a ramp to get to their clothesline. Are you finding that the wait times are worse for home modifications and assistive technologies, or are they sort of sitting alongside the actual access to care in a similar way in terms of their lack of delivery?
Well, certainly in regional rural towns that I have dealt with, women who are members of ours or friends of members, it seems that side of things is taking a longer time. It also seems that they get a bit of this and a bit of that, whereas once upon a time, and I can go back quite some years, obviously my own parents had some supports at home, and everything sort of all happened at once, if you know what I mean. So there's sort of this fear thing that it's like, well, someone's come to, now I'm going to be getting cleaning, but I also want something else. I also need my lawn mowed. I also need a ramp or a shower head or something quite minor in many cases. And it seems more so to me, I'm aware of some men, but I'm just saying elderly women's, and obviously because of our organisation, I guess, as well. So I do think that that type of, and it's also what modifications are needed. Like, they're now deciding, someone, a bureaucrat, in my view, is deciding what you can and can't have. Now, surely the woman or person that lives in their home should know what little bit of what would help them continue to do the sorts of things that they are doing. It mightn't be, the lawn might be, you know, so wide that the neighbour might only a small plot, but no, oh, you need someone to mow your lawn. So it's like they're being told what care they need. Sometimes then they get a bit of it. There needs to be a better way that they work out with the person or others what it is that they need as well. And that's something that really has come through from women who are needing some assistance.
So are you saying there's a lack of agency, Ms Nolan?
Sorry?
That people are feeling a lack of agency?
Yes, they're feeling as though they're being told what it is they need rather than listening to what it is. I mean, I'll just give you an example, right? A woman through an ACAT assessment said that she could make a cup of tea. But sadly, and she'd been in hospital as well, sadly, she couldn't fill the jug. So if the jug was full, or the kettle was full, yes, she could turn it on, but then would she be able to lift it? She could probably lift it, but she couldn't take it over to the sink. Now, that was an ACAT assessment that they just took her word for it, that she could make a cup of tea. Now, I'm just saying there needs to be a more holistic approach in relation to what it is that the people need themselves. They need to be able to have that communication and sort of say, this would help me, rather than, oh, well, you need this or you need that.
And it seems to me what you're saying is there's a combination of the two, though, because there also needs to be an in-home actual assessment of whether people can do the things they say.
Absolutely. It is really important that it's a one-on-one situation, not an algorithm or anything else. It's got to be, you know, someone sitting somewhere else cannot understand what it is that the people need. You know, you can put washing in a washing machine, but can you get it out and hang it out? They don't ask those questions. They say, can you still wash your clothes in a washing machine? So the whole look at the whole thing, I just think, needs to be, and I know it's going to be labour intensive, please don't get me wrong, but I'm saying that's the way you're going to have to do it, because you cannot even assume that the person is going to say what it is they need, let alone an algorithm that's going to say, well, you're such and such an age and you live here and you do this and you do that. Sorry, it just doesn't.
Why we so strongly support and agree with that discussion around having the carer voice at the table. Recent example for me would be within my own family, and a father who says, yes, I can do that myself, only to have my mother correct him and say, well, actually, no, you can't. You need this, this and this. But he didn't want to recognise his inability to complete that task. So without having a carer's voice at the table, we might not be hearing a true support story and a true idea of what equipment or what other adjustments or modifications may in fact be required, let alone the timeliness of getting them in place at an appropriate time to not add strain to that already strenuous and strained relationship.
And carers themselves will often not think about themselves, especially where it comes to getting supports in place for the person they're caring for. So carers some may not even realise that they may be approaching crisis when the person that they're caring for is in crisis themselves.
Back to you, Senator Ruston.
Yeah, look, just finally back to home modifications and assistive technologies. I was just wondering, have you had any sort of line of sight over the difference in the cost of delivery of a home modification or an assistive technology because of the processes that are required under supported home, as opposed to being able to get one of those, you know, whether it be the technology or the home modifications, you know, if you just rung up the local builder and asked them to come and build you a ramp, or you've gone down to the local pharmacist and hired yourself a set of crutches. Have you got any views or evidence that you've noticed about the huge escalation in, you know, I suppose you'd call it bureaucracy inflation because of the requirements in order to get assistive technology and home modifications through the whole supported home system?
I have to say that I haven't got specific evidence as such. I know the wait times, but one of the things that does worry me, the same as with the NDIS, it's the same as if you're organising a wedding, suddenly the price of everything goes up. And I'm sad to say that I have through the NDIS, but not through the support at home. So I assume that bureaucracy is going to make it, you know, a whole lot harder and more expensive, but I can't give you a specific case, unfortunately.
Ms Gordon?
I can give you a case. A regional carer that I recently spoke of, she cares for her friend. And when her friend went into hospital and came time to leave hospital, she couldn't leave hospital because she needed a piece of assistive technology installed in her home. But that couldn't be done until there was a letter and assessment from the OT. So this whole process was holding up her being able to go home. So her friend, this carer, paid for that to be installed in the home so that her friend could go home, and the OT assessment was done later. But you can tell this whole process would have kept her friend in hospital a lot longer if this carer hadn't paid for that piece of technology to be installed.
And there's also delays regionally, especially to get things fitted as well. So, and that's, it is a major problem. Not only the process for the assessment to get those things implemented, but then also to get them fitted in. I mean, we've got people that have been waiting for quite some time in some regions to get the safety handrails that are putting themselves at risk of further damage. So, big impact on that.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. We're getting close to time, but I might just give an open invitation to each of you, from someone from each organisation, if there's a last thing that we haven't asked you about that you would like to get on the record, noting that we have your submissions, but if there's anything you particularly wanted to get on the record that we haven't drawn out through questions, if you'd like to leave us with that. So I might start with Carers WA, if you have anything else you want to add.
The most important recommendation that we would say is that establishment of the interim support guarantee that we mentioned in our submission. So if an older person has been assessed and approved for support, there should be temporary assistance available while they wait for ongoing services to commence. And currently, approval does not mean support. And during these waiting periods, people may deteriorate and carers absorb increasing care responsibilities. An interim support guarantee would help prevent crisis, avoidable hospitalisation and carer burnout.
Thank you. Ms Nolan, is there anything else?
Yes, I did want to mention a little more about the workforce situation, particularly in relation to training and free TAFE. 35% of the free TAFE places in Western Australia are in the care area. I'm not necessarily saying all in relation to aged care, but certainly in the care area. And what we're finding, and I've spoken with people in the TAFE, is that getting a workforce to train those people, where many of those workforce are not in any way trained in that particular area. So I'm not quite sure about, and there is now some questions about the training because of the staffing that the TAFE needs to train those people. So it's a really important issue, and I'm not sure, I haven't spoken with anyone else in any other places around Australia, but I think it's a similar problem that you are now getting trainers that aren't qualified. It's a bit like maths teachers in schools, sadly. You know the situation.
Do you know as an ex-teacher?
Yeah, and I'm an ex-teacher as well, and my son is a maths teacher in another state, so I'm saying it's a really important issue, but that is what's happening now in the TAFE system. So we have to be very aware of that, particularly in the care sector. As I said, 35% is quite a significant amount.
Thank you. And Mr Gibson.
Madam Chair, if I could, I referenced a report that was released, so I'd like to
table that.
Yes, table that,
yep.
if that's possible for the committee's review, just to pick up on that work. And I think the only final point that I would like to just to make And it comes back to the issue of trust. With regards to whilst we know the laws do not permit, it's unlawful to discriminate against LGBTI people, we still have religious exemptions for faith-based organisations with employment. And when it comes to trust, if you are concerned that the person who is coming into your home from a faith-based provider has been given an exemption and their bias is going to come through. And I think, we are in 2026, and I think we are at a point now where those faith-based or religious exemptions for employment purposes are no longer required. We should have a level playing field so that everybody who knows if they're having a support worker, an organisation, regardless of whether they be council-owned, state government-owned, faith-based, or whether they be for-profit, that everybody who comes through their door should be required, and there wouldn't be, the exemptions that we currently, because that creates that fear of, can I trust this person?
Thank you. Can I say thank you very much to all of you for the time that you've taken in giving submissions to the committee and in coming to appear before us and giving evidence today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Thursday the 17th of September 2026. The committee will now suspend for lunch and will recommence at 1:05 p.m. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Are you ready to go, Senator Ruston?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. The committee will now resume. Afternoon, everyone. I now welcome representatives from the Western Australian Government and the Shire of... Now, how do I say that? Is it Wagin? Wagin? Okay. You can tell I'm not a local. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate inquiries has been provided to you. For the benefit of the Hansard, I'm going to ask you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll start on my left.
Okay, it's Brian Kilpatrick, elected member for the Shire of Wagin and also acting president.
Thank you.
Kenneth Parker, Chief Executive Officer, Shire of Wagin.
Shirley Bryan, Director General for Department of Health, Western Australia.
Great, thank you. I'm going to invite you to make any opening remarks and then we'll go to Senators' questions. So did you have an opening statement?
Yeah.
Yep.
Am I right to? Yeah, I'll start then, if that's okay. Yeah. Thank you to committee for the opportunity to appear today. The Shire of Wagin is a small wheat belt local government with a population of approximately 1,800 people and is approximately 2.5 hours from Perth. Demographically, we are changing. We are a growing community and increasingly a place where older Australians are choosing to live. By 2036, the Shire is projected to have an almost 40% increase in the people over 65 years of age and 145% increase in people of 85 years of age. Our shires provide home care services under various forms for over 40 years. We commenced providing services because of a dearth of other providers. The Shire has invested in its capacity to deliver home care. We have well-trained staff cohort and boosted our clinical care capacity through the employment of 2 nurses. Our 8 out of 8 score in 2024 audit by the department demonstrates our commitment to good governance and looking after the interests of our clients. The Shire has approximately 101 Commonwealth Home Support Program clients and 10 supported home clients. Changes from bulk funding mean that our CHSP service runs at a significant loss. In 2025 to 26, the Shire will need to return almost at 1/4 of its CHSP funding back to Commonwealth because the funding it receives is less than the cost of delivering services. For example, the domestic assistance that the Shire received $61.49 per hour, while the cost of delivery is over $78 per hour. The grant per hour of gardening service is $74, but the cheapest contracted quotes is $110. Support at home is funded differently and can be more readily delivered at a profit. For the same transport service, the Shire receives $80 for a supported home client, but only $40 for a CHSP client. The profitability has attracted other service providers who deliver support at home in our region. The My Aged Care website reports that there are 47 supported home providers in the Shire of Wagin. We suggest that practically four at most. Four at most. The Shire is the largest CHSP provider. The potential profitability of supported home means that there is an incentive for providers to encourage clients to move from CHSP to supported home, regardless of whether this reflects the client's needs. It also means that there is a tension in the Shire continuing to provide CHSP at a loss. Our clients are proud and self-reliant. Many come from a farming background where they are used to doing things for themselves. Understandably, they only want to pay for the service that they need. This week's announcement by the government that CHSP will continue is welcome in some respects, but without reform, the government's plan will perpetuate the two different and competing markets. CHSP in its current form is not sustainable for providers who must find ways to offset their losses delivering CHSP. Minister Butler, in his press release announcing the continuation of CHSP, said that the Council can no longer use the excuse of uncertainty to withdraw from CHSP. Ratepayers in the Shire have directly subsidised the Commonwealth's delivery of CHSP to the tune of $200,000 over the last 3 years. Our entire rate base is just over $3 million. Having proudly delivered this challenging service on the ground on behalf of the Commonwealth for 40 years, Uncertainty is not the reason why the Shire is being asked by a community, being asked by some of it in our community, why the Shire should continue to deliver home care. It is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable funding environment. Our submission called for the Commonwealth to ensure adequate and sustainable funding for both CHSP and supported home services in regional areas, and we ask for the committee's support in that regard.
Thanks very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Kirkpatrick.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today before the committee. Let me acknowledge Ron Wajak Puja here in WA. I'm appearing in my capacity as Director General of Health of the Health Department of Western Australia, and you've already received a submission from our Minister for Aged Care, Minister Simone McGurk. Western Australia has a very unique perspective on aged care, including home supports, the entire spectrum of care for older people. We are a geographically vast state with significant regional and remote populations, diverse First Nation communities, rapidly growing multicultural communities, and an ageing population that is growing faster every year. Around 80 Western Australians turn 65 every day, and by 2036, almost 20% of our population will be over 65, and it's for that reason we'd like to see improvements in home supports in particular. At the same time, the number of Western Australians living with dementia is expected to almost double during the next decade, adding further complexity. Against this backdrop, the success of the supported home program is not simply, though, about aged care. It is fundamental to the health and well-being, independence and dignity of older Western Australians. Today I'd like to address the committee's terms of reference, if I may, by going through the things that really intersect with our hospital system in particular and other matters that are raised. The first question before the inquiry is whether older Australians can access services that allow them to live safely and with dignity in their own homes. For many Western Australians, particularly those with complex needs, timely access remains the single greatest challenge. The aspiration behind supported home is one that we strongly support. Older people overwhelmingly want to stay at home. They want to be connected to their families, communities and support networks. And in WA, with so many remote populations and communities, it's really essential that people get to stay there. However, the reality we continue to hear through applications from older people and letters to us is that they are waiting too long to receive the services they've been assessed as needing. As of March 2026, published Commonwealth data shows around 7,500 Western Australians were waiting for support at home services. Nationally, we understand there are more than 100,000 people waiting. Many others are waiting for assessments or operating on interim funding arrangements that provide only part of the support they require. Delayed access to in-home care increases the risks of falls, deterioration in health, carer fatigue, hospital admission and premature entry into residential care, if they can get in. These are not merely, though, administrative delays. They are delays measured in declining health, lost independence and increased distress for older people and their families. I'd now like to just briefly mention the second and third terms of reference focus on co-payments and pricing arrangements. This again is an issue that we receive much correspondence on from people. The WA Government continues to receive this correspondence, raising concerns that service budgets are no longer stretching as far as they once did. Older people report receiving fewer hours of support and face difficult decisions about which services they can afford to retain. Others tell us they are limiting or foregoing services altogether because of the financial contribution needed. For many older people, these are not optional lifestyle services. They are essential services helping with showering, dressing, meal preparation, mobility, transport, etc. When pricing mechanisms result in consumers receiving fewer hours of care than they previously received, or when co-payments influence decisions, there is a real risk that the objectives of independence and ageing in place are completely undermined. The feedback we have received suggests that affordability and transparency remain important issues for consumers, particularly those on fixed incomes and pension-based budgets. This leads directly to the question of financial hardship. It is my personal belief that no older Australian should have to choose between financial security and essential care. This issue is particularly important and prominent in Western Australia, where service delivery costs are often significantly higher outside metropolitan areas and consumers may have fewer provider options available to them. Any aged care system designed to support ageing in place must ensure that access to services is determined by need, not by an individual's capacity to contribute financially, nor by their postcode. The fourth area I'd particularly like to address is the impact of all of this on our hospitals currently. From a health system perspective, aged care and healthcare are considered separately, but they are an ecosystem, as you know. When support is available at home, older people remain independent. When it's not available, they fall, they present to hospital, and then they unfortunately are getting stuck there. And that is because when support is unavailable, the pressures of that actually just land on our hospital system, which is always there and the default. In Western Australia at present, on any given day, there are at least 400 older people occupying hospital beds despite being medically fit for discharge. During recent winter periods, in fact today, that number is 430 people. These people no longer require acute hospital care, but cannot be safely discharged because appropriate care pathways are not available. Extended hospital stays contribute to loss of function, reduced independence and a poorer quality of life. The impact on our health system in WA is equally significant, consuming an estimated $350 million in hospital costs annually and reducing capacity for patients who need acute care to get into those beds. The effectiveness of support at home, therefore, has direct implications not only for aged care outcomes, but also for hospital capacity, emergency department demand, and overall health system sustainability. I would, if you don't mind, share a couple of case studies, and these are people we know well, and we have many, many of them. A 97-year-old person who was living at home with a transition home care package level 2 was admitted to hospital in December last year. Their aged care assessment in hospital determined they were eligible for the transition care program, but their support at home assessment was only at a classification 2, a lower level of support than their existing home care package. In January, the person was discharged from a hospital to our TCP program. The individual wanted to go home. The assessment organisation did not see value in seeking reassessment for a higher support at home classification because it would take too long. They expected that he would wait for about 8 months. This would be far too long for a 97-year-old to wait before getting any benefit. The person's TCP episode reached the maximum 18-week duration in June this year, at which point Commonwealth funding ceased and the state has been fully funding care. As of today, this person is still in residential TCP waiting a permanent residential aged care placement. It's unacceptable for him, it's unacceptable for all of us, and it represents some of the difficulties in particular in WA because it costs an enormous amount more in WA to build, and therefore you will have heard from residential care providers it's a real dilemma. And for that reason, we want people to stay at home. It's the best place for them. I would now, if I may, just discuss some of the algorithm issues that we are seeing in our system. I refer to page 3 of Minister McGurk's submission, which states, "It is unacceptable that assessors are not able to override decisions when the algorithm fails to capture the complexity of a person's circumstances." We are not against the methodology of having an algorithm, but we are concerned that we can't override it in some circumstances. Many of our clinical delegates who do these assessments are very, very skilled. They do them day in, day out, and they have for many years. These experienced assessors are no longer now decision makers. Instead, they collect data for an opaque formula that they cannot correct, even when they see in front of their own eyes that the clinical outcome is wrong for the person in front of them. It has led to a lot of professional distrust, but more importantly, they are supporting clients and families in explaining why this is the case. Again, I would like to give you this case study because I find it quite informative. A 97-year-old gentleman residing in Bunbury, which is south here as a regional metropolitan centre, with his 95-year-old wife, retired farmers. He had a transitioned home care package of level 3. He has high care needs, including cognitive decline, falls, needing personal care assistance 7 days a week, and was not coping with that level of support. This elderly gentleman was reassessed under the new supported home scheme as a level 8 appropriate at medium priority, which in WA means 8 to 9 months wait, on the 30th of December 2025. His 95-year-old wife and carer was also in receipt of her own transition home care package level 4 due to falls, shortness of breath and high care needs. His wife was suffering from significant carer stress. They desperately wanted to remain home together, but needed an immediate increase in funding to enable them to do so. While the reassessed funding level was appropriate, the priority level was inappropriate and not responsive to the urgency of the situation. They were assigned their full funding offer out of that assessment on the 16th of June this year. They waited 6 months. We have provided numerous examples to the Commonwealth review processes of very similar cases where older people with significant frailty, complex clinical needs, advanced dementia or substantial caring pressures have received outcomes that our clinicians would not have expected based on their professional judgment. They work directly with older people all the time. Their feedback is that the assessment tools and algorithms must be capable of accommodating individual complexity, urgency, and that experienced clinical assessors should have appropriate mechanisms to escalate or override outcomes when circumstances warrant it. I'm nearly finished, but I did want to mention the thin market issue, which has already been raised. The issue of thin markets is particularly important in Western Australia and particularly in the aged care sector. Our geography presents us challenges unlike those experienced in many other jurisdictions. We have communities separated by hundreds and sometimes thousands of kilometres. We have small populations spread across vast regions. We face ongoing workforce challenges and higher service delivery costs. These conditions create real risks to market sustainability. In some communities, there may be only one provider, limited provider choice, or no viable market at all. For older people living in regional and remote WA, ageing at home is often much more than service preference, of course. It's about remaining connected to family, community, country and culture. Without adequate service availability, people are forced to leave their communities and their homes to access care in the metropolitan region if they can get it. Western Australia has 38 multi-purpose service sites. These are run by WA Health. These sites continue to provide an essential safety net in many locations where conventional markets approaches are insufficient. These services play a critical role in supporting vulnerable communities. I haven't mentioned our Aboriginal people, our First Nations people, but they deserve to be able to stay on country, and they do experience significant and poorer health outcomes, as you're aware. For that reason, we really want to see culturally appropriate supports at home in regional areas in WA, and we do consider it a very difficult task given the pricing mechanism. I would just like to finish by saying Western Australians need shorter waiting times for home supports. They need services that remain affordable as their needs increase. They need viable solutions in regional and remote communities, and they need an assessment process that recognises complexity and supports clinical judgment. Thank you for the opportunity to make my statement.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your opening statements. I might go to the thing that you finished on first, Dr. Bowen, which is thin markets. We heard evidence yesterday in Alice Springs from providers that provide care in very remote settings, very similar to WA, and we've also heard evidence in Queensland around similar issues due to geography and particularly isolated First Nations communities. One of the witnesses has put it to us that the NATSIFAC model of care, if that could be rolled out more broadly, they see as being helpful. Juniper actually aged care mentioned that this morning. They talked about the fact that it provides flexibility within both supported home style funding with individualised packages as well as CHSP. So interested in your view as to whether we need a more flexible model, and probably that's a question also for you, Councillor Fitzkilpatrick, given that you provide those two types of services. Would it be easier, notwithstanding your comments about the lack of investment in CHSP, I think everybody agrees that is a problem. If there was to be more investment in CHSP, is a more flexible model something that would actually help services to be better delivered rather than putting us into these rigid, only individualised or only block-funded programs? Dr. Bowen, if you want to start.
Yes, thank you. I think that sounds like a very reasonable option. Where we have limited providers, that's where our thin market piece comes from. We might only have one provider in a remote and regional place to be able to flexibly move between the different types of funding mechanisms would be fantastic. So if that's a bundle of care for someone and it can be used flexibly, I think it would be great to see.
How would that work in somewhere like?
Happy to fill that out.
I'll ask if it's okay, Chair. I'll ask my CEO to carry on.
I think from our client's perspective, they don't mind what funding package they're on, whether it's CHSP or support at home. They care about being able to travel to their medical appointments. They care about whether their dishes are cleaned or their gardening's done. As a service provider, I would caution that greater flexibility can sometimes come with greater complexity. We currently operate within both CHSP and support at home systems. That complicates the task of transport. It complicates the task of gardening and domestic assistance, all those things, because we have two different reporting systems, two different funding streams, two different sets of accounts and two different sets of accountabilities, two different departments to work with. Flexibility for the consumer is wonderful, but ultimately what the consumer, I would suspect, would want is to be able to travel and to continue to receive their services. If flexibility is an answer, that's fine, but service providers would struggle, I think, with potentially multiple programs as opposed to one program.
Could I unpack that a little bit more? Would it be less complicated, for example, if particular types of services, for example, were block-funded CHSP for everyone? So, for example, community transport, meals, cleaning, and then clinical personal care was a more individualised, so that it wasn't the case that you had someone who's getting transport under support at home and someone else gets transport under CHSP, but a particular type of service was one thing and the other service was the other. Would that lessen the complexity, or is that still tricky?
It would depend on what the overall hierarchy of funding arrangements that sits above that. And of course, being a human service, this relates to the individual client's needs and their assessment. And whether this is still the thing, but I know that historically it's been the thinking, of course, that you enter into the system in aged care through CHSP, which provides lower level services, and then you mature through support at home and then to other forms of the aged care. And so picking certain service types and having those delivered under different banners could work, but it potentially undermines that idea of that CHSP is your starter service and then you progress through the thing.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, like cleaning's always cleaning. Cleaning is a lower level service, and just because your needs get higher because you then need wound care doesn't mean that cleaning becomes more complex. It's still cleaning.
And so we absolutely agree with that, which is why we can't understand why for transport services, which is there's no clinical set at all. For CHSP we get $40, and for a support at home we get $80.
Yeah, and then that flows through to the person with the service. Can I just ask you about co-payments? Dr. Bowen, you've said that you've had a lot of communication from people around co-payments. We've certainly heard evidence that people are declining or deferring services due to co-payments. Is that the situation that you've also experienced?
Yeah. Sorry.
I think where that has manifested itself is that we have over 100 CHSP clients where co-payments are smaller,
yes,
and that we have very few support at home clients. People want to stay on CHSP regardless of their clinical needs because they don't have to pay as much.
I mean, one of the options that came out of the Royal Commission was a levy on everyone, a bit like Medicare. There's also been a suggestion that if we're concerned about intergenerational inequity, that levy could start at, say, age 40, 45, which would necessarily mean that people with bigger capacity to pay potentially could pay a higher levy. If you're earning more in tax, getting taxed more, you could pay a higher levy. Do you think that would change the way people are prepared, which services they're prepared to accept, if there was just either no co-payment or co-payments where effective payment contribution was made before you get to an age where you need the service?
I certainly think from I certainly think from if the co-payments, if they were the same, then again, as the CEO mentioned, the clients don't really care what package they're on. They just want the good service. And that is a deciding factor for them to change from one to the other, is the co-payments that they may be up for, and it can be quite a substantial increase in payments.
Are you seeing you're seeing people declining? What percentage of your clients would be full pensioners?
Do you know that? 80%? Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So of the 100, yeah.
And would it be the case that those pensioners probably, can they afford the support at home co-payments? Is that why they're knocking those services back?
Again, I don't know that anyone's knocking the services back. People are comfortable with the CHSP services that they receive because, again, those services are the same.
Yes.
Our staff, whether they're delivering for CHSP clients, I've only got 9 staff. They're the same staff with the same level of training, same level of expertise, same level of care, whether it's in the CHSP bucket or the support at home bucket, for the purposes for the organisation's service delivery model and for our clients, there is no difference in practical terms between the CHSP or support at home. It's just my Excel spreadsheets that don't balance up.
Yep. What about you, Dr. Bowen? Are you getting feedback that people are knocking back support at home services because they can't afford them if they're pensioners?
I can only say it's anecdotal, but we've heard that through providers here in the Metro, and we've received letters from people saying that they can't afford to pay them, so they just won't have them anymore. And that's where we're seeing older people presenting in droves, basically, to hospitals, and then they sit there and wait while we try and work something out.
I'll share the call. So I will go to Senator Ruston.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just interested in terms of specifically what's happened and what your observations have been since the 1st of November 2025. So I'm just keen to understand from you, what are the substantial changes that you've seen in terms of either your workload, your costs, your capacity to be able to deliver for the people that you provide services for since the 1st of November 2025?
I might, if it's appropriate, ask the Senator a question about what the relevance of the 1st of November 2025 is.
Transition to support at home. So I think the question is the difference between home care packages and support at home.
Sure. I don't think, in practical terms, I don't think that we've actually seen a lot of practical difference in between those two models. As again, primarily being a CHSP provider, the changes that we've seen in our model more relate to the changes that occurred in 23-24 when the bulk funding arrangements started occurring, and the Commonwealth Government, following the Auditor General's advice, provided more rigorous analyses of service levels, which led to small providers like the Shire having to pay large amounts of their grant funding back to the Commonwealth because it couldn't meet unrealistic service delivery targets.
Could I ask?
Okay, so was that largely driven by the fact that you have difficulty in being able to access the necessary resources to be able to deliver the services that you were funded for?
No, it was primarily because the actual services that we were contracted to provide weren't realistic, and that we were unable to negotiate with the Commonwealth to actually set realistic targets. The other fundamental problem is that the cost of delivering an hour of social support, for example, costs us $80 an hour, but we only receive $50 an hour in the grant fund. So every hour that we meet to meet the 1,000 hours or so of target that we have to hit actually puts us into a financial disadvantage. So we can never be ahead of the game, as it were, as a provider.
So where does that leave you as an organisation in the longer term if that's not remedied? Is it? I mean, obviously you're using other funds that you're able to access in order to supplement what you're doing, but I mean, how long is that sustainable for you?
That's an interesting question, I guess. We, as a local government, provide a lot of services that we don't, that the costs of delivering those services are more than we can recoup. The library doesn't make a lot of money selling books. The swimming pool runs at a loss. But our community, quite reasonably, is asking us the question: why is it this service that we're continuing to subsidise as well, when aged care is not a traditional local government area of responsibility, and very few local governments in Western Australia deliver that service. So our directly northern neighbours in the Shire of Narrogin have departed the service entirely. And we note that there's been quite a number of East Coast local governments that have also exited the service. And so certainly we are very, very proud of delivering the service. We've delivered it for 40 years. But the questions from our community about why we're in this business, given that we know it's financially unsustainable, is a growing concern.
So what is the ALGA? Oh, sorry, please.
Senator Ruston, we'll just let Councillor Kilpatrick add to that answer.
Just carry on from this. I mean, certainly from a sustainability point of view, as a councillor, we are looking after the budget every year. That amount of money that we've had to hand back has increased a bit every year. It was $100,000 last year for a $3 million rate. It's a substantial amount of our income. So it's a fair consideration. So it's certainly not sustainable for the long term, and there is certainly pushback from some of our community to question that, and we do at some point we have to consider it.
Yeah, I suppose my point would be that I think it is so incredibly important that community supports community, and that you, as the closest level of government to community, are enabled to be able to do that for your community. So what has been the position of ALGA? I mean, have ALGA taken this up as an issue more generally, particularly for rural, regional and remote councils? Because it would strike me as it would be a very powerful argument if the local government association chose to put forward a response, particularly to CHSP or community-based block funding, about how it might be better managed to enable communities of your sizes to be able to respond to your community needs, taking into account what you've just said about, this is an aged care service, which is not something that is traditionally core business for local government, but it's something that you obviously want to do for your community. Is there any thought about getting together with your fellow local government members to try and come up with a solution and put that to the government?
Sure.
The federal government?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Well, certainly Elga has advocated in that respect, and we appreciate Elga's advocacy. The difficulty, the interesting part, of course, is that the Shire is recognises that it is actually delivering a service in a market system, though, as well. And that we got into the business of delivering home care 40 years ago because there wasn't other service providers. There are other service providers now, we've recognised that, but because there are actually not one market but multiple markets, the Shire is in a very unusual position where we're delivering to one set of customers at a subsidised rate, where the rest of the market would quite reasonably look at that and go, you're subsidising your service through ratepayer funds for clients that could actually be alternative providers clients who can operate at a profit. And indeed, we could operate at a profit if our clients switched to support at home, but our community doesn't want to. So that's the challenge that we have. And so we must be careful in our advocacy efforts, but recognising that we're actually advocating in a market environment and respecting, I guess, those market forces.
Yeah, I take your point, but I also think that we must be very careful we don't undervalue community-provided support to community, which is what you do. So, yeah, look, thanks, Chair. Look, very interesting, but I think that's all from me.
Okay, thanks, Senator Ruston. Can I just ask one follow-up question to Senator Ruston's questions? You talked about the fact that there hasn't been much of a change since 1 November with the bringing in of support at home. Did you provide home care packages before you transitioned to support at home?
Yes, we did.
What was the mix between home care packages and CHSP before the transition? Did you have were people more reticent to transition across, or were people happier to transition across to a home care package than they now are to support at home?
Yeah, so just received some advice from my colleague. We, as I understand, effectively the number dynamics, the ratios that we had pre-November were the same as post-November. In terms of preparing for the transition, the Shire invested a great deal internally in terms of preparing for that full transition. Mm-hmm. We upped our clinical care capacity. We doubled our nursing capacity effectively from 1 to 2. Yes. And so we were ready for that transition. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, we weren't sure, but we were ready for it. And then the main impact that we've actually had since November was actually in undoing the work that we'd done to prepare for that transition period, which took some effort.
So your experience is essentially that people are voting with their feet. They prefer CHSP to support at home unless their needs get to the point where they absolutely have to have support at home, and therefore what you need is a bigger investment.
Yes, so
CHSP.
Exactly. So our community actually just skips support at home. So they go from CHSP to aged care, residential aged care.
Okay. Dr. Bowen, and then I'll...
That's exactly the problem, because there isn't enough aged care. So that's why I say we can't build enough aged care facilities for people in the time they need it. They have a roof over their head, it's their home, and we're really committed to trying to enable people to be there. But that question about what have we seen change, I think is really relevant. We are seeing people who are not getting the level of clinical care, and I'll call it that, not the home care packages, that they need. We do not believe the algorithm is accurately reflecting that need, and of course they're waiting a long time. Yeah. But it's just off. I can just say that.
We had evidence, I don't know if you saw it, might interest you. We had Professor Cathy Eager spend an hour taking us through the algorithm in the Adelaide hearing. That was videoed. Right. So if you actually want to understand how that algorithm is working, she actually took us through a presentation. She's unpacked it and might help you understand why it's throwing people off.
Yes, yeah. We have advocated for some changes, and I think age is one of those pieces in that algorithm that needs to be adapted to reflect if you're 95, you don't have time to wait 8 months for a package. You might also not have time if you're 70, but almost certainly you don't have time there.
Yeah. Senator Whittaker.
I'm conscious of time, but I will just ask one general-ish kind of question of both of you. It sounds, pretty consistent with what we've heard across a number of these hearings now, that the intention of the Support at Home program is good. If we were to think about, what's the top couple of priorities that the government should really focus on in terms of making this work for older Australians, what would you like to see happen quickly?
Yes, more packages, more availability, faster availability and more accuracy in the algorithms. So they're my three things. And also for Commonwealth to address the thin market remote Western Australian issue, because it's a really significant issue in terms of cost and delivery.
Thank you.
You like to go?
Yeah, I think reflecting our submission, we think that at the moment there are multiple markets in operation where the focus needs to be on sustainable service delivery. So we are concerned that the move away from a transition to full support at home, whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, is actually perpetuating a dual market model. And in our little part of the world, that creates an awful lot of complexity and is resulting in serious questions about the financial sustainability of our service.
I just add on. We are happy to provide the service in our shire, and that's what we want to do. We think it's important, and we care for and we look after our older residents. We want it to be sustainable. As simple as that. It solves a lot of problems if it's sustainable. It's simple.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I say thank you to all of you for taking the time both to submit to the inquiry but also to make yourselves available to give evidence and take questions. It's been very much appreciated. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026. I don't think we had any questions on notice in this panel, but questions on notice are due on 17th of September 2026. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time and your evidence.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Cheers.
I've never really engaged.
There's a lot that needs to change.
She was in this really acute phase, like she'd had a really serious brain infection. It just was really kind of clear that she needed really serious support very quickly. But it shouldn't be that the whole way through life is what really acute.
Well, the other thing too is my mother-in-law fell and went into hospital, and I had to counsel my husband and his 4 sisters to say, your very first meeting with the hospital, you need to tell them that none of you can provide care.
Yeah.
Even if you're willing, you need to say none of us have capacity to provide care. This one is a nurse, I have a 14-year-old, I have 3 young children, but you literally need to say no one can care for her.
Yeah, because otherwise you just don't get it.
Yeah. I think there's a potential
Where's everybody gone? I don't know, I'm just sitting here waiting. Me too. It's weird not being able to hear you both. It's just weird because we can't see anything. I can't see anything either. I'm in Melbourne. The new world. I'm in Adelaide. I know. It's all very scary, isn't it, that we can do all this stuff and we can be in different parts of the world and you'd never know.
Don't even have to be a real person anymore.
I can assure you I'm a real person.
Okay, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
This session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from members of the community about your lived experiences. And I remind the committee that we are just going to be listening for this panel. We're not going to be asking questions. I also need to remind everyone that this is a public hearing. These are formal proceedings of the Senate and we'll be conducting it in an orderly and respectful way. And I also, most importantly, want to remind all of our witnesses, both in the room and online, not to disclose any personal or private information. So don't tell us your last name, don't tell us your date of birth or your address, because we are being broadcast live, and once that's out there, we can't get it back. Now, the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to ask you each to say your first name only for the Hansard, and then I'm going to move to taking your statements. And for the people that are online, it's going to sound a bit weird because I'm going to say your name and then ask you to say your name. And it feels redundant, but we need to do it for the Hansard. So I'm going to start online. Marsha, can you just tell us your first name?
Yes, my name is Marcia, not Marsha.
Marcia, thank you, and my apologies for the mispronunciation. That's another reason why we do this. And now I'm going to go to Leslie. If you can just tell us your first name.
My name is Leslie.
Thanks, Leslie. And now I'm going to come to the room and I'm going to start on my left.
Okay, my name's Wendy.
My name's Michelle.
My name is Elizabeth.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm now going to invite you all to make your statements of about 10 minutes in length to make sure that we get through everyone. And I might start online first, so I'm going to go to Marcia.
Okay. I can begin now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee. Today I would like to concentrate on some specific issues with support at home. Firstly, the process for those in need of assistive technology and home modifications to receive additional funding. Secondly, the impact on clients previously assessed under a home care package who had money they'd paid but not yet used, and how it has been treated on transition to support at home. And thirdly, the interpretation by providers of what additional amounts they can charge the client as administration fees for services considered as provided under home modification funding. To give some background, my husband, who I shall refer to as D, was assessed under the old scheme and assigned a level 3 package. D has a degenerative spinal condition which is impacting his spinal cord. We've exhausted all surgical options, and his neurosurgeon has indicated he will experience a catastrophic event sooner rather than later that will result in him becoming wheelchair-bound as either a para or quadriplegic. He is also experiencing cognitive decline. Under the level 3 home care package, D was assessed by an occupational therapist and prescribed fixed grab rails for the bathroom and toilet, as well as a weight-bearing shower hose that could be handheld and a custom-made chair to support his back, allow him to recline and assist him to stand from seated. We had sufficient funds from our assessed daily rate contributions and HCP funding to have the grab rails and shower hose installed. This occurred within a couple of weeks of the provider receiving the OT's assessment. Although we still have some available funds, it was not sufficient to be able to purchase the custom-made chair. However, we knew support at home would shortly be implemented and we'd be able to apply for specific assistive technology funding to allow us to purchase it. Importantly, I had elected to self-manage D's package as his registered supporter. Although the concept of self-management is fairly arbitrary when you're still required to pay a provider to manage your funds and need to seek their permission to spend any of the money. Once support at home commenced, D's provider moved to lodge an application for AT funding, a process complicated by contradictory information from contacts at My Aged Care and Services Australia as to how to go about this, exacerbated by forms and processes being changed seemingly on the fly, but with no advice to the providers. Eventually, the provider advised the form and supporting evidence had been lodged,
they were unable to advise of the process or timeframe from this point. We then received a letter from the single assessment system to say D was being reassessed. With no information of the process, this came as a significant shock. My first thoughts were that for some reason it had been decided that D was assessed at the wrong funding level for support at home. The assessor advised it was not in fact a reassessment, but rather an assessment as to the level of AT funding to be allocated. The decision was made to recommend D receive the highest level of AT funding, $15,000, as the other levels were not sufficient to purchase the required chair. The advice process was the recommendation would be sent to the director, who would decide whether to sign off on it. If approved, advice would be sent to My Aged Care, and at some unknown point in the future, Services Australia would allocate the funding through the portal. A letter dated 3 December 2025 was received advising AT funding had been approved. Stupidly, I assumed that as it was D's provider who'd lodged the paperwork in accordance with application requirements, I didn't need to do anything further. Wrong. Based on the advice that AT funding had been approved, and after providing D's provider with a copy of the letter confirming this, we went ahead and ordered the chair for D. The provider paid the supplier for the chair later in December. A letter dated 29 January 2026 was then received advising the SAH AT funding had been withdrawn, as we'd not entered into a service agreement with a provider by 28 January. On contacting My Aged Care, I discovered that, despite the requirement that an application for AT or HM funding can only be lodged by a provider, My Aged Care made no assumption that the provider who lodged the paperwork would be providing the AT or HM services, because they couldn't be sure the provider was able to provide those services. Despite the provider being the person required to lodge the paperwork, under privacy, they couldn't be advised of any decision on funding. And as the provider had not lodged paperwork stating we had selected them to be the provider within the required time, the funding had been withdrawn. Fortunately, I was able to get the funding reinstated. This whole bureaucratic jump-through-hoops process could be simplified by just including a tick box on the application for the provider to say they are able to provide the services or administer the funding. A tick box would advise the applying provider can provide their services or administer the funds. The decision reapproval of funding should then be communicated to both client and applying provider. If the provider is the one required to lodge the application, then there is no privacy concern for them to be advised of the decision. Shortly after this debacle, D's condition began to worsen, and we were forced to make a rapid decision to move to more suitable wheelchair-friendly accommodation. Of course, the new home didn't come equipped with grab bars, weight-bearing shower hose, etc. Although we were not utilising the full quarterly funding allocation and already had an OT prescription for these items, we were not allowed to use any of the quarterly funding for the required safety needs, but instead needed to go back into the bureaucratic process of applying for HM funding. We moved into our home in late December 2025. The required modifications to install grab rails and a weight-bearing handheld shower hose happened in June 2026. How does this process ensure that those who need safety resources receive them in a timely manner? Why, if an item is prescribed by the OT, there is money available through the quarterly funding, and the client is not foregoing some other essential need, can't quarterly funding be used for low-cost items like grab rails, instead of waiting 6 months while unspent funds are returned to some arbitrary fund? Allowing clients to use available quarterly funding would ensure that AT and HM funding was directed to those who don't have the funds available within the quarterly budget. This would streamline the process, freeing assessors up to be assessing new SAH applicants, as well as those who can't fund required resources except through additional funding, and would be much more efficient and effective. The other issue relating to funding is twofold. As stated earlier, when D transitioned from HCP to SAH, there was money we had contributed under the daily rate assessment process still available. Services Australia allocated this money to an account titled Home Care Package Transition Funds. It was required that this money be used for items required under AT or HM before any government funding. Attachment A shows how this decision negatively impacted us financially. I hope you have those attachments. Rather than go through all the calculations here, you can see them in the attachment. But to briefly summarise, the supplier invoiced the provider for the chair. The provider then added a 10% administration fee onto the cost, the inflated cost. The amount to be claimed under AT funding was calculated as the cost of the chair less the funds available in the HCP Transition Funds account. Importantly, the transition funds equated to 48.84% of the inflated cost of the chair. Under support at home, the client's required to make a co-contribution towards funds received from the government. The fact that we'd already contributed 48.84% of the total cost of the chair was apparently irrelevant. We were required to contribute an additional 20.1% of the remaining cost. The effect of this was that we contributed a total of 59.7% of the cost of the chair, not our assessed contribution of 20.1%. To make it worse, if we'd done the home modifications before purchasing the chair, the transition funds would have covered the cost of the home modifications, we would not have had to apply for HM funding, and the co-contribution for the chair would have been much less. We would currently be better off by close to $3,000, not an insignificant sum. Which brings me to the point about interpretation of the provider's manual by providers as to what they can charge for administration fees. Under the provisions of the new Act, the amount providers can charge for care fees has been capped at 10%, irrespective of whether the client is self-managed or provider-managed. The provider's manual allows providers to charge an administrative fee of 10%, which is added to the invoiced amount from suppliers. The client contribution is calculated on this inflated figure, which results in them paying a greater percentage of the actual cost of the service than the percentage assessed by Services Australia. Please see the example in attachment B for how this impacts clients. The provider's manual sets out an ordinary administrative fee of up to 10% for services provided under the quarterly funding. It also states an amount of up to 10% can be charged as an administrative fee for services provided under AT funding. But for HM funding, this is termed a coordination fee, which can be up to 15%. The higher percentage is on the assumption the provider is project managing a larger scale build, with subcontractors dealing with councils, etc. Attachment C sets out the rules in the provider's manual. However, for someone self-managing their package, none of these activities are undertaken by the provider. The provider does exactly the same work as they would do for activities under AT funding. If the supplier is not already registered with the provider, the client gets the supplier to complete the registration form. The provider checks and confirms that all police checks, liability insurances and qualifications required are in order, registers them on the system and pays their invoices. There is no additional work to justify charging an additional 5%. When I queried this higher charge with these providers, they advised that the manual states they can charge up to 15%, and therefore they would be charging a flat fee of 15%. This appeared to be how all providers are choosing to interpret the information. I raised this matter with the Minister, the Honourable Sam Ray, and received a response, the attachment D. The Minister clearly states that under the circumstances I outlined, the provider should not be charging a higher percentage. However, rather than determining to make the small change required to the provider's manual to clarify this for providers and make it clear how they're to operate a sliding scale of coordination fee percentages, the Minister abrogated their responsibility, stating if I cannot reach a satisfactory resolution with the provider, I should escalate my concerns to the Aged Care, Quality and Safety Commission. In addition to the above, there are serious issues with the statements received from Services Australia, which are totally devoid of transparency and full of errors. To date, I have yet to receive a statement that is accurate. I'm frustrated that I'm forced to use a provider as an intermediary when I have the skills, qualifications and experience to do it myself, faster, cheaper and more accurately. I currently spend an inordinate amount of time battling to get these accounts to correctly reflect where the funds should be coming from. I accept there needs to be checks and balances built into the system as well as audit processes, but the current system lacks equity and transparency and is not helping older people when they need it most. There's much more I'd like to say, but I don't have the time. So let me finish by saying that the points I've raised affect all those currently receiving or attempting to access aged care support. But for those from marginalised groups, including First Nations people, the LGBTIQA+ community, culturally and linguistically diverse people, and those with a disability or with no one skilled to advocate on their behalf, the impact is much greater. I implore you to listen to our experiences and determine the system needs a complete overhaul to address the inequities, inefficiencies and bureaucracy that has been created. preferably with input from those impacted and their representatives. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Marcia. I'm going to go to Leslie.
Hi, I'm Leslie. Good afternoon, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again. We've heard a great deal during this inquiry about what's gone wrong with support at home. You've heard about people waiting too long for care, costs, assessments, equipment, confusing rules, and older Australians struggling with a system that's supposed to support them. I could spend my 10 minutes giving you more horror stories, but I don't think I really need to. You know there are problems. What I want to talk about is something more fundamental. Why were so many of these problems predictable, and why weren't the people who could see them coming given enough influence to prevent them? I want to talk about lived expertise and independent consumer governance. Lived expertise. We hear a lot about lived experience. I prefer lived expertise. Experience is what happens to you. Expertise is what develops after years of living with a system, navigating it, questioning it, seeing what happens to other people, and recognising patterns. I receive aged care myself, and I spend a great deal of time talking with older Australians, carers, workers, providers, and advocates. After a while, you see where policy and reality part company. A rule can look perfectly sensible in Canberra and produce an absurd result when it reaches someone's front door. Policy expertise tells you how a system is supposed to work. Lived expertise tells you how it actually works. Good government needs both. Consultation isn't governance. The government will quite rightly say consumers have been consulted. We have. Goodness knows we've been consulted. We've done surveys, workshops, webinars, committees, working groups and round tables. We've told our stories over and over again. We've been thanked very nicely for a contribution. But consultation isn't governance. Too often we're invited into a room and asked what we think. Thanks for coming, and somebody else decides which parts of what we said matter. We're consulted, surveyed, workshopped and thanked, and then the door closes and someone else makes the decision. There are organisations funded to represent older Australians, and many do valuable work. But funded representation should not be the only pathway between consumers and government. Sometimes an independent consumer voice will disagree with the government providers and peak bodies. That's not a problem, that's the point of independence. And we're quite capable of speaking for ourselves. Consumers are an early warning system. There's also a very practical reason for involving consumers in governance. We see the problems early. Our consumer core group is connected with social media communities involving more than 45,000 members. Older Australians, family carers, support workers, providers, and others involved in aged care. Every day we see the questions people are asking and the problems they're encountering. More importantly, we see when the same problem starts appearing again and again. I'm not suggesting social media is a formal research or that 45,000 people share the same view, but it gives us an extraordinary listening post into what's actually happening on the ground. One complaint might be an individual problem. Where 10 people report the same thing, I'll start paying attention. When hundreds are describing it, there's evidence of a possible systemic problem that deserves investigation. Government could use consumer networks as an early warning system while it's still time to do something about the problem. So what could consumer government look like? I'm not suggesting another large bureaucracy, and please don't give us another consultation committee. Establish an independent national consumer governance body for aged care made up predominantly of people with current lived expertise. Its members should not simply all be appointed by government. There should be a transparent process that allows consumers and consumer networks to nominate and help select representatives. It should have direct access to the Minister, the Department and the System Governor. Most importantly, it should be involved before major policy decisions are made. Give it proposed policies and changes and ask what is likely to happen to older Australians if we do this. Let this expertise test policy against reality before implementation. It should also have a formal pathway for bringing emergency systemic problems directly to the decision makers. And there should be accountability. The consumer body makes a significant recommendation and the government doesn't accept it. That's the government's prerogative. But tell us why. Publish the recommendation and publish the response. That changes consumer engagement from thank you for your feedback. We heard you, we're considering your evidence. Thank you for your feedback to we have heard you. We considered your evidence and this is what we decided and why. Back to the aeroplane. Some of you may remember the last time I gave evidence to a Senate committee, I was rather frustrated. I said aged care reform felt like trying to build an aeroplane while it was flying. Older Australians were the passengers, while people were still attaching bits and pieces, working out how everything was supposed to operate. I said that left the passengers in a pretty precarious position and caused unnecessary anxiety and stress. Some senators subsequently used that analogy themselves. The Speaker understood what I meant. Well, the aeroplanes have been flying for a while now, and you've heard from the passengers. You know where some of the bolts have come loose. So this time I have another suggestion. Put some of the passengers in the cockpit, not to fly the plane by ourselves. Put us alongside government, policy experts, clinicians, researchers and providers, because there's something we know that nobody else can possibly know for us. We know what it's like to live with the consequences of the decisions made. And perhaps it's in a better place to start. Don't ask us whether the aeroplane is comfortable after you've built it. Just look at the plans before you take off. Finally, I'm not asking consumers to run aged care. I'm asking the government to recognise lived expertise as one of the forms of expertise necessary to govern it well. If you've heard the consequences when systems don't work, please don't respond simply by repairing individual problems. Ask why so many of these problems were identified before implementation. Stop treating lived experience as evidence to be collected. Start treating lived expertise as knowledge that belongs at the decision-making table. People who live with the consequences of aged care policy should shape the decisions that create those consequences. We don't need another seat in the audience. We need a seat at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Leslie. I'm going to go to Wendy.
First, a little bit of background. Balingup is 2.5 hours south of Perth, 30 kilometres from Donnybrook and 60 from Bunbury. Population is less than 600 and the median age is 58, so we're an ageing community. We're also a small-knit community with a high rate of volunteering of 39% against the national average of 14%. In 2001, the community decided to create a hometown for life, so our older friends didn't have to leave town. We've now got 7 cottages for elderly residents, all built and paid for by the community and run by volunteers. I provided 3 case studies, but you've probably heard so many stories today. I'm going to focus on possible solutions for small towns like Balingup. Governments look for a one-size-fits-all model because it's cheaper, but that really does disadvantage small communities because we just don't have the services. So Balingup Staying in Place was an initiative where four of us volunteers formed a little group under Balingup Progress Association to help people go through the assessment process. We helped 4 people, but we found the system was completely unworkable. We didn't understand it. Clients were all being left on the Commonwealth Home Support Package, and gardening and gutter cleaning, the services most needed, were either limited or not available. So we put the project on hold. We decided it was too hard to navigate. Then, thank heavens, a volunteer who works in the social sector then joined the group, and this made a huge difference, and she is now helping 6 people and recently secured $2,300 for a lady to receive dentures. We didn't even know this type of funding is available. So we've now signed an MOU with Busselton staying in place, who's going to share their support of home management fee with us. Our plan is to use our share of that fee to employ a person in Balingham. But unfortunately, so far, most people have been left on the CHISP package, so we can't build up any funds to employ anybody. So when we do get some money, we hope, this trained person would help people apply, get services, and then upgrade those services as their needs changed. The Staying in Place Committee would keep a watching brief over that person, and word will get round quickly if he or she is not doing a good job, and that's the brilliance of small communities. By getting it right first time, the need to make repeat calls to government services like My Aged Care could save the programme millions. So my ideal solution would be each small rural community should have a person employed to help residents navigate the MAC system. In WA, we've got the Community Resource Centre network, and that could be funded to employ somebody to do outreach to every other small community in the Shire. Someone from Donnybrook CRC could come to Balingham, go to Kirrup, to all the small communities, half day a week, 1 day a week, whatever's needed. But basically we need a trained, paid person with local knowledge and somebody we trust. And I know that Pingelly and Walpole CRCs both have very good working models of this. So I'm just going to go through a few of the problems and possible solutions, and these are based on the case studies that I wrote. So problem number 1, the assessment team didn't give the client advance warning and did a phone interview when she's deaf in one ear. As a result, she was very confused with her answers and she didn't even know who'd called or why. So a no-cost solution to that should be that clients should be given advance warning of assessments in writing so they can arrange a friend to support them. And a list of assessment questions should be mailed in advance with it so they can collect information like what medication they're on and things like that. It's simple stuff, guys. The ideal solution, of course, should be that all assessments should involve a home visit. In fact, I think it should be a mandatory. I know it's expensive in the country, but it would save you a lot in the long term. The second problem was that the process used by assessment agencies varies. So one person received a 10-page support plan, but it was very complex and it took me an hour and a half to figure out what it was saying. Another person received a 2-page support plan that wasn't enough. And both clients were expected to go to My Aged Care website to find privates, even though both had very poor internet skills. So the no-cost solution would be a support plan that needs to be a simple document in table format. So it gives you the code, the service provider, the names of the contact details of people who actually service your town, not the ones who say they do. The ideal solution, obviously, is the assessment process should include a home visit within a month of issuing the support plan, and if necessary, help the client phone the service providers to make sure they get. Many people never get past receiving the support plan because they're confused by the website, they kick the can down the road, and when their condition deteriorates, suddenly their case is urgent. Another problem is gardening. That's limited under CHISP to ensuring safe access from the car to the door, and gutter cleaning is not allowed at all. The ideal solution for this should be to increase garden support. At the moment, my sister gets just an hour a month, and it's not enough, to allow for doing bigger gardens and to include bushfire prevention in small rural communities. You cannot find handymen in the country who've got any insurance. Next one, there are only 2 buses a day into Bunbury, and it costs $194 for a car for a return trip to Bunbury with our service provider. And of course, there's no taxis in Balingham. So what we need is a flexible Commonwealth pensioner travel card. The state's got one here, but it's a bit restricted, that could be used by individuals to pay for community vehicles or fuel for their friends to take them to an appointment. It needs to be flexible. The website itself, the My Aged Care website, a combination of CHISP and Support at Home, all in one website, and the terminology is very confusing. So CHISP should be a completely separate website from Support at Home, and the website should be easy to navigate and only include providers that are able to service the location. Conclusion. Give people more control over where they spend their money. If gardening is a priority, they should be able to spend money on that instead of housework. My sister's been given 2 hours a month housework. She doesn't need that. She needs 2 hours a month gardening. In my submission, I suggested that each member of the community should volunteer to assist just one vulnerable person in your community and walk them through the process. You're going to learn more about the system than reading 100 submissions, and it would take 5 or 6 hours of your time. I still believe that. Right now, it's costing the government less than $200 a month to keep my sister at home because I live next door. I'm happy to do that, but I shouldn't have to battle bureaucracy along the way. I should be able to sit down, get helpful advice when I need it. At least now I feel my voice has been heard, so thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Wendy. Michelle.
Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to provide evidence today. I come before you as a systemic advocate with my authority being forged in the trenches of the aged care system. For over 12 years, I was the primary carer and sole supporter for my late mother who lived with Alzheimer's disease. Her right to live a safe life of dignity at home was cut short after one too many falls and hospital visits. She was prematurely forced into residential care, where she spent 9 unhappy years, the last 3 of them in dementia-specific. Mum was denied the opportunity to stay at home because of a flawed assessment system, and neither of us was prepared for the long haul of institutionalisation. During that decade, I lived the reality of Mum's absolute brokenness, despair and confusion. I chose to turn that frustration into action, serving as a carer's representative for fight for cultural and policy change. I am here today because I want this committee to understand the real human consequences when a system fails to listen and prepare. While advocates welcome the new Rights-Based Aged Care Act, the recent sensible decision to extend the Commonwealth Home Support Program, the broader framework is failing this generation. My written submission provided 13 concrete recommendations to fix the entry and exit pathways, which I have summarised for you today. First, fixing the entry and assessment system. Fixing the entry and assessment system. The entry to support at home cannot be resolved by a rushed, one-off interview during a time of crisis. The current integrated assessment tool contains a disjointed priority stream that completely fails to prioritise older people living with dementia. According to Dementia Australia, dementia is now the leading cause of death in our country, and numbers will likely double in the next 25 years. We must plan for this population and intervene earlier. Ideally, at the exact point of diagnosis, not when a person is traumatised, in pain and its family hits breaking point. To fix the entry pathway, I urge the committee to adopt 4 critical structural changes. First of all, update my Old Care portal. Put the Older Persons Advocacy Network, OPAN, at the absolute forefront of the website so families can get immediate help preventing the initial confusion that causes people to give up. At the moment, there's a tiny little link and you have to scroll down. So a lot of people don't do that. I know I don't do it. Secondly, legislate for mandated special dementia advocacy. Embed fully funded trauma-informed aged care specialist advocates into the framework to ensure that older people's dignity of risk is upheld, free from family or systemic coercion. 3. Enforce planning at the point of dementia diagnosis. Provide a team of informed practitioners to gently guide families immediately upon diagnosis. This ensures the transparent education about their prognosis, reducing shock and detecting concerns about abuse and neglect early. And number 4, ban absentee and desktop assessments. Legally outdoor desktop or family-only proxy assessments that bypass the individual's voice. Anyone determining a care pathway must visually evaluate the older person or at least directly consult the frontline clinician who has. My second point is defending autonomy in hospitals. A critical failure point in my mother's journey and the journey of thousands of older Australians is the hospital discharge desk. Hospital discharge teams are under immense pressure to clear beds. This frequently results in pushing vulnerable people straight into residential aged care before their preferences are heard or home care options are fully explored. To protect older people during these moments of extreme vulnerability, my submission calls for 3 urgent interventions. 1. Fund independent non-medical advocates. Embed fully funded independent advocates directly into the hospital to aged care pipeline, entirely separate from the hospital discharge teams to fiercely defend the older person's explicit wishes. 2. Provide qualified counselling. If ageing in place is deemed unviable, this life-changing reality must be communicated carefully over a time by qualified people until the older person with dementia actually genuinely understands what's happening to them, preventing sudden traumatic displacement. And I think third point is introduce a cooling-off protocol. Implement a mandatory pause and review period for assessments conducted during acute hospitalisations. This gives traumatised families the space to step away from the crisis and look at restorative pathways to return home safely. And swinging to the other end of the system, my point 3 is stop arbitrary system terminations. Getting into the system is only half the battle. Once an older person secures a support at home, they face an exit pathway that is dangerously insecure. Right now, providers hold the power to cease services on a whim, effectively forcing people out of their homes. A right-based system cannot allow providers to act as judge and jury. We must implement ironclad protections about arbitrary service termination. We need equal protection, equal procedural protection. Community care recipients must have the exact same robust legislative protections against service termination as do residential care residents. 2, a stay of proceedings. If a provider tries to stop services, the law must force them to put that cessation on hold while an independent advocate can be sought or whilst a review or official appeal is underway. And 3, no cessation without alternative placement. Legislative or warm transfer mandate. A provider must legally be barred from abandoning a client until a verified alternative service provider has successfully taken over the care package. Senators, my mother was the most loving, gentle woman you could ever meet. Aggression was completely foreign from her nature. Yet under the crashing weight of Alzheimer's, she experienced moments where she struck out. That wasn't my mother, that was the disease. When the system punishes a dementia patient by cancelling their care due to these medical symptoms, it is punishing them for having a terminal illness. Explicitly forbidding providers from terminating care based on symptoms is a matter of basic human decency. We must establish an independent arbiter to investigate worker safety claims fairly without abandoning clients. And my conclusion is, Senators, most older Australians explicitly state that they want to live safely, independently and with dignity in their own homes. By reducing entry confusion, mandating the physical inclusion of older people in their own assessments, ensuring advocacy and implementing ironclad protections against arbitrary service termination, this Senate committee can ensure the new system stops treating older people as a burden and instead it can build a system that respects their safety and their ultimate rights and human dignity. I'm incredibly hopeful, this is a bit of an addendum, because I'm incredibly hopeful that we can now realise this through some of the recently announced continuation of the Commonwealth Home Support Program. By investigating in this basic trusted platform, which has served all Australians so well for many years, we will create a better, integrated, more economical, sustainable and localised solution. As a cornerstone pathway, if continued, CHSP will alleviate the long wait list for assessment services and enable us to get ahead of the current and growing demand. By taking preventative, proactive approach, I believe a well-funded CHPS ensures that my broader recommendations in my submission can be fully achieved. Supported by professional advocates, delivered at the right time, earlier planning and intervention will empower older people to retain control over their health and lives in their own communities. If the rules regarding exiting the support at home program are brought into alignment with the protections currently given to the residents in the residential aged care, we will put older individuals right back at the centre of their care. A world-class aged system must not deny vital at-home support because of bureaucratic processes, flawed algorithms or lack of localised services. It must protect individuals who cannot easily self-advocate or communicate in ways that suit the bureaucracy. By implementing these changes, we can finally stop treating older people as burdens on the health system to be processed and instead fully protect their fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Elizabeth.
My name is Elizabeth. I contracted polio when I was 15 months old and lived with a disability for almost my entire life. I live with the longer-term effects of polio and post-polio syndrome and now require support and rehabilitation to remain safely and independently in my own home and community. Last year, my sister told me that I was the most resilient person she knew. I have spent my life adapting to a disability, maintaining my independence, advocating for people with disabilities and participating in my community. Today, however, I feel deeply let down by the new Support at Home program. Post-polio is a lifelong disability, not simply ageing. I am concerned that needs associated with post-polio syndrome may be interpreted as a part of the ageing rather than recognised as a disability-related needs. I did not become disabled because I became older. I have lived with the consequence of polio since infancy. My ability, strength, endurance and physical functioning have been shaped by this lifelong disability. As I age, my needs may become more complex, but this does not make my disability an age-related condition. Support must recognise the interaction between lifelong disability, post-polio syndrome, surgery and my current functional needs. My shoulders. I have had both shoulders replaced, my right shoulder on the 12th of December 2024 and my left shoulder on the 12th of March this year. The rehabilitation of my right shoulder required 15 months of hydrotherapy and weekly physio, including acupuncture, manipulation and land-based exercise. This resulted in an excellent range of movement, which is, I can lift it right up to there, and excuse me, I don't hit you, I can lift it out here, and so I've got a really good range of movement. So I know physio and hydrotherapy works. And so 5 months after my left shoulder, it sort of gets to here and it hurts. I can get it out to here, so I know that I've got another 10 months or more of hydrotherapy and so to keep it going. I have only had 10 hydrotherapy sessions and now have been removed from a hospital. I have included in here, but it's the only hospital I can go to for the hydrotherapy program anyway. In the heated pool, I can exercise without pain and work towards restoring the movement and function of my shoulder. And in the pool, I can get full range in the pool because the water supports it and everything else. Since submitting my submission on the 31st of July, I have received $6,000 through the restorative care pathway. I'm grateful for this support. However, an occupational therapist has quoted $4,200 to oversee my program, leaving only $1,800 for physio and other necessary support, including assistance to change at the pool, and the copies of the quote and how my daughter and I worked out to spend that $6,000 didn't include an OT assessment. So this is another problem. This demonstrates the difficulty of providing funding without considering the full practical cost of achieving a person's rehabilitation goals. When the restorative care funding finishes early next year, I will not have sufficient funding in my level 4 supported home package to continue the physio and hydrotherapy that I believe are essential to increase the function of my left shoulder and maintaining the range in my right shoulder. For me, rehabilitation is not an optional extra. It is an investment in maintaining independence and preventing deterioration. Swimming in independence. I can now swim one arm freestyle and hope that within another 9 months I'll be able to swim using both arms. Swimming has been an important part of my life. At 14, I represented Australia at the 1964 Tokyo Paralympic Games, winning 3 gold medals and breaking 3 world records in swimming. Swimming is therefore much more than recreation to me. It is a part of my identity, physical and mental well-being and independence. Why individual assessment matters. My experience with broken ankles demonstrate while standardised or algorithm-based assessments can fail people with complex disabilities. When I broke my right ankle, I am not greatly inconvenienced because that leg is paralysed from polio and I do not rely on it significantly for transfers. When I broke my left ankle, the consequences were very different. I spent a week in hospital waiting for the swelling to reduce before I could have a proper cast put on and then go home and get care when I went home. The injury was the same type of injury, but its impact on my independence was completely different because of my existing disability. The algorithm doesn't distinguish one foot or the other. That is why this assessment must consider function and individual circumstances, not simply diagnosis or age. The impact on families. My daughter Ruth has helped me navigate the new supported home system. After my previously fully managed provider increased its prices to the point that I ran out of money, Ruth helped me move to self-management. She is now constantly dealing with the complexity of the system while supporting me and is experiencing a high-level autistic burnout. The burden placed on families to navigate complex systems must also be recognised. Self-management should not simply transfer responsibility from the service system to an already overwhelmed family member. Excuse me one moment. What needs to change? I believe supported home needs to recognise post-polio and other lifelong disabilities as disability-related needs, rather than simply attributing support needs to the ageing. Assess individual functional needs rather than relying primarily on age, diagnosis or algorithms. Recognise physiotherapy, hydrotherapy and other rehabilitation as essential supports where they maintain or restore independence. Provide sustainable support where ongoing rehabilitation is necessary to maintain function. In other words, I need someone to help me get changed into my bathers when I go to the pool. Allow human review where a standardised assessment does not reflect a person's actual circumstances. Recognise the practical supports required to access rehabilitation. Reduce the administrative burden placed on families. The principle. My experience has taught me that supported home needs to start with the question. Start with the person. The question should not simply be, what is your diagnosis, or what does the algorithm say you need? It should be, what does this person need to remain safe, independent, functionally and connected to their home and community, and what support is required to make that possible? I have lived with polio since I was 15 months old. I'm not asking for unnecessary services. I'm asking for the support required to maintain the independence I have spent a lifelong time achieving. Supported home should fit around the person, not require the person to fit around the system. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth. To Marcia, Leslie, Wendy, Michelle and Elizabeth, can I say thank you very much for, in Leslie's words, sharing your lived expertise with us in engaging with supported home and the aged care system. And whilst, Leslie, we can't give you a seat at the table of government decision making, we can certainly all give you a seat at the table in contributing to the findings of this committee. So thank you very much for taking the time to submit to this committee, but also to come before us and give us your evidence. It's very much appreciated. That now concludes this particular aged care hearing today. So thank you to all the witnesses who appeared today. to Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance, to the Secretariat. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026. Answers to questions on notice are due on Thursday the 17th of September 2026, and the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing. Sorry, I didn't check the broadcast. Yeah. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into epilepsy in Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and acknowledge and recognise any First Nations people that are here with us today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via teleconference and in person. I'm Senator Penny Orman-Payne, the chair of the committee, and I have here with me Senator Whittaker, and online we have Senators Ananda Raja and Ruston. These are public proceedings being live streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses have a right to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who aren't speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome up to the table representatives from Epilepsy WA. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee, and apologies for our slightly late start. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has already been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full names and the capacities in which you're appearing today, and I'll start on my left.
Emma Baitendap, B-U-I-T-E-N-D-A-G. I'm the CEO of Epilepsy WA.
Thank you.
Andrew James Milton. I'm a parent of a child who passed from epilepsy.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll go to questions.
I'm proud to be here representing Epilepsy WA, and I'm here in solidarity with our courageous community, including bereaved Dad and volunteer Andy, who you'll hear from shortly. Epilepsy is the mum who sleeps in the hall so she can be close to a child just in case. Epilepsy is the volunteer who comes in to help despite having a black eye and aching muscles from a seizure during the night. It is the truck driver who loses his licence and wonders how he's going to keep his children fed. And it's the young man whose dream of serving his country is suddenly shattered. People contact our helpline, attend our support groups, or walk into our office on hospital grounds, and they tell us that they are facing waits of up to 5 years to be seen. A 19-year-old may be 24 by the time they are seen by a neurologist. Workforce shortages and the size of WA are significant challenges. For many, a multi-hour drive or a flight to Perth or a mixture of both is the reality. But underinvestment magnifies those challenges. WA now has no dedicated first seizure clinics, what should be a crucial first step in a patient's epilepsy journey. Gaps in capacity and in infrastructure mean care is often slow, and some contemporary testing and treatments are frequently restricted or only available over East. Even tests that are considered a basic part of good epilepsy care, such as video EEG and ambulatory EEG, can be subject to waiting periods of up to 16 months. WA has highly dedicated health professionals, but they are overstretched. We urgently need more neurologists with epilepsy expertise, supported by professional development, recruitment and fellowship pathways. There's been some progress, and that deserves acknowledgement. The WA Health Department has piloted minimally invasive epilepsy surgery. The government is currently developing WA's first neurological health strategy, and it has supported Epilepsy WA's vital work, including our annual Seizure Safety Month campaign, through one-off grants. Epilepsy WA is the only epilepsy charity that, in recent memory, has not received recurrent state government funding. Charities should not be the stopgap when timely care is not being provided, and they shouldn't have to fight so hard for people with epilepsy and the organisations that support them to receive a fair go. Many people who could be seizure-free are living with seizures. Seizures can and often do result in serious injuries requiring medical care. For someone experiencing uncontrolled tonic-clonic seizures, their risk of sudden unexpected death in epilepsy is actually as high as 1 in 150 per year. I've personally spoken to many families who have lost loved ones to epilepsy. SUDEP occurs disproportionately in young adults. I know that sometimes people die on wait lists. I've taken those calls. Over half of all epilepsy-related deaths are thought to be avoidable, and the true number of deaths is understated. Empowering people to reduce their risk of epilepsy-related harm is key, as is swift access to contemporary epilepsy care. I call on the state government to prioritise epilepsy in its neurological health strategy and invest in a condition that claims far too many lives and causes untold suffering. I also call on the Commonwealth to act now. While a national action plan is needed, it can act immediately to increase Medicare rebates for EEG services and fund dedicated first seizure clinics through Medicare or another Commonwealth funding model, which will improve access to crucial early diagnosis and will reduce pressure on our overstretched public hospitals. The current situation simply cannot go on. Access to care should not depend on postcode. Thank you.
There are dates and memories in your life that are permanently etched in your memory. Your first kiss, your first date with your soulmate, the birth of your children, the day you got married, the day your child died. Monday, the 22nd of January 2024 started off as any typical day for me. I got up early and went to work, and everything was just as it was supposed to be. Or so I thought. Around 8 a.m, I got a phone call telling me the hardest news I'd ever had to endure. My darling daughter, Evie, had passed away overnight. My world crumbled around me. I'd never heard of SUDEP until that moment, and that in itself is something that needs to change. Evie wasn't born with epilepsy. She started having seizures when she began going through puberty. It started off as absent seizures, but very quickly developed into tonic-clonic, which was incredibly scary for all of us. But epilepsy was only one small part of who she was. Evie was a cheeky 15-year-old with the most incredible sense of humour. She was a massive Swiftie, and everything she owned had to be pink. She had the biggest, kindest heart and always looking out for others and always willing to help anyone who needed it. And she adored animals, even spiders. In the days, weeks and months that followed her passing, I was completely lost. You don't just lose your child, you lose your sense of direction, your sense of safety, and a part of who you are. But in the darkness, Epilepsy WA found me. They didn't just offer information, they offered understanding, they offered connection, they offered support when I didn't even know what I needed. Through Epilepsy WA, I've connected with other parents who have also lost family members to SUDEP, people who truly understand this kind of grief because they're living it too. That connection has been invaluable to me. It reminds you that you're not alone, even in something that feels so isolating. Since losing Evie, I've also had the opportunity to volunteer and help raise awareness and funds for Epilepsy WA. It's my way of honouring her and making sure that her life continues to have impact. Because SUDEP shouldn't be something families only learn about after it's too late. The work Epilepsy WA does is vital, not just in supporting families like mine, but in raising awareness, educating the community, and ultimately saving lives. Evie was a beautiful, kind, deeply loved. She was more than her epilepsy, and she deserved more time. So today I speak for her, and I speak in the hope that by sharing her story, we can create change, raise awareness, and ensure that other families are better supported, better informed, and never feel as alone as we once did. And I respectfully ask you, Senators, to help make sure people with epilepsy can get the best medical care and support Epilepsy WA and other epilepsy charities can give, so that no other family has to learn about SUDEP the way we did. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Milton. I'm going to go to questions. I might kick us off and then I'll go to Senator Ananda Raja. Just referring to your submission, you highlight the significant workforce shortages and wait times, which you also did in your opening remarks, particularly for neurological assessment, EEGs and specialist treatment. Does Epilepsy WA have a view on what specific workforce reforms would deliver the greatest improvements in access?
So there needs to be substantial investment in epilepsy. Epilepsy is very much in the shadows. We are hugely under-resourced, and I understand that recruitment, across Australia is a challenge in these different fields, but we need to reduce injuries and save lives. We do not have enough neurologists with epilepsy expertise. We do not have enough epilepsy nurses, neurophysiology scientists, and it needs to be a state and Commonwealth priority to get this workforce in place.
Thank you. You also argue in your submission that access to seizure alert devices shouldn't just be depending on NDIS eligibility, and we've certainly heard from lots of witnesses about the difficulty of getting any access to NDIS. Does Epilepsy WA have a view on what alternative funding models might give the most equitable access?
Sure. So at Epilepsy WA, we have the largest display of seizure alert technologies in the country, and we actually have the only loans program where people can be sent over from, we're in the grounds of a multiple hospital complex, so people can be referred to us from the neurologists, and we loan them a seizure alert device free of charge. We know that seizure alert devices play an important part in that overall risk reduction strategy. They're one part of a larger strategy, and anyone living with epilepsy needs to be considering seizure alert devices as that one part of risk reduction. Epilepsy WA would like to see anyone who has tonic-clonic seizures, and particularly nighttime tonic-clonic seizures, to gain access to seizure alert devices. They can range from $1,000 to several $1,000s. And more research is coming through that show that they are a key to helping to reduce risk. And I'd like to see both the Commonwealth and state governments working together to make sure that these devices that empower risk reduction and promote independence can be made available to the WA community who needs them.
So would you suggest, for example, funding of Epilepsy WA to actually provide the loans program? Would it be your view that the state government or the state health service should be managing a loans program? Have you got a particular view on what you think would work best?
So the need is great. The need is absolutely great. So I would suggest that at the moment what's happening is adults with refractory epilepsy are being referred to us from the nearby Sir Charles Gardner Hospital for a seizure alert device loan. There's a limit to how many devices we have. We are a charity that survives without any recurrent funding. I would like to see, and the organisation would like to see, anyone with that type of epilepsy have access to a device, whether it would be a loan of a device or device will be given a device. In terms of what mechanism would be best, I think that's probably a matter to work through with clinicians and with the state and Commonwealth governments.
I might hand over to Senator Ananda Raja, who's online.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for your submission. I thought it was rich in evidence and patient testimony. And thank you, Andy, for sharing your story. We will do our level best to honour her legacy, I can assure you.
Thank you.
With regards to multidisciplinary care, which you have cited in your submission, are you familiar with the Comprehensive Epilepsy Centre concept, and what are your thoughts?
Yes, I am. One thing we do need to remember is that WA is unique in landscape. The land mass of WA is huge. So at the moment, people are travelling huge distances to Perth. There is some telehealth, but telehealth is never going to replace face-to-face appointments. People are unable to get the testing that they're needing in the regions, and so are having to come to Perth and are subject to very long, unacceptable wait lists. And when they're on the wait lists, they are at risk of seizure-related injury. So we know from Australian research that people with epilepsy experience a seizure-related injury as high as 1 in 10 per year. And of course, that's a cost to the health system. We're supportive of the multidisciplinary comprehensive epilepsy care approach. However, it's important that we don't look at Australia as a whole and say, OK, we can put a single paintbrush stroke across it. We need to look at each jurisdiction for its individual unique needs. And somewhere like WA, we need first seizure clinics in the regions as well.
I'll be honest with you, as a practicing doctor and having listened to the testimony over several weeks now, I don't think it's feasible to set up this level of expertise, the same sort of expertise that's provided at, for example, the Alfred in regional WA. I just don't think it's feasible. What I do think is feasible is what you have proposed in your submission, which is comprehensive multidisciplinary care, backed in with telehealth once patients are stabilised. But I'm just curious as to understand how patients are getting assessed when there are no first seizure clinics in WA. Where are they going?
So there is some sort of rapid access general neurology clinics. However, those are also subject to extensive delays. Some, if we're talking in the adult space, depending on the circumstance, they may be put on an anti-seizure medication in the accident emergency department. Now, of course, the issue with that is they're not receiving things like that crucial SUDEP awareness and training around. So we know that from the NICE guidelines that it's critical that everyone with epilepsy needs to know about SUDEP. People have a right to know about SUDEP. We know from research that people want to know about SUDEP. I have spoken to dozens of bereaved families in the decade that I have been the CEO, and I have not yet met one family who knew about SUDEP. So if people know about SUDEP, they can reduce their risk of SUDEP and other epilepsy-related harms, such as drowning and head injuries. And if we can't get people into that swift care and they're languishing on wait lists without that information, they're relying on organisations like Epilepsy WA who do our utmost to get the life-saving information out there. But we can do better than this. We should be doing better than this.
Is there a generalised shortage of neurologists for the whole of WA, including in private and public?
Absolutely. Yes, certainly.
Or is it, are they all basically in private practice and there are very few in public medicine?
Look, we don't have a huge number in fully in public. We have incredible neurologists and epileptologists in this state, both in the public system and the private. But in both sides of the system, there is not enough neurologists. I think per capita, we have one of the lowest number of neurologists. We need more neurologists, but we need investment in more neurologists. But of course, we need the fellowship pathways. There's no fellowship program. You can't become a fellow in neurology. In WA, there's no fellowship program. So we need investment.
They would have training. They would have training pathways to become a neurologist, but I think that the fellowship maybe that need support to become an epileptologist.
Yeah, no, the fellowship was closed down in WA, actually. We did used to have a fellowship program. So what's happening is these brilliant WA minds are going over east, and then sometimes they come back, and then sometimes we lose them. So, for example, if you look at our submission, we had a brilliant neurosurgeon who was WA born and bred. He learnt both over east and overseas. He learnt the best in epilepsy surgery, and he wanted to come back to WA, his home state, and use that knowledge to help the people of WA. But he left WA because he couldn't bear the burden of not being able to do the best for his patients. He knows that contemporary epilepsy care is available that could make his patients seizure-free. But it's not available in WA, or if it is, it's only available 1 or 2 pilot programs. Things like stereo EEG are not routinely available for people who are surgical candidates for that pre-surgical workup. So not only do we not train people to become a neurologist who's specialising in epilepsy in WA, we are losing skilled people to over east, where in some states there is much greater investment, or we're losing them overseas. We need to, as a country and also as a state here in WA, invest heavily in epilepsy. And when we look at the injuries, when we look at the deaths, when we look at the impacts to people's well-being. So we know people with epilepsy have depression at a rate as high as 50% and high levels of anxiety, increased levels of suicide. We need to, as a community, say this is not okay. We know 1 in 25 people will be diagnosed. The stats are horrific. So let's invest and change things, but we need to do it quickly because the clock's ticking.
I'm glad you raised Dr. Ramakona's statement, because I was about to refer to it. It's extraordinary that this man has expertise in epilepsy surgery and yet is not in the state of WA anymore.
He so eloquently said that he couldn't bear the burden of not being able to do the best for your patients. And, we've got amazing neurologists. They just want to do the best for their patients. We've got amazing neurologists and epilepsy nurses, people who really deeply care, but we are short-staffed. And There's not enough investment. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And I can relate. I carry that burden too. I've been the CEO for a decade, and I'm really sad. I'm sad about outcomes. We need to change the outcomes. It can't go on, and it mustn't go on.
With regards to your epilepsy management plans or the care plans that you talked about, you did a survey and you found that these plans were either developed with a neurologist or with Epilepsy WA or with a nurse. Is there ever a scenario where these plans are developed with all of these people together, as in a multidisciplinary approach to care plan development, or is it sort of this piecemeal approach?
I would say, certainly when epilepsy management plans are developed in conjunction with the family, they are referring to doctor's notes or doctor's guidance. Sometimes it's with the doctor. In terms of, is it a full multidisciplinary approach? I guess my concern is, there is not enough time. We have people languishing on wait lists. We know that we need people to have epilepsy management plans. When you look at the risk of death and injury, we know that part of an epilepsy management plan is actually looking at the risk reduction. How can this person be empowered to reduce their risk of epilepsy-related harm? So at Epilepsy WA, as with other wonderful epilepsy charities across the country, including the National Epilepsy Charities, we are all advocating for everyone living with epilepsy to have an epilepsy management plan. And it's an important part of that risk reduction piece, as well as making sure that those people around you respond appropriately in the event of a seizure. And here at Epilepsy WA, we are going out into the community, out to the schools, out to workplaces, out to disability agencies, training people in best practice, seizure first aid and emergency response. And really, when you think that 1 in 10 people in Australia will have a seizure in their life, that's 1 in 10 people. Every household should know seizure first aid. We all need to understand about epilepsy.
Agreed. And how do you as an organisation maintain your skills and knowledge and keep it updated? And how do you collaborate or stay in contact with all the other organisations throughout Australia that are doing similar work as you?
I don't know if I'd use the word similar, because I think each organisation has their uniqueness. Each organisation is valuable. We're on the ground in WA. Our support groups are face-to-face support groups. We're the only organisation in Australia that's actually based in the grounds of a multiple hospital complex. So people can ring our helpline and we can say, come over. They'll be at the hospital. They'll have just left the hospital, and we can say, come over, have a cup of tea, sit with the peer support worker, or sit with our nurse. We collaborate with all epilepsy associations, both the national and state-based. We also, of course, have very close relationships with clinicians in WA. We have an annual conference where WA neurologists and neurosurgeons speak. They gladly give up their time to help empower patients with knowledge. We stay up to date with international evidence. So our largest display of seizure alert technologies is that, because we are staying up to date with international evidence. So over in Portugal at the moment, there's a lamp that will monitor, it's a bedside lamp, it will monitor for tonic-clonic seizures at night and then notify loved ones when a seizure occurs. Now, it's being trialled in Portuguese hospitals. We have an example of that device on display near the Children's Hospital and near Sir Charles Gardner Adult Hospital. So we are working also with all the various epilepsy associations and charities, and we do share information and we collaborate. But it's important that organisations are allowed to maintain their uniqueness. Epilepsy WA was founded by the first female in the upper house of any state parliament, the Honourable Ruby Hutchison, and I'm proud to help carry forward her legacy about WA, for WA and with WA.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Do you have any questions?
We are behind on time, aren't we? I might leave it there.
Yep, that's fine. Can I thank you both for your submission from Epilepsy WA, but also for your powerful advocacy before the committee today. And thank you very much for your time in answering our questions. That concludes this particular panel, and I'm obliged to tell you that the committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm now going to call representatives from the Kids Research Institute Australia. Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege, the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes. For the benefit of the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Jenny Downs and I am here as the head of the Child Disability Research Team at the Kids Research Institute Australia.
Thanks very much, Professor Downs. I'd like to invite you to make some opening remarks before we go to questions.
Thank you. Thank you. It is wonderful to follow Emma and Andrew, and I thank them for the privilege of following them and for being here today. I will first say that I'm a physiotherapist. By background, I do not prescribe medicines. I'm not a medical clinician, but I have stepped into epidemiology research as well as measurement science and running some clinical trials. So a very broad research base. I hope that my work, my career is defined by very deep listening to families and then using that data, being data-driven to then act. And so the areas where I work is with children mainly with intellectual disability. Many children with intellectual disability have epilepsy. And the group I've been very interested in are children with rare conditions. And rare conditions are more complex. They usually start earlier. They have many more health issues, and many of those have epilepsy. And within the rare disease group, there are a group called developmental and epileptic encephalopathy conditions. These children have difficult to manage seizures. They have a developmental impairments as well across multiple domains, and that is usually has a genetic cause. Not always, but if the cause has not been found, it might be presumed that there is a genetic cause that is not yet known. And so these are all, many of these children have epilepsy, and seizures play a fundamental role in the health of the child. And I responded, and to the family, and I responded to 2 of the questions in the submission about drug-resistant epilepsy and about barriers to support.
Thanks very much, Professor Downs.
Thank you.
I might start us off. Your submission calls for a DDE registry.
I did, yes.
And I'm interested to know that beyond seizure outcomes, what additional data should be collected to ensure that policymakers fully understand the impact of DDEs on families and their carers?
I think I was inspired by an initiative here in Western Australia in 2011. We established a birth defects registry. It's called birth defects. Consumers wanted it to be called birth defects, and also a cerebral palsy register. And there is mandatory reporting to these registers. They have a small range of variables that go with that child, and it is reported to a repository. And for us, I think a genetic diagnosis can be life-changing to the child and the family, but also it's such a busy time with new seizure medicines, new trials and new precision medicines that are making an enormous change, or we hope they will make a very large change, not only to seizures but to developmental impairments. My feeling is that there are basic information that goes with that gene information about obviously the age of the child, boy, girl, some basic information on seizures. They may not have had seizures by the time they had that genetic diagnosis also, so a very basic medical piece that could then mean that we can link that data to data sets such as held by ABS or AIHW, for example, PLIDA, where we can understand impacts for hospitalisations, impacts for other social variables, but importantly, when new medicines and new precision medicines become available, we can be on the front foot with where and how we can cost that into our analyses for those children and families.
Yeah, thank you. You also talk about in your submission, some families have described acting as the coordinators of complex health, disability and education systems. If government was to fund a dedicated care navigation model, what outcomes do you think would be or should be used to measure the success of that model?
I think the outcomes are less hospital admissions, less ED presentations, better parent mental health, and probably better child health as well. I'm not quite sure what outcomes specifically, but I think there would be more stability of seizures. And the care coordination goes beyond management of epilepsy. If a child has complex needs, then there is coordination between 4, 5, 6 or more specialities, and that is enormously burdensome to parents. We do not have paid navigators, coordinators in our system. It is extremely lean on the ground, and I think there's two ways to tackle this. I think we do need more coordinators for children with epilepsy conditions and complex disability, but I also think we could do better with having a platform which parents are in charge of. It's their platform to input their information about their child, and I have a protocol drawn up for this particular piece of work where we would have a very dynamic calendar that can be active at the right time to remind a parent to when to coordinate with whom, because it's a very complex pictures. And one of the quotes, the parent described doing all of this coordination, always being the catalyst, and then they did all of this while they were at rock bottom, and it really was. It is a very big call that I hear from families.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to Senator Nandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. Professor Stout, is the Kids Research Institute just devoted to research, or is this also a centre which provides comprehensive epilepsy care? You'll have to forgive me, I don't know the context.
We are a children's research institute. We are co-located in the Perth Children's Hospital, but we do not provide clinical care. For the most, we have an autism section, but that is quite separate. For the most part, we do not provide care. So
it's a similar. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say we are analogous to the Murdoch Children's Research Institute. That might have been what you were thinking.
Yes, I was about to preempt. That's wonderful. Okay.
Sorry.
So it sounds like you've got all the ingredients there for a comprehensive epilepsy centre for paediatrics and youth. Is the Perth Children's Hospital providing that level of care, as far as you know? Comparable to the Royal Children's, for example?
I'm not sure that I can speak to what the clinicians are actually doing with respect. I know we have neurologists who are very busy, who are very dedicated to their epilepsy, the children with epilepsy and children with complex conditions such as the DEEs, but I cannot speak to how their care is compared to another organisation, another children's hospital. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Let's turn then to genetic testing, clinical trials, and gene therapies. So perhaps give us an overview of the access to genetic testing children and infants in WA have.
I don't do that genetic testing, but my understanding is that it can be difficult to fit into department budgets. And so therefore not all children will be tested genetically. And so therefore I believe and I recommend very strongly that that be prioritised. It is impacting health in such important ways and ways that we cannot yet measure, that we ought to be on the front foot with this very important task. My understanding from discussions with clinicians is that they do not have the budget to be comprehensively covering all of their patients.
Are the clinicians then sending samples to the Murdoch Children's Institute for the Gene Step study?
Again, I can't answer that one. I'm awfully sorry. I don't know their exact pathways in their care pathways.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how children, infants with DEE are considered for clinical trials, and what is the level of activity?
The level of activity is increasing every year, and I'm referring to DEEs here because that is where my experience is. There are new clinical trials almost by the month in the DEE space, but these are rare conditions, so these trials are international. Many of those trials are first in the United States, but also many of the trials, because the condition is rare, they will need sites in many countries. And the most recent trial, I was looking at their protocol, and they had more than 30 sites across something like 20 countries. So these are really complex exercises that are put together to test these new medicines in new trials. Sorry, actually, I have to stop here. Did you ask only about gene therapy trials?
No.
Yeah, okay, generally.
Trials.
So the epilepsy trials. The gene therapy trials that I am aware of are tighter and smaller. They cannot have so many sites when they are doing such an exploratory form of medicine, first in human sort of application. You can't go to healthy adults and then go to patients. It starts with patients. So they are tighter in their scope of their number of sites and the number of countries because it is such a frontier. I will be followed later by a person who will know more about this question than me, but my understanding is that the Australian DEE advocacy organisations advocate hard for trials to consider coming to Australia. We do from our research position, and I know clinicians here also advocate for those trials to have sites in Australia. So we are small at the moment in that landscape, but they will grow in their capacity, and the more we do, these small beginnings will lead on to much stronger expertise all round to be able to be more active in that space.
How do families find out about what clinical trials are available for DEE patients? Is it only through discussions with clinicians, or is there a centralised directory somewhere for them to look up trials and self-refer potentially?
I think there's a lot of ways for families to get information about trials. It is through their clinician. They will talk to their clinician, what is available, where are their clinical trials for my child's condition. But also there are very active WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups for rare conditions. They are very, very active. There are extraordinarily good advocacy organisations, and whilst they might be based in the US or another country, their reach is international. And so rare disease communities, and from my knowledge, the DEE communities are extraordinarily well connected with what is happening. And that's another part of the reason for equitable diagnosis, so families know where they are. But there's lots of ways, but it is certainly through clinicians as well.
And how should the committee be thinking of developing a structure around N of 1 trials? We have heard a lot of testimony around families, patient groups, interest groups, crowdfunding, and then there are big questions raised around equity.
There are, because they can be very expensive. I hadn't prepared for this question. I think it's a very good question. I think there are N=1 studies that are done within a very focused clinical environment, and it's possible that our later speaker will be more appropriate for this question than me. I think that is something I would need to defer. I do feel some concern when families are fundraising for their own N=1 medicine, and I am concerned for that family, and I am concerned for that as a way to move those children forward as a group.
In WA, are N of 1 trials happening for DEE?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't think I have any further questions, Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Anandaraja. That concludes this particular panel. Can I thank you very much, Professor, for giving us your time and your submission today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026. I don't think we took any questions on notice, but they are due on Thursday, the 3rd of September 2026. So thank you very much again for your time and your expertise.
Thank you.
And I'm now going to call those people who are participating in our lived experience panel. So Kim, Andrew, Emma, Warwick, Debbie and Elise. And I think we've already heard from Andrew. Is it the same Andrew or a different Andrew? I'll soon see. If you just see Georgia, she'll sort that for you. Good evening, everyone. This session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from members of the community about their lived experiences, and so this will be a listening exercise for us. We won't be asking you questions. I just want to remind everyone that this is a public hearing and that these are formal proceedings, and so we'll be conducting this in an orderly and respectful way. More importantly, I want to remind witnesses not to disclose any personal or private information. So don't say your last names or your addresses, dates of birth, because we are live streaming the audio, and so once it's out there, it's on the transcript and we can't get it back. The next step before we hear from each of you is we have to go through and have you all say your first name for the benefit of the Hansard. So starting at the left of the table, if you can just say your first name out loud.
Andrew.
Thank you. Claire.
Kim.
Emma.
Warwick.
Elise. Thanks very much, everyone. I'm now going to ask you to invite you to make your statements, and I'm going to start with you, Andrew.
My introduction to epilepsy came in my early 20s when I had what was known at the time as a grand mal. I fell from a standing position straight backwards, landing on my head. That could have quite easily been the end for me. Fortunately for me, I survived, but only to have a petite mal a couple of years later. Excuse me. This was when I was formally diagnosed with epilepsy. After that, I went into remission for 19 years. My next seizure came while I was driving with my girlfriend. We crashed through some steel bollards and ended up on the wrong side of the road of a busy intersection. Thankfully, there was a break in the traffic which allowed bystanders to shut down the road and assist us while emergency services were on the way. My girlfriend was physically unharmed, but she suffered a panic attack from the traumatic experience. I had a tonic-clonic seizure and woke up in the hospital with sore shoulders and bruising from the seatbelts. It could have been a lot worse. We were lucky. My driver's licence was instantly suspended for 12 months and my car was written off. I managed to get to and from work with help from colleagues from work who lived nearby. 12 months later, I bought a new car and started driving myself into work again. It seemed like I was finally getting my life back on track. 6 months later, the same thing happened. I had another tonic-clonic seizure while driving myself home from work. I became unconscious and ran a red light, T-boning another car crossing the intersection. The lady in the other car ended up with a broken ankle. I had a sort of out-of-body experience. I remember being in a white room. The room was spinning and I heard a voice telling me I'd been in a car accident. I woke up in a hospital bed with my wife next to me who confirmed it. An MRI showed the cause of my seizures was a cavernoma on my left temporal lobe, a collection of blood vessels prone to rupturing, and every time it did I had a seizure. There was talk of brain surgery as a way of controlling the seizures. The surgery is very invasive and not guaranteed to prevent all of my seizures. It would involve cutting away a section of my skull and popping the cavernoma. Then they would wake me up with my brain still exposed and run some tests to see that they hadn't made any further damage. This prospect scared me to death. I couldn't afford to risk it as I had a family to provide for. My licence was again suspended for 12 months. This time there was no one living close by to help me to get to work because we'd moved to another house. This house was the house that my wife and I had planned to raise a family in. It was in a good area, surrounded by good schools, close to shops and parks, an ideal place to raise a family, but it was 40 kilometres away from work. I couldn't use a bus as there was no direct service to the airport. I couldn't use the train because I'd have to catch a train into the city and then catch a connecting train out to the nearest train station, which was still 5 kilometres away from work. As the trains start at 5 a.m. and I start work at 5:45 a.m, this didn't give me enough time to get to work. At this point, when I tell my story, people ask me, why not just move closer to work? And the answer to that is, my wife and I worked for 4 years to get into that house. Everything we did for that 4 years was with the sole purpose of getting into that house. So if we moved, that 4 years would be wasted and all of our hopes, plans and dreams would be gone. So therefore it wasn't an option. By this time, my wife had given birth and I was having repeat episodes. Every consequent episode would reset the 12-month driving suspension. My wife was driving me to and from work, and we had no family living close by to look after the baby. My wife would often get stuck in peak hour traffic with a screaming baby. This took a huge toll on our mental health as we were already adjusting to life as new parents, and my wife was suffering postnatal depression. I was considering suicide. I believed I was a burden to my family, and if I wasn't around, the problem would be solved. My wife would get a payout from my super and she could pay off the house. One sleepless night, I'd made up my mind I was going to do it. There was no showy suicide attempt cry for help. There was no letter to explain why I'd taken the coward's way out. I was simply going to walk down to the freeway and jump in front of a truck. I went and kissed my wife and my daughter goodbye. As I left my daughter's room, she started crying, as if she knew what I was going to do. I picked her up to console her, and as I stared into her helpless, innocent face, I knew in that moment I couldn't leave her without a father. I held her tightly and started crying. I found the support groups facilitated by Epilepsy WA an invaluable service through this period. There was one within walking distance from my house, so I attended as often as I could. Sharing my story with others who understood what I was going through and hearing their stories was a turning point for me. Through the darkest time in my life, Epilepsy WA was the only one there for my wife and I. After about 12 months, we managed to negotiate a relatively cheap rate with a private transport company. They drove me to work and my wife picked me up. This relieved some of the pressure. There was no help from work. I couldn't work from home, and there was no help from the government. We were forced to cover the cost of the transport from our own pocket. If we had financial help, then I could have got transport in both ways, and that would have saved my wife the hassle of picking me up. Since then, I've changed crews at work and I can now get help again getting to and from work. A new train station has opened up, a short walk from work, but I still can't use them as the trains still don't start early enough. What would be helpful for people in my situation is some kind of assistance from the government to cover the costs that they created for me when they took away my driver's licence without any thought into how it would impact my life. More public transport would help. If the train started just half an hour earlier, I could use them all the time. Research and development into devices that could help monitor people with epilepsy while driving, something like a mobile EEG that can be integrated into car technology to alert the driver when epilepsy activity is detected. This would give greater peace of mind to those who drive with epilepsy. 13 years ago, the RAC used an EEG headset that used 14 sensors that detected electrical activity in the brain to reveal whether a driver is paying attention or zoning out. It also mapped sleep patterns, eye movements and blink rates to track fatigue and gain insights into the driver's emotional state, ultimately producing an attention-powered car. If we had that technology back then it should be doable. In closing, I want to raise one other thing that I find highly unfair. My licence was suspended for 12 months out of no fault of my own, yet someone who decides to drive under the influence of drugs or alcohol, the worst they get is a 6-month suspension. If you were to pull up my driving record, you would find no traffic infringements in the last 15 years. I'm not a criminal, but those who drive under the influence are. I understand the logic behind my 12-month suspension. I wasn't in control of my condition, therefore it was a risk for me to drive. But on one hand, you have someone who's done nothing wrong, and on the other, you have someone who has intentionally broken the law, and yet the person who has done nothing wrong gets the harsher sentence. No matter how it's explained to me, it just doesn't make any sense. I believe the person making the conscious decision to do the wrong thing is reckless, and therefore the bigger risk. Thank you.
Leah.
Okay. I just wanted to share my story. My daughter has epilepsy. She's 11 now, but I thought maybe I'd start at the beginning because it took a long time for her to be diagnosed. She was born as a healthy, normal child. And she had, well, we thought it was just reflux or something. I went to numerous doctors and they just said it's nothing to worry about. But over time, it was clear that she was having seizures. And it was actually such a struggle to get her diagnosed. It ended up taking like multiple ambulance trips for them to take it more seriously, because they are overwhelmed in the system. It's not their fault. It's just that the resources. So she wasn't actually diagnosed or was able to start the medication that she needed until she was 2 years old. Of course, medication resistant to epilepsy, so none of the medication works for her. She used to only have nighttime seizures, but it's progressed to daytime ones as well. And that means that at any moment she could just fall on the ground, which has resulted in many injuries for her. And the thing I think that also hurts is that there is options for her, like her surgery is an option for her. And she's been waiting a really, really long time. The reason that she can't get the surgery is because we don't have access to the stereo EEG that she needs. She's been waiting a really long time. Years and years and years. And I wonder if she'd had that surgery, 5-6 years ago, whether all the effects from the epilepsy and the medication would be different for her, because she used to be a normal girl with friends in kindergarten, and because of all the seizures, she's very severely developmentally behind. She doesn't have any friends. She hardly attends school. She just rots away, and she's only 11. So I know that the adults have the stereo EEG, and I think that the kids should be able to have that as well, because this is what she needs. And I feel like our whole family is just put on hold until she can get that surgery, because that's her option. I just wish there was more funding. It's really not a seen illness. She looks like a normal, beautiful girl, but what she's going through internally is actually really severe. And so, I don't know, I think what I would like to see is more funding for epilepsy. Also, maybe less wait times for MRIs, or to go and see the people and do the tests that we need to do, because it didn't have to take this long. Neuroplasticity decreases over time. So if she had had that surgery 5-6 years ago, she could be a normal girl at school and then one day contribute to society. But now, I don't even know if she can hold a job ever. She'll never become a mum. She's that severely affected and disabled by it. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thanks, Claire. Kim.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I know you've already spent a long day listening to people talk, so thank you for giving families like mine the time to be heard. You have heard and will continue to hear from neurologists, researchers, clinicians, and organizations with enormous expertise in epilepsy. I'm not one of those experts. I'm here as a mother. I've spent more than 3 decades caring for my sons. My expertise is what happens after the appointment is over. After the hospital sends you home and epilepsy comes home with you. Today I want to speak particularly about 2 of my young men who live with epilepsy. Both are nonverbal. They rely on low-tech communication, such as pictures, which I've given you an example. I've taken that from the Queensland Health Department. We don't have any of that in WA hospitals. I take it with me. So something as simple as some paper in a nurse's drawer can help my boys get treatment in the ED department. Both are nonverbal, so they rely on low-tech, such as the pictures, and high-tech communication devices to tell the world what they need. But there are some things they simply cannot tell us. My mother once told me that every one of us has a map, a life map. No 2 maps are the same. We understand the things marked on our own map, But sometimes we can't truly understand what's on somebody else's map till life puts us there. I don't know what it is like to be a senator. That's not on my map. But I do know what it's like to watch someone I love turn blue, stop breathing during a seizure. I know what it's like to deal with aspiration in the middle of a seizure at the dinner table. I know what it's like to jump at an unfamiliar noise in another room because your first thought isn't, what was that? Your first thought is, somebody's having a seizure. And I know what it's like to have two people you love living with epilepsy, quietly carrying the question, if they both had a seizure at the same time, who do I help first? That's part of my family's map. So the next 10 minutes, I'm not going to ask you to understand my life completely. I'm going to ask you to walk along the map with me. When you're caring for someone who is nonverbal, sometimes you don't even know you're approaching danger because the person traveling beside you cannot tell you what they're feeling. Recently, after one of my sons had a seizure, an ambulance officer asked me what his auras were. I don't know. He can't tell me. A communication device cannot necessarily tell me, Mum, something doesn't feel right. My head feels strange. My eyes are sparkly. Something is tingling. I think I'm going to have a seizure. And sometimes, because of how quickly it happens, there'll be no opportunity to communicate at all. So you become a watcher. You learn their eyes, their movements, their sounds, their behavior, their tiny nuances. Sometimes those tiny changes are the only warning you're going to get. And then there is the sound of a seizure. That is a sound you never forget. The gargling noise that saliva is building up. The change in breathing, the way the body moves, the complete helplessness of watching someone you love while knowing that at that moment all you can do is keep them safe. Time the seizure and follow their seizure time. When the boys come out of a seizure and I look into their eyes, I see confusion. Their eyes are asking someone to help them because they don't understand what has happened in their bodies. Imagine waking up from something terrifying when you cannot ask, what just happened to me? Only days ago, I reminded staff that one of the sons needed to remain within eyesight. When they returned home, everyone moved to the back of the house and he was left at the front. This is exactly why he needs to be where you can see him. You cannot assume you will hear a seizure. Hours later, he had a focal seizure. There was no dramatic fall. No convulsion that would necessarily alert someone in another room. Had nobody been watching him, it could have simply been missed. That is the reality of epilepsy in our home. Supervision does not mean taking away someone's independence. Sometimes supervision is the very thing that allows a person with epilepsy to live safely. You cannot respond to a seizure you do not know is happening. Hospitals have always been difficult for my boys. I want to make something very clear. This is not because doctors and nurses don't care. They do. The problem is that many health professionals have not received enough training in supporting someone who has intellectual disability and is nonverbal. Epilepsy care and disability-informed care cannot be separated for people like my sons. I have slept on the hospital floor in their rooms because I was frightened to leave my son. I have reached the point where, after repeated seizures, I was barely holding myself together. Then the person with epilepsy is not the only person affected by epilepsy. It reaches the whole family. SUDEP. SUDEP was never properly explained to me. In preparing to come here today, I watched evidence given by other people who lived experience at an earlier hearing. I heard another family speak about not knowing about SUDEP. That struck me because suddenly I realized this wasn't just my experience. It appears this conversation is being missed for other families too. When I questioned why something so serious was not discussed more openly, including in some epilepsy training, I was told that people don't want to create fear and panic. I understand that thinking, but I disagree with it. Education doesn't just create fear. Education creates informed and empowered people. I would rather know the worst case scenario. I would rather be frightened and informed than protected from information that could help me keep my son safe. Fear with knowledge gives me something to work with. Not knowing gives me nothing. Complacency. One of the greatest dangers I see in epilepsy in care is complacency. Complacency comes when we think no new effort is needed. In epilepsy, complacency can mean ignoring a risk simply because nothing happened yesterday. Nothing happening yesterday or today does not mean nothing can happen tomorrow. That is why medication in our house is taken on time. It is why I document seizures, the date, the time, how long they lasted, and what happened around them. It is why we learn possible triggers. It is why bathroom doors can't be locked from the outside. It is why baths aren't allowed for my boys. It is why someone is always present when they shower. It is why everyone supporting my sons needs to know seizure first aid. This isn't an anxious mother overreacting. This is epilepsy management in a household where people with epilepsy cannot tell you what their bodies are telling them. The NDIS problem. The support workers caring for my son need epilepsy and seizure first aid training. These are people who may one day be standing beside my sons when they have a seizure. They need to know what to do and what not to do. Yet I have encountered a grey area over whether this training is considered medical, disability-related support, or simply education. Funding for training my staff was refused. But I will not send someone out with my sons or ask someone to support my sons without knowing they have the skills to respond to something that become a life or death situation. I refuse to do it, and I won't do it. There needs to be absolute clarity within the NDIS about responsibility for epilepsy training, where the participant has epilepsy. The training needs to be delivered by an appropriately qualified epilepsy trainer. Families should not have to fight over whether epilepsy belongs in a medical box or a disability box. My sons don't live in boxes. They live with a disability and epilepsy every day. The system needs to recognize the same reality. We also need greater public understanding of epilepsy. Australia already uses television, social media, and public awareness campaigns to educate people about important health, safety, disability, caring issues. We can do the same for epilepsy. Show people what a seizure can look like. Teach basic seizure first aid. Teach people what not to do. Teach them when to call an ambulance. Explain that epilepsy does not always look the same. Talk appropriately and honestly about risks, including SUDEP. We should not wait until an Australian witnesses their first seizure to discover they have absolutely no idea what to do. And we need organisations such as Epilepsy WA. They have been there for my family day and night. Families need someone to turn when the person on the other end who understands epilepsy, understands the fear, and can give practical, informed support. You have the ability to make parts of this map safer. You can create clarity around epilepsy training within the NDIS. You can strengthen education for health professionals supporting people with intellectual disability who are nonverbal. You can ensure families receive honest information about risks such as SUDEP rather than protecting them from information they need. And you can make sure Australians know what to do when they witness a seizure. You may not be able to change the whole map, but you can make it safer to travel. I have spent decades learning my boys' map. I know their movements, I know their sounds, I know their eyes, but there are parts of epilepsy I cannot see, and parts they cannot explain to me. So today I'm using my voice for them and for the other Australians with epilepsy who cannot stand here and explain what it feels like. 10 minutes ago, epilepsy may have occupied a different place on your life map. I hope that by allowing me to share ours today, you leave understanding a little bit more of what families like mine carry when we walk out of this room. My sons may not be able to sit here and tell you this themselves, but I can, and that's why I'm here. So before I finish, I brought you some with me today. I have little small worry dolls, one for each one of you. The tradition is that you tell your worry to those dolls, and before you go to sleep, you place it under your pillow and let the doll carry those worries through the night. I have my own worry dolls at home. Mine are well worn, because I use them. These ones are new. I'd like each one of you to take them with you today, put it under your pillow, tell it your worries, and perhaps let it carry it too. A little of what families living with epilepsy carry every day. Please don't protect us from knowledge. Give us knowledge to protect them. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Kim. Emma.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the chance to tell my story. My name is Emma. I am 1 in 25. I have drug-resistant or refractory epilepsy, and on some days I have multiple seizures a day. I live in Banjup with my husband and our 3 young children. We have no access to public transport. I think of myself as having a disability. The state and federal governments don't. 5 years ago, I didn't know I had epilepsy. For years before that, I was unwell in ways that no one could explain. I'd be completely wiped out, flattened for no reason. I'd get waves of panic out of nowhere. A GP told me it was anxiety, so I went looking elsewhere. Other GPs, functional medicine practitioners, naturopaths. I was told anxiety, low iron, low B12, estrogen dominance. Not one person thought to look at my brain. They were textbook temporal lobe seizures, and they left me exhausted and unable to function. I was diagnosed in the end, but not by a clinic. I was diagnosed in the emergency department of Fiona Stanley. I blacked out at the wheel with a tonic-clonic seizure and hit another car head-on. Luckily for me and my baby girl, who was 18 months at the time, we got out of that unscathed. And the biggest luck? The people in the other car were uninjured. The system had years, and it had a patient asking for answers. What finally produced a diagnosis was a car crash. You'll hear plenty in this inquiry about diagnosis, medication, waiting lists, and I'm happy to take questions on any of that. But seizures last minutes, sometimes seconds. Blink and you'll miss it. I want to use my 10 minutes on the other 23 hours and 58 minutes because that's the part that nobody sees. It's everything that stops happening around it. What epilepsy has taken from me. First, my independence. I can't drive. That's the obvious one. And people do understand this. What they don't understand is that I also can't safely catch a bus or a train on my own. God forbid I have a seizure and wander off into the middle of traffic. And I'm terrified of getting into a taxi because after a seizure, I become extremely disorientated. I don't know where I am or where I'm going or who I'm with. So the idea of being alone with a stranger in that state is genuinely debilitating. My world has shrunk to the distance that I can walk on a good day with one of my safe people behind me. Second, my work. I was a dog trainer and groomer. I went to people's homes and taught young families how to handle their dogs safely around small children. I was good at it and I was passionate about it. Daily seizures and the fatigue that follows make that impossible now. It was never about the money. It was about the purpose. It was the people. What I lost wasn't an income. It was being someone who contributes, someone with a skill, someone who has somewhere to be in the morning. And third, mental health. The one I want on the record the most because it gets treated as a side issue. Depression and anxiety is not separate from epilepsy. It is a major part of it. It comes from losing my independence, losing my work, losing my friendships because I become too hard, and from not knowing whether I'll ever get any of it back. Every week I ask for favours to do the simplest things. Grab groceries for dinner, get a child to an appointment. Knowing I'll depend on other people for the rest of my life is what affects me the most profoundly. I can't even sign up for an excursion with my child as a parent helper. When my epilepsy is discussed clinically, my mental health is treated as a separate problem. It isn't. It's part of the illness. What it has taken from my children. I have 3 children. They are 7, 9 and 12. I can't take them to school or pick them up. I can't drive them to a friend's house. I find it hard to host a play date because I can't promise another parent I'll be conscious and safe all afternoon. I can't take them out in the school holidays. Those sound like small things, but they're what being a mother is made of. And one by one, I've handed every single one of them off to somebody else. My kids come home from school and very often I'm asleep. What they see is a mum who's exhausted and can't keep on top of her own house. My eldest is 12. He had a few good years before my epilepsy took hold. My 7 and 9-year-old haven't had that benefit. They're the ones missing the playdates, the parties, the sport, because nobody is free to get them there. They aren't building the friendships their brother built, and I know that's down to me. The honest word for how that feels isn't sad, it's useless. What has it taken from everyone else? My husband is my carer, my driver, the school run, the shopping, the appointments, the person holding the household together. It isn't that he sometimes leaves work early. He's late for work every single day and out early most evenings. Some days he can't get it in at all. A dentist appointment for one of the kids, a neurology appointment for me, or a day where I'm curled up, not functioning, and he stays home, so I'm having to cope, not alone. He works in excess of 72 hours a week, whether he's at work or at home. We are fortunate. He earns a good income. We are lucky enough to be able to afford to be sick. So this isn't about money. It's watching a capable man be able to give what he knows he can give and carrying the frustration of letting people down every day, alongside constant anxiety about me, about the children, and about what comes next. If that's what it looks like in a house with a good income and understanding employers, I'd ask you hard to think about what it looks like without them. He isn't counted anywhere in the system as someone who needs support. And my son is 9. He becomes extremely anxious about health, mine and his own. He doesn't like to leave me alone in case something happens to me. He's missed a great deal of school over anxiety over the last 2 years. And in recent months, he's told us he's had thoughts about not wanting to be here anymore. He is 9 years old. He is carrying a weight no 9-year-old should carry. I want to put this as plainly as I can. There are 5 people in my house. 4 of us are struggling with our mental health. Only one of us has epilepsy. My parents are in their 70s. They should be enjoying their retirement. Instead, they drive me to appointments, they help me get to the shops, and when my husband travels for work, they sleep at our house to keep the household running. That's what our support system is. It isn't a service. It's a couple in their 70s, a husband whose career has stalled, good neighbours and friends who do the school run. I'm one of the lucky ones. Without them, all of it falls on my husband. What I'd ask of the committee, you need more than a story, so I'll leave you with 5 things. 1, make epilepsy something clinicians actively look for. Unexplained fatigue, sudden panic, moments of absence. These should prompt a question about brain function. Nobody should be diagnosed in a car crash. 2, treat mental health as a core epilepsy care, not an optional extra. Psychological support should be funded and routine and extend to partners and children. The anxiety and mental health challenges in my own circle are not unique to my family. 3, fix how fluctuating conditions are assessed, including for the NDIS. On a good day, I look well. I look great today. You can't tell anything's wrong with me. On a bad day, I can't be left alone. Assessments need to reflect daily functional impact, not a snapshot. 4, treat transport as a health issue. People who can't drive, can't safely use public transport, are effectively housebound. Subsidised, reliable transport would give me back some independence and take a real load off my family and my friends. And 5, fund practical in-home support, school transport, domestic help, respite for carers. It's unglamorous, but it's not expensive. And it's the difference between a family coping and a family in crisis. Closing, I'm not asking to be cured in this room. I know you can't do that. What I'm asking is that you understand epilepsy isn't only a medical condition that happens to one person for 2 minutes at a time. It reorganises a whole family, a husband's career, a child's mental health, an elderly couple's retirement, and almost none of that is seen, counted or supported. We are managing, but only just. We are all very tired and we need help. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Emma. Warwick.
Sorry, I've got to read off my phone because I'm on crutches, epilepsy related, believe it or not. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to listen to my story and my experiences with epilepsy. My first introduction to epilepsy was my good friend Greg, who had suffered his whole life with this condition, and I witnessed firsthand to him the damage it could do. I remember hospital trips, times he split his head open, stints of depression, loss of licence, loss of job, the list just goes on and on. Unfortunately, we lost Greg to SUDAP. He never made his 40th. For those of you who aren't aware what SUDAP is, it stands for Sudden Unexpected Death in Epilepsy. The scariest part about SUDAP is it happens to 1 in 1,000 of us, so it can happen at any age, even in well-controlled epilepsy. I'd never heard of SUDAP before, and we were all left completely devastated and wondering how and why this had happened. Until I work out how to stop it, we'll never know. My own journey with epilepsy started when I was 18. I kept waking up in places not knowing where I was, how I'd arrived there, or what was going on. There are many kinds of seizures, and what I suffer from predominantly are called complex partial seizures. In layman's terms, the lights are on, but no one's home. So I'm conscious, but I don't know what's happening around me. I used to just walk off, and it's an actual miracle I never got hit by a car. It was after this kept happening very regularly, I knew something was very wrong. My parents and I, we tried everything to get help. Went to numerous doctors, we even paid for a general physician, and we got the same answer every time. I was a drug addict. I was making it up. I needed attention. This went on for 14 years and no diagnosis or answer. Eventually one night, I had a tonic-clonic seizure. These are the type everyone associates with epilepsy, where you shake, convulse. And my wife then took me to our new family doctor we were using at the time. We went through my history and she said, "My God, I think you've had epilepsy since you've been 18. I was then referred to a neurologist. He saw me very quickly as my doctor expressed in the referral that this needed to be sorted very fast, and luckily I had private health insurance, so I was able to get in the system quickly. Not everyone is this lucky, however, but this is when the true battle began. I dropped out of uni and pursued a career in roof plumbing, as there was a trade shortage, and thought it was the right move to make it, as it would guarantee work and a future for my family. I really enjoyed it. My diagnosis, however, brought my whole world crashing down. I'd started my own business, it was going really well, and I understandably had to get insurance signed off every year by my neurologist. One day at work, I had a seizure and fell through the roof. I gave myself a concussion and a massive black eye. Yet again, it's a miracle that's all that happened, and I didn't die. But every time you have an unprovoked seizure, which is a seizure when you're on your medication and there's no explanation why you had it, you have to report to your neurologist, and that's an automatic loss of licence. My wife was heavily pregnant at the time as we decided to start a family, and she had to come pick me up and bring me home. And this was the beginning of the best and worst day of my life. After she brought me home, she went to go and get me some medication, and I decided when she left, I was going to kill myself. I was so ashamed of myself and everything I was putting my wife through. And I didn't want my unborn son to have an embarrassment for a father. So the best thing in my mind was to kill myself, and then she would have a nice insurance payout and start a life over. When she left, I made a slip knot, I went to the garage and I hung myself from a shelf. It was at this point, luckily again, my cat came running in and he climbed up my body and started clawing at the rope. And at a moment of clarity, I realised if my cat was this upset, I can't imagine how upset my wife would be. So I made the decision to give myself another chance, to not let this condition win, to meet my son, to watch him grow up. So I climbed on one of the shelves, undid the knot, and I just completely broke down. My wife found me and rang my neurologist, who made room to see me immediately. This is when he changed my medication, added some antipsychotics, and gave me Epilepsy WA's number. That is why I reflect on that day as also being the best of my life. If it wasn't for my neurologist giving me that number and reaching out to Epilepsy WA, I would have just been another statistic. I don't think I would have made it. We have a saying in our world, epilepsy, you don't get it until you get it. This is why services like Epilepsy WA are absolutely crucial to our community and why it's absolutely essential we provide stable, continuous funding. A psychologist will not work in these situations. You need people who have walked in your shoes, have been through what you have. It was through the support groups and services that I dug myself out of that hole. Epilepsy has put serious limitations on your life, especially on the jobs front. It's illegal to work with heavy machinery, forklifts, buses, emergency services, aviation, and of course heights. So my business had to fold and I was unemployed for 4 months. I experienced a lot of discrimination in this time. The amount of times I was overqualified for a job just blew my mind. I couldn't even get a job bread packing. I eventually landed an interview as a maintenance manager, and I'll be forever grateful for my employers. I've been working for them for 6 years now. I love my job and they understand. The financial burden epilepsy puts is also a very big one. My medication costs us $299.95 a month. My most expensive medication is modafinil. I now have to take 10 tablets a day to try and keep my epilepsy controlled. The physical toll this condition takes on your body is bad. I've had numerous trips, stitches, broken bones. I've ground my teeth down to next to nothing, but the body heals. The mental health toll is far more significant. Epilepsy and depression walk hand in hand. 30% of us suffer from depression. I suffer from mild anxiety now, as I can't even go to bed anymore without having a statistic in the back of my mind. Will I be the 1 in 1,000 tonight? Then there is the burden you put on your family and friends. When my first son was born, I was with my wife in the suite and a code blue was called because it started going wrong. The doctors had to take time out of tending to my wife and escort me out of the room because they couldn't deal with 2 medical emergencies at the same time. It was my job to be there for my wife. It's my job to make sure she was okay and I let her down. I'll forever feel guilty about that day. Then when he was born, it was illegal for me to be left alone with him as my epilepsy was completely out of control, and if something happened to him, I would have been legally responsible. Then there was the day I had my first seizure in front of him, a complex partial. When I eventually regained consciousness and wasn't confused anymore, he had a sheer look of terror on his face. And I'll never forget what he said, "Daddy, where did you go? You disappeared. I was so scared." Those words will be forever burnt in my mind, and I'll forever carry guilt over that. It's my job to protect him from harm and shield him from the world, and I've failed him. Our biggest awareness campaign is in March, where we do our Purple Walk for Epilepsy. It's always a bittersweet day because we are a community. We're all a big family, and we all love each other and take care of each other. But every year we lose someone to this condition. It's up to us to keep their hopes and dreams alive. I just hope one day we can find an answer so we don't lose more. I would implore you all to come down next year and march with us and listen to other stories. I truly believe with consistent funding we will save many more lives, and I hope and pray we can secure it. Epilepsy stole my life. I've had to rebuild it from square one, and I luckily had an amazing support network and a massive crutch in Epilepsy WA and Emma. They are heroes to us all, and what they do with a shoestring budget is amazing. I believe if we secure consistent funding and better awareness, we won't ever end up with another broken man so desperate to provide for his family. The only legitimate way he sees to do it is suicide. Once I engaged with their services, I was never alone again. We really need to secure this funding because the sky is the limit to the amount of lives you will change and, more importantly, save. I now live a full, happy life. I enjoy astronomy and astrophotography. I coach my son's football side and have a beautiful wife and family. And I owe this all to Epilepsy WA and Emma. So thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my life. And thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to my story. I hope and pray we can move forward together with consistent funding and bring epilepsy out of the shadows. The difference it will make to our community is immeasurable. Thank you.
Thanks, Warwick. Elise. Hi, I'm Elise. I'm a 40-year-old environmental scientist living in Perth, Western Australia. I know you're not supposed to say your age and where you're from, but I think it's important to the story because I've been living with burdened by seizures for part of that burn for half of my life. Half of that burn is due to the lack of healthcare access in my state. My first introduction to epilepsy was at 13 years old when I had my first seizure, and my panicked parents called an ambulance and I was taken to Princess Margaret. That was in 1999, and it was evident then that the public health system was already stretched really thin. I was diagnosed with epilepsy and put on anti-seizure medication. I was lucky. My seizures were controlled for the next 13 years until 2012. But I still remember my paediatric neurologist. He was exhausted. He had a line of children and families trailing out his door. This was my first glimpse of what many people in WA with epilepsy endure. A public health system that is overwhelmed with epilepsy and under-resourced in treatments. In 2012, I was so excited to start my career as a graduate environmental scientist after years of struggling through high school and a lot of dedication at university. My seizures, out of nowhere, became no longer controlled by my medication. My epilepsy was now drug resistant. But years without having seizures meant I'd fallen through the cracks and I was lost in the healthcare system. I bounced around between private neurologists, each prescribing different medications, but never did any doctors just diagnose me with drug-resistant epilepsy. So by 2016, my seizures were still persistent and an unpredictable force in my life, often placing me in dangerous situations. But viewing the problem through a scientist lens, I decided to approach my health like a research question by firstly conducting a gap analysis. I typed in seizures, uncontrolled, and epilepsy into Google Scholar. This led me to a series of journal articles from hospitals in Victoria. So soon I was reaching out to the researchers listed on those papers who were contactable by email. These were professors in anti- and drug-resistant epilepsy. I reached out to them, and within a couple of months I was on a flight to Melbourne to see a specialist neurologist in the drug-resistant epilepsy. Soon after, he penciled me in for a video EEG in Melbourne, which I travelled interstate for. A video EEG records the brain's electrical activity while simultaneously filming physical movements and behaviours. In Melbourne, multiple public health hospitals offer this service. There's 4 beds at the Alfred, 4 beds at the Royal Melbourne, and 4 beds at St Vincent's, whereas at Perth, we only have 1 at Charlie's. In Melbourne, I heard terms that I hadn't heard before, like drug-resistant epilepsy and epilepsy surgery.
By 2019, my seizures were even more uncontrolled, putting me in some really terrifying situations, as I have tonic-clonics with no warning. So having enduring years of misdiagnosis and lost time, I bypassed the WA health system and undertook a stereo EEG in Victoria. This is a minimally invasive surgery and allows doctors to pinpoint precisely where the seizures originate, and it's a service still not offered in Perth. A stereo EEG led to future treatments, a brain resection, a vagus nerve stimulator, more video EEGs following, and a ketogenic diet in Victoria. All up, I must have spent about $15,000 to $20,000 travelling for the care, but that's nothing compared to the emotional toll, lost time, and missed opportunities. Ironically, it took me the Melbourne specialist to get me back in to see the best what I consider is the best epilepsy specialist in WA. In January 2026, I had my first video EEG here in Perth, WA, after spending 2 years on the wait list for the bed. It was 2 weeks after my wedding. My husband joked it was our second honeymoon, as he had to sleep in the recliner next to me to assist with the observational process. Now, I've had 5 EEGs in many years in Victoria, but imagine waiting 2 years for a test that could change your life. Imagine your neurologist is so overloaded, but he's the only consistent face amongst the rotating team of registrars. He checks in on you every morning, log on remotely in weekends to see how you progress, to see how you're doing against the impossible odds. I've tried with my doctor to escalate urgent appointments, but can't. Not due to the care, but because the system is stretched beyond capacity. I have to admit, I have come a lot further than if I hadn't had access to the Victorian healthcare system. Sadly, it hasn't controlled my seizures. However, it's given me treatment opportunities that are still unavailable in Western Australia. Although I'm not a regretful person, sometimes I reflect on what's been lost. I wonder if services in WA better, would I have progressed further in life? I have a degree, a career, and a husband, but I've had to work twice as hard. In high school, if there had been more support, education, and awareness, would my parents have understood that my struggles weren't about a motivation or an unhappy teenager, but it was about managing a complex neurological condition? Would teachers have known how to support me better? I got there in the end, but it took twice as much effort and time as it would for a healthy person. I think it's pretty clear today from what everyone has said that the role of support networks makes an incredible difference to independence and mental health. When my husband goes away, I'm blessed to stay with a family who will let me stay in their home. I'm lucky to have a supportive family, friends, and an employer who understands that I can't drive and I can't go out in the field, which is one of the main elements of environmental science work. Not every employer understands if they don't have awareness about just how debilitating epilepsy can be. If my job wasn't flexible, if my workplace wasn't committed to inclusion, I would have lost my career as well as my health. I've received more care interstate than in my own state. The only reason I'm standing here today is for others who don't have support to travel interstate or aren't blessed with support networks here. So what happens to those people without support? Additionally, I'm also here to support the Victorian healthcare service, because why should they have to care for WA? So I'm not here for myself, but for the 30,000 people here. I'm not here for myself, but for the 30,000 Western Australians living with epilepsy. This is just a short summary of my life with epilepsy, but let's make sure that no one has to go through what I did just to have a full chance at life. With more funding, more specialists and greater awareness, we can make sure care doesn't depend on where you live.
Thanks, Elise. To Andrew, Claire, Kim, Emma, Warwick, Elise and Andrew earlier, can I say thank you very much for your advocacy and for being prepared to come before the committee this evening. We will never fully understand what it means to either live with epilepsy or to care with someone who has epilepsy. But thanks to people like you who've been willing to come before this committee, we are certainly getting as best insight as we can. And we will do our best to reflect and recognise your contributions in our report and recommendations to government. So thank you very much. Thanks. And I now welcome Laureate Professor Ingrid Scheffer, AO.
Shall I start? Or?
No, I'll go through some formalities. So I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the benefit of the Hansard record, could I get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing this evening?
Yes, my name is Ingrid Scheffer. I'm a laureate professor and paediatric neurologist at University of Melbourne, Austin Health and the Royal Children's Hospital. And I see both children and adults with epilepsy.
Thank you. I'm going to invite you to make some short opening remarks and then we'll go to senators for questions.
Excellent, thank you. I wanted to just start off with a bit of background. When I started in this 30 years ago or more, everyone thought epilepsy couldn't be genetic. Together with my colleague, Laureate Professor Sam Berkovic, we found the first gene for epilepsy with molecular geneticist, and that led to a paradigm shift and got us the Prime Minister's Prize for Science back in 2014, and we're both Fellows of the Royal Society. And that also sort of has led to me being the second president of the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Sciences. From there, my work is really focused a lot on understanding all types of epilepsy, particularly the developmental and epileptic encephalopathies. And I've been watching some of the inquiry, and I can see you've seen from many of the families I care for, and you've heard a lot about DEEs. In fact, I defined that phrase for the International League Against Epilepsy. We defined it in 2017, and as you can see, it's taken the world by storm. And the reason for that is it's such a severe group of diseases. There are now 1,000 genes, we've just done our latest count, that cause DEEs, and these are effectively then 1,000 diseases, and maybe even more, because some cause loss and some gain of channel function, as you heard from some of the scientists I work with. I wanted to point out, and I know you've heard this from families, but the DEEs come with a host of problems, and intellectual disability is almost universal, but as well as that, you have gait problems and gut problems and sleep, cardiac, all sorts of problems, and a high mortality rate, 20% by 20 years of age. So these are very nasty, nasty diseases. But the problems vary hugely. I mean, I think we just heard these wonderful adults talk about their epilepsy, but, you know, in an 18-year-old with mild intellectual disability with a condition called Dravet syndrome, you've heard a little bit about that, I had great trouble recently trying to tell her that it wasn't the best thing to become pregnant. She was not going to listen to me. And yet you also have patients who are profoundly impaired. They don't walk, they don't talk, and they're fully dependent for everything. And then you have lots in the middle. I had a 6-year-old running up and down in my room 2 days ago that could not be controlled for an hour with a potassium channel gene problem. So the problems are many and varied, but incredibly complex, probably as complex or more complex than most human disease. I wanted to also say they're not rare. Our research showed they occur in 1 in 590 individuals. Just to give you an idea, that's 5 times as common as childhood dementia, which has had a lot of support. So we're dealing with a much more frequent and not as fatal, has a high mortality, but not as fatal. I wanted to also just comment on some questions that I heard around centres of excellence. And I think it's important to clarify that we're talking about both research and clinical, and they're different. And so in terms of a clinical centre of excellence in DEEs, we have that at my home in the Austin that I have set up over 30 years with my colleagues. But it really doesn't exist at that level in the rest of Australia, and we need it everywhere. And I get many referrals from WA, from South Australia, from the whole eastern seaboard, because people are just so desperate. And if you see these children and adults, and I'm talking about the adults too, you really understand why. I do lead an NHMRC Centre of Excellence, which is a research centre, and that was asked about the other day. And we've just coming to the end of our 5 years. We've produced 300 medical papers for the literature, and it hasn't been renewed. I went for it again, and we got beautiful reviews, top in the world, and didn't get renewed. You just have to pick yourself up and go again. But it's very frustrating because even a Centre for Research Excellence, which was $2.5 million over 5 years, doesn't go anywhere near what we need. Just to give you an idea, a research assistant is about 100, 125. So you're talking about 4 people, which is nothing, and it's not the expertise you need. I'm almost there. I also wanted to just make a comment. You met some of the incredible parents from GETA the other day, Genetic Epilepsy Team Australia. This is the parent body who helps to families. They all have children with DEEs, all with different genes. But these are the most articulate, extraordinary parents, and it's just such a privilege to bring them together and to see what they do. But I did want to comment on the huge burden on these families, the mental health burden. You heard about it for the adults with epilepsy. These parents, they can't go to dinner because the child won't cope. They can't work. We're losing millions of dollars, particularly in the mothers, because they can't work. And the mental health effects on the children, the family, the parents, not just the patients. And the other point I wanted to make is I've run more than 120 trials of new medications for epilepsy. The whole landscape is changing, and I'm happy to talk about that more. But these trials are really important to let Australians get access to drugs that will take 5 to 10 years to get onto our health system if they are successful. And we're very privileged. I think you met Professor Piero Peruca the other day. We work very closely together, and we're running at least 20 trials at the moment. And you heard from my colleague, Associate Professor Catherine Howell, about our gene therapy. We did the first ever in the world 2 years ago, and today we did the 8th. But these gene therapies will be extremely expensive. So the point I wanted to bring to the inquiry, and this is my most passionate point, is that I think we desperately need DEE nurses, and this hasn't been stated to you as clearly as I would have liked. There are epilepsy nurses in every state, but they're mostly focused on surgery because we cure people and we do lots of surgery at the Austin, but surgery is for like 5% of people. It's not most people. So they're also focused on the ketogenic diet program. I've just come from my ketogenic clinic right now, which I did online to be here. And I think that's really important. But we need DEE nurses because these families are going through such complex healthcare needs and mental health needs and navigation. But it's a lot more than navigation. And my DEE nurse, who's the first one in the world, the only reason I've got her is philanthropy. Thank you to the philanthropist. And she is now being replicated around the world. Lots of people are copying the model. And she is actually incredibly capable with both children and adults and families because it's about family-centred care. And so I would love you to consider, and that's what the document I've given you, is about DE nurses for both children and adults for Australia. We've calculated that would be 23 nurses. Very doable. The government has just announced 350 cancer nurses through the Glenn McGrath Foundation, and I think we could do so much with just 23. And these diseases are as bad as cancer easily. So I just think that's something very tangible that we could do. Obviously, you've heard a lot about genetic testing, and I've been part of that research program with Associate Professor Howell, and I think it desperately needs to go out to the whole society. It is now doing so with a new Medicare number for the DEs, but it needs to be rapid, and I think that's important. And I do think we need to think about centres of clinical excellence where you have in every state, ideally, people that can look after everyone. I do a lot of telehealth already, but it has to be said that people in the room are better. Seeing people in the room is better medicine than online. The other thing is we need more research funding. I know you've heard that from others, but one of the issues I have been leading is a natural history study. People have talked about a registry. A registry is nowhere near enough. What we need to do is map out these diseases through life, all 900 and all 1,000. We're just 7 short of 1,000 as of this week. And we need to have that data. One is to map out what's going to happen for people, what therapies they need, what supports. But really critically, for new drugs, will those drugs change that natural history? And we're doing that with our CRE, but nowhere near funded. We need neuropsychologists, we need research assistants, we need funding for the neurologists to have time to do this. So they're my major points, and I'll speak.
All right, I might ask a couple of quick questions,
Please.
and then I'll go to Senator Nandaraja. In terms of if we were to roll out centres of excellence or expertise around the country, you've talked about having DE nurses, and I've seen your submission, you've likened that to the cancer care nurses. I'm interested to know that if we were to have these national centres of excellence and expertise, how do you think those centres could be best designed to help people who are living regionally and remotely?
Well, I said that I think we already run one. It's underfunded and under-resourced, and I use every bit of research money and philanthropy I can get to make it work. But I think it does work, and the families have actually told you it works. I've seen a number mention that they've been to Melbourne, so that was generally to me. The best way, I think, is you have your centre of excellence, you have everyone in the room together, ideally the nurse, the neuropsychologist, but you also structure it, say, over a 2-day or a 1 to 2 day if they're coming in, and then they see everyone. They might see the dietitian if there's an issue, they might see the neuropsychologist, they might see whatever specialists they need to, and then over 1 or 2 days, depending on their needs, they would stay nearby. You would maybe get an EEG if they need that. They don't need that every time. If a child's having lots of seizures, you don't need an EEG. You just go on the seizure diary. And so you bring all the services into one space. And then what about our rural and remote community? Well, you have telehealth, which is great, but I actually think it's really important to see them the first time. These kids and adults are incredibly difficult to transport. So my clinics usually involve going all around the country online, but acknowledging that it's important. In fact, I just saw someone on the Victoria-New South Wales border an hour ago, and I said to that mother, I think we need to bring you in to have some video EEG monitoring because the child's just been in a trial, it's gone wrong, it didn't work, and the child's having, up to 50 seizures a day, and she's 13.
So in terms of those people who are coming in from other places to you, are they self-funding?
It depends a bit, actually. Some states are better than others. So I had a little girl in yesterday in the ward for 2 days from Canberra. Well, no, she's just on the New South Wales side of Canberra, and New South Wales will help support it. Tasmania is very good. They'll support it. They'll even support a taxi from the airport to the hospital. So they're generally, well, it's hard to know.
In Queensland, they'd be getting about $70 a day.
Yeah, lots are self-funded.
Yeah.
But some of them are better than others, some of the states. And there's also a bit of an issue about whether their own doctor will refer them. And as you've heard, there's a little bit of anger around about the lack of that. And so many come to me who have not been referred by their doctor. And, you know, my waiting times are horrendous. I won't tell you how long. But and there are plenty of other neurologists, but they really want to make the difference, and I know I make a difference.
Okay, I might hand over to Senator Nandaraja. Have you got questions too?
Thanks, Chair. Professor Sheffer, can you just talk us through workforce development and training up more neurologists? Is there an interest amongst neurology registrars to train up in epilepsy and particularly the DEEs?
Yes, I think there's a strong interest. I'm based at the Austin, and as you know, that's more of an adult centre. We have a small paediatric ward where I typically have 2 monitoring children in, and the adult ward has 3, and I have some of my adults in there as well. And we have lots of neurology registrars that come through and want to do epilepsy. They do 4 months in their registrar rotation with epilepsy specifically. But then we do have quite a lot who want to come through, and I think in the paediatric neurology world, it's also there is the big problem is a job at the end of the day. So it's not about lack of enthusiasm to train; it's about will I have a job when I finish.
So where do you think things have gone wrong around the country when there's such a clear demand, and yet many states just have completely vacated the space when it comes to providing epilepsy care to their patients?
I think the problem is partly neurologists aren't particularly good at lobbying, and we're very busy working. So you just put your head down and you just keep on keeping on running like a mouse on a treadmill. That's how I feel like sometimes. But I don't think we're very good at lobbying, and we're also, neurologists tend to be fairly, even the adult ones, fairly gentle chaps. I think I've watched some of them in front of you, and I don't think they're assertive enough around it. And I think actually my work in the academy has taught me more about policy and how to begin to navigate this. But to be honest, I tried to bring this DEE nurse just before the last election to Senator Ruston, is she on? And Mark Butler, and you know, it was all too late. But that's one reason I've just flown across the country. I am desperate for these DE nurses because the families are so desperate, and there is such a need around the country, and I think it would lift it. It's not going to cure it. I mean, what we really need, and what you've heard about, is a very expensive investment in epilepsy, and I think we need that, but that's going to take a while. The nurses are a really good way of at least doing something rapidly to try and help families.
Let's go back to workforce planning and focus on nurses. And you suggested that we need to have more nurses trained in DEE care.
Mm-hmm.
Where would these nurses come from? Are they clinical nurse consultants or nurse practitioners, or can we cultivate nurses from the RN level?
Yes, that's a great question, thank you. So it's interesting, the nurse that I have offered this job to, I think 4.5 years ago, and she's absolutely, you know, doing an incredible job, and also on the world stage and the Australian stage, but the world stage as well, was someone that had worked with me for 20 years in ketogenic diet therapies, so she knew what she was getting into. But I think they have to be very capable, smart nurses that have a lot of EQ and able to manage this complexity. Interestingly, we've had the discussion about whether she should become a nurse practitioner, And she makes the very valid, she's a clinical nurse consultant, makes the very valid point that she can't prescribe for these patients because even I struggle to prescribe, and I'm the world expert in DEEs. So a nurse can't prescribe, but she needs to know when to escalate to me. And she typically comes into work on Monday morning, and there are 30 emails from families all around the country. I probably hear about two of those, and she manages the rest. So you need a very smart nurse with good EQ. I'm sure they'll be in every major teaching hospital. They do need to work hand in hand with an epileptologist. I don't think that they can do it on their own, and I actually think you need an epilepsy specialist for these, which is, you know, a subspecialty of neurology, and most of the major teaching hospitals have this.
We have enabled nurse practitioners to prescribe, but I'm just curious as to what would the nurses be prescribing in this context?
Yeah, so that's my point. I don't think a nurse practitioner prescribing is correct. I think it needs to be a clinical nurse consultant who works with the neurologist. And interestingly, one of my colleagues, who's the head of paediatric epilepsy at the Mayo in the US, was talking to us about this and said it doesn't work that well with a nurse practitioner because they just keep prescribing the same thing and the patient doesn't see her enough. So I think we need a clinical nurse consultant rather than a nurse practitioner. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I don't know if we're going to get there, though, in terms of allowing CNCs to prescribe, but that's okay.
No.
Let's move on. I'm interested.
Can I just correct that? I'm saying exactly that. I don't think CNC should prescribe. I do not think these nurses should prescribe. So that's why I'm advocating for a CNC, not a nurse practitioner.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Interested in talking a little bit about developing an infrastructure around N-of-1 trials. We've heard a fair bit about this. Can you just talk us through, because there's big questions around equity of access?
Good. So that's something I'm passionate about. I didn't talk about that, the equity of access and rural and remote. So there's a lot of misuse of the term of N-of-1 trials. People say, if I give you a drug to one person, that's an N-of-1 trial, but that's not what we're talking about. And the real way to do an N-of-1 trial is a randomised controlled trial. And I've been doing this with Professor Piero Perucca, who you met the other day. He's the head of our adult epilepsy program. I'm the head of our paediatric epilepsy program. And we've just actually, the little girl I had in from just near Canberra yesterday is on an N-of-1 trial, which is a precision medicine. So you've heard all about the genetics. That helps us to a precision diagnosis, not just the epilepsy syndrome, but also the cause. Once you have a precision diagnosis, you can go for a precision therapy should it exist. And so the idea of an N-of-1 randomised controlled trial is that you give that child or adult the precision therapy, see if it looks like it has an effect. And then if it does, you actually make a block structure with this molecule. This is not for a gene therapy, but a molecule that is a precision therapy. And you might give them 6 weeks of drugs, 6 weeks without, 6 weeks of drugs, 6 weeks without. It's randomised and double-blind. So we don't know. Nobody who has connection with the family knows what the child's getting. You keep a diary of the seizure frequency. We're also looking at cognition with neuropsychology. And we're seeing when we unblind it, has it made a difference? And this is important because these drugs are often becoming incredibly expensive. We're spending so much of our money on it. We need to know that we have scientific evidence for this. It's critical. So that's how we're using the N-of-1 randomised controlled trial. And there are now quite a lot of small molecules or repurposed drugs that are precision therapy. So this little 4-year-old in yesterday, she is looking at a repurposed molecule that's being used for other disease, other neurological disease, but for her it would be precision therapy. With the genetic therapy, you can't do that because you can't put them into placebo and not. But The trial today that we did the 8th patient on is a randomised sham-controlled trial. It's funded by Pharma, Big Pharma, and the children are getting this once-in-a-lifetime dose or a sham. We don't know. And after 15 months, it's unblinded, and the ones who haven't got drug get it then. And we're looking at the difference in that 15 months. So there's a lot of excitement. It's going to be, it is transformational, but it's really only very early days.
So can we just unpack a little bit of that?
Please.
When you say an RCT sham control trial, what do you mean by that? Is it the patient is their control as well as the comparator? Or is it a cohort of patients who are randomized to a comparator and a control?
So I'm not sure I'm following your question, but let me answer how I think, and then you can tell me if I haven't answered the right question. In the gene therapy, a sham-controlled trial, the one that we did today is in Dravet syndrome. It's by a company called Encoded. It's an AAV9 viral transgene that's introduced via neurosurgery. It's the one that Associate Professor Howell discussed with you about a month ago, I think. And what's happening is we're finding children under 4 who satisfy the entry criteria, and those criteria are 4 countable motor seizures a month. Now that, I would argue, is the wrong criteria, but be that as it may, that's what it is. And then the children that we're putting in, half will get drug and half will have a neurosurgical operation with general anaesthetic, a burr hole through the skull, an injection of either just, and some CSF taken off, an injection of either drug or no drug under image guidance. And then, though, after 15 months, it's unblinded, and the children that got the sham, as in did not get drug, will get drug. That's what the company is ethically doing. Does that make sense?
That's extraordinary. Yes, it is. It's extraordinary, actually. So in terms of...
She's right. It is.
Developing infrastructure around these N of 1 trials to make sure we, have a taxonomy around this and a shared understanding. Who should lead that work? Should it be Genomics Australia, TGA, the department?
I don't think it should be.
I don't know who should run it.
I think it has to be the neurologist, to be frank. I don't think Genomics Australia. Genomics is great to get your diagnosis, but I wanted to point out that it's urgent, but once you've got the diagnosis, I frame that as this is the beginning of the answer. It's why you've got your disease, but you've got the rest of their whole life ahead of them. They might be 6 months old and be diagnosed with Dravet syndrome. Genomics is out of there. They've done their job. From there, it's up to the neurologist, the paediatrician to go forth. So I think these trials have to be our responsibility, and we wouldn't have even dreamed of gene therapy trials even 10 years ago. So the world is, it's just expanding exponentially, but they need to be done very well. And I'm really worried about this because I think the families are incredibly, obviously committed. In fact, I had a discussion 2 hours ago with the family about this gene therapy, but they are unable to look at whether something really makes a difference in an objective enough way. So, of course, the placebo effect is huge, as we all know. It's a 33%. If you give a drug as a doctor to someone, a third of people will say it's better, which just talks to the importance of our psyche. But I think we really need evidence-based data, and that comes with proper trials. And initially I was very negative about this sham. With the first trial for this company we did, in fact I'm going to present that data next week in Athens. We did this trial in an open label, but the FDA demanded a sham arm for this second trial. It's called a phase 3 trial to take it to market. And 2-3 years ago, I said, there's no way I'll do that. And I changed my view because I want Australians to get access. And if we're at the table from the get-go, we are much more likely to get these drugs more rapidly. And we see this all the time. The pharma at the moment is very keen to come to Australia. We're doing fantastic trials where we do high-level medicine, but we're expensive and we need a lot more trial infrastructure. So, for example, Professor Peruka and I employ 6 drug trial nurses. This is not the DE nurse, different nurses. And just to, even with the income from the trials, to support the nurses and the doctors doing the trials is a struggle. And we don't take a cent. We do a lot of work. I don't want a cent. But the point is we need a lot more infrastructure support to do these trials. But the world is very keen on Australian involvement. But they're coming here really because of our leadership in DEEs. It's not chance. They don't just go anywhere. They're coming here because we are world leaders in them.
I have some disquiet around vulnerable families who are so desperate, fundraising in order to then enroll their children into N-of-1 trials. Because I fear that that is perhaps not the right model. You've talked about industry-sponsored clinical trials.
Mm-hmm.
Which are different, but there is this concern that I have that desperate families will do anything and researchers will happily welcome that kind of funding to trial their therapies.
Look,
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And this is what keeps me up at night, is how do I frame it so it's safe for a family? How do I contain that family? They're full of angst. They've got this beautiful baby with a terrible fate ahead. You just Google their gene disease and it's just horrendous. And we've discovered many of these genes, so I know the stories very well. And how do I give them a bit of realism about it? And they also think that these genetic therapies are going to be a fix. And, you know, there are some gene therapy trials that have happened in the US, and the child's died the next day. So these are big deal, and we do need to have, I couldn't agree more, we need a framework, we need very ethical approaches, and we need, I mean, a lot of it's about relationships, but trying to temper that desperate need. And the problem is that, you know, sometimes they think they've got to go to the US, and we're actually better than the US at a lot of this. In fact, they're following in my footsteps. Quite a few people in the US. There are now a whole lot of epilepsy genetics doctors, which I'm thrilled about. But the point is that not all of them are equally ethical, and I think it is a really big issue, and it does need a framework, and it would be great if the government could come up with that. I don't think Genomics Australia is right. I don't think the TGA is right. I think it has to go through the TGA. We do need ethics, obviously, that's vital. But we also need, I think we need much more education. I had that written, I haven't even mentioned that, of every type of doctor you know, and the nursing force and the parents, a lot more education.
My final question refers to, perhaps on notice, if you could provide the committee with some information on your referral to your clinic. And I'm keen to understand the trend line and where these patients are coming from. In other words, are they coming from interstate or regional or metro? I just need to get a sense of the demand out there.
It's enormous, and I get referrals from all over the country, from New Zealand and from other countries, but I would say 95% of my work I would do with Australians. I get a lot. I don't get much from the Northern Territory, I have to say, but I get a lot from every other state. And we just try to juggle that. Unfortunately, I've got some research fellows who are largely on their own funding or on our drug trial funding. And in fact, I just did a ketogenic diet clinic before I came here, and my fellow saw half the patients and I saw the other, and she's from Singapore and she's here for 2 years. funded largely by trials money, of which half her time is trials and half her time is with me doing research, but also doing a lot of clinical work. So the answer is all over, lots and lots of country folk and lots of interstate people. And often what I do is when they're very complicated, I will bring them across to the Austin for a Monday to Friday admission. I find that much better than a 1.5 hour, 2 hour consultation. My new patient consultations are very long, but I found getting them in the ward, we've got a gorgeous children's ward from Monday to Friday. They get to see what we do. We get to see how they all interact. It has I call it one with a lot, it's like a hamburger. They get the whole lot from us, and it's very, I find very therapeutic for the families because they feel, well, they know we've looked at them from every aspect we can possibly do in 2026.
If we could have some data to support all of that, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
I did have one more question. I think my brain has just completely failed. I can't remember it. But this has been fascinating, and thank you for making the trip out.
Thank you. Thank you for squeezing me in. I really appreciate that.
I think I would love to come and visit you. You're not far from me, so
please.
We'll be in touch.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Nandaraja. That brings us to time. Thank you so much, Professor Sheffer, as Senator Nandaraja said, for actually making the time to come all the way to appear before us. It has been a really important part of our evidence, and so we're really glad that you could make it. Just to let you know that the committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026, and it's agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Thursday, the 3rd of September 2026. So
thank you very much.
That concludes today's hearing. So thank you very much to all the witnesses who appeared before the committee today. Thank you to Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance. Thank you to the Secretariat. The committee will report to the Senate on 10 September 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Thursday, the 3rd of September 2026. And the committee stands adjourned.